Oh, man. I haven't even sat down yet.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey. Thank you, Mitesh, for the 20 gifted memberships. Wow. Hi guys. Welcome back. I'm back. So, anything interesting happen? Man. Yeah, sorry if my voice is scorched. It's still coming back. I lost it a little bit again. The alpha males are back. God, that's such a that does slap. What's up, Hannah? What up, Ryan? How you guys doing? Ruben, choo. Man, thank you again. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships, Mitesh. Thank you so much, man. And you were second. Hey, look at that. Yes, look at you sneaking in first on both ends there. And that's very sneaky of you. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing better. I'll just God, that is distracting. You know what? Screw it. Cheers, guys. This is my first vape back. So, cheers. Bloodstone. Hey. Ellie. When I walk, it whistles. Wow. Still at work on the phone, so I won't be chatty till later. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Regardless. Anyway, yeah. Cheers, guys. Big cheers. It's the cheers back. Actually, you know what? I'll do one more. Real quick. Just kind of wanted to get it out of the way. I got my candle lit. There's a picture of my mom. This is for my mom. You know what? This entire show is going to be dedicated to her. But not like I'm not going to be telling stories and stuff like that. I just mean I'm really happy that she got to see this and enjoy it. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It has not been an easy few days. I won't even front, man. Like it's been rough. Like I couldn't even think yesterday. Like I had a moment where I was honestly thinking about coming down because I thought I was feeling okay. But then I had that that realization where I'm like, oh yeah, I think I just started processing other stuff. And then you know what? I can just talk about this too. My uncle, who is actually my dad's best friend, he passed away today. So it's been a rough few days, guys. And also my other uncle died. So I've lost my mom and two uncles within 7 days. So I think that I might be a little, as far, not like numb to all of it. Like I'm still grieving my mom for sure, but like, I'm still not processing the other two where I'm like, oh, holy crap. Shit, dude. I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. And I'm not trying to make it awkward. I know. I feel like I'm that guy at the bar where I'm like, I'm trauma dumping. But, nah, man, like this shit's real. Hug your relatives, guys. Call whoever you need to call. Hug your friends. Love your friends. Just do not take anything for granted. And, man, I know, it's just, holy shit. Dang, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. My uncle passed last week, too. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, big, Rome dog. You're still Rome dog to me. You'll always be Rome dog to me. That is, yeah, that's overwhelming. Yeah, that's what overwhelming. Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's a lot. It's a lot. To be fair, I'll be honest with you guys. The uncle that passed, that I found out about yesterday, I'm more so sad about my aunt, because my aunt is gonna be lonely, and he wasn't exactly a great person. So, but I'm not gonna speak ill of the dead. He's just he had some things. Make it awkward. It's your show, and we are sociopaths. We need your emotions. Oh, is that what this is? You guys just feed off my emotions? Oh, damn. Well, you guys are about to eat well. You're about to eat very well. Obviously, this is my cope laugh. I've been reacquainted with that, but it's also a cope laugh for a reason. Coping's not bad. You know what? When people I hate that word has been appropriated as something that's bad. Because coping is good. It's good to cope. It's not good to bury your emotions. That's something I haven't done. Again, this is the reason I don't have a voice. I'll just tell you what happened, man. Like, when I found out, I let out some primal screams, and it broke my vocal cords. So this is also I think you might have been able to hear it in the video that I did, which, again, sincerely, thank you for watching that. And again, thank you for the support, guys. It means a lot to me, especially because I'm not even kidding. The very last text message I had with my mom was about you guys. So, hey, Pep, did you see what did to the market? Yeah. No, trust me. I got back into being able to check out politics and get back into it. Sam Cedars thing, that was well timed, because I was able to really get back into it and just go, what the? I want to watch it so bad, but I'm glad that they reacted to it. So at least we're going to react to them. I actually got a shout out on Majority Report today. That was awesome. It's the first time I've IM'd to the show, I think, ever. And yeah, they actually read it. So that was really, really cool. Cigarette time, but we are listening. Hey, cool. Hey, Allie, can you do me a favor and try and cut back? Just, I know I'm not trying to lecture you or nothing, but that did actually play a role in my mom's, what put her down. Yeah, it turns out that played a little bit of a factor. Because, yeah, it was COVID, guys. So, no, I'm looking out for your guys' health. I'm not going to lecture you. Trust me, I got people in my life that smoke. So I'm just, yeah. I don't know, man. It sucks because had I known, man, that would have been different. But anyway. Oh, God. Hoping is dealing eventually, healing. Yeah, thank you. No, guys, I was thinking that myself, and thank you for the love. Oh, thank you. Hey, awesome. No, I sincerely mean it, you guys. I just want to get this out of the way. I really do. You guys mean a lot to me. I know that, streamers kind of say that, and but you guys are kind of a bit more parasocial than most communities, where it's actually social where you guys, you genuinely care, and it comes through. So I hope you guys can appreciate that, like the way that I do. And yeah, thank you. Just sincerely, guys, thank you. And just so you guys know, I do have a very strong support network. My dad has really come through. My sister, you know, we're keeping strong. Yeah, it just sucks. Literally, my uncle who passed today was his best friend. So it's literally one after another after another. It's just, wow. As I said, guys, the most important thing that I can tell you right now is please hug your relatives and call them, and just like don't take your friends for granted. It's such an easy thing to say too when I'm in my, like, when you're in this stage of grief where you're just like, guys, and it's just like, no, it's man. Because I'll just say it. I'm lucky that I had the last interactions with my mom that I had. They were beautiful. Like, honestly, it couldn't have actually. It almost couldn't have been more. She told me how much she was proud of me, how much she, was proud of the show, how much she actually loved the show, how much she loved you guys for being supportive, for being just like awesome people. Because she was a lurker in chat. And the reason she was a lurker in chat was because she didn't know how to use it. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. When she admitted that to me, she's just like, I don't know how to work this, but tell everybody that I love them anyway. I'm just like, oh. Yeah, man. I put some pictures up of her in the Discord. I put her pictures up on YouTube. Again, guys, she would have loved the attention. She would have just loved knowing that you guys care. And again, you guys are making this a lot easier on me. Hug them, call them. I'm guilty of not calling enough. Call people you love. I'm not kidding, man. I mean that if there's one thing that you can take from this stream and what I'm going through, please use that to really reflect on any petty grievances or just something that you can do to love your relatives. So, hello, not gonna do a clip, but Mike glitched and sounded like, please F your relatives. No, it's okay. Hey, go for it. Hey man, I'm all for if it man, did my mic glitch? Like, okay, is that happening? Let me know if my mic starts glitching, because I had an issue when I started stream where it kept, like, my headphone jack kept registering as my microphone. So yeah, let me know that. Like, just anytime that there's like a glitch or something, just hit 1 and I'll okay, cool. I heard that too. Damn it. All right. Well, shit. One cool thing. My mom loved antiquing. So, me and my sister, we like, she's in another state right now. So we did like virtually antiqued together, I guess, where we, I went to one store and she went to a store and we kind of like FaceTimed. Yeah, I actually found that really cool. Hippies use the backdoor no exception sign. So, uh-oh. All right, hold on. Thank you for that. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Testing. Test. Ah, there we go. Kirk. Technically, there's nothing wrong with effing your relatives. Dr. Unstoppable. What the? Hell yeah, brother. Oh, man, that was... Wow. I needed that. Actually, it might not be my mic, guys. It might be my throat. Like, it just might be me. I think I... Oh my god, bro. That was good. Oh, fuck. No, I do need the laughs. I really do. No, guys, yeah. Throw it out there. Dark jokes too. Don't be afraid. if there's one thing that I realized is just how dark of a sense of humor me and my sister have and share. So that has definitely helped get me through this a little bit. But as I was actually saying that, I wanted to just reassure you guys that I have a I have a really strong support network that really came through for me, man. So, you know, I'm very lucky to have aunts, uncles, cousins, all that, and just a really strong supportive friend group. So I was cared for, and got to give the biggest shout out to my wife. She was my rock through that entire thing. She actually, Kirk, I got to give you a little shout out here. Not trying to put you on the spot, but you said something about, you know, leaning on my wife, and that helped. Actually, that did. And yeah. Also, I wasn't afraid to schedule another therapy session, so got that coming up. So I'm just yeah, you know, I feel like I'm handling this a lot better than I thought I would. That's why I'm here today, because I'll be honest, man, I had a really good day. And I think my mom would be really, really happy about that. Like, my mom, again, she wanted the best for me. She wanted nothing but the best for me. Again, I will say this. My mom was a fucking amazing mother. She had some issues. She had her mental health issues. She had some issues as a mom. Who doesn't? But she was a great mom. So, oh god, here we go. A little funsy clip. I'll check it out a little bit. Oh, hey, thank you. No, I mean, guys, I do mean that though. Like, if you guys are like a little bit on the outs with family members that are, it's not like a, you know, you've cut them out completely kind of thing, and you've always kind of felt like there is something there that you can reconcile with, I would try. That's just 419. Ooh. This is important. This is important. Hold on. This is the first 420 back. This is important. Jesus. Oh. Pep, what's your Steam handle? Because if you don't have Psychonauts, I want to gift you. Oh, here. It's Pep Talks TV. Capital P, T, and T. It is 420 where I'm at. I assure you, I am still here. Just give me 1 second. This thing is warming up. Ooh. Okay. Right. So we were talking wokeness earlier in another stream, and they were like, "What do you think wokeness is?" And why don't you like it? Wait, did you bring that up? 420. What am I smoking? I smoked. Oh, God, what is that called? It's the little dab. I forgot the name of the. Oh no, it was a Durban. I didn't forget. Oh man. Oh, guys. Okay. Another thing. Oh man. Really? I hate to do this, but I found out something that's not fun in this whole process. And that's that apparently dying in America is super, super expensive. And my mom, she didn't exactly have an estate. So this is awkward, but consider this kind of like a GoFundMe. This is the my mom's memorial fund. Yeah, so any of the proceeds will go towards obviously my mom's memorial and yeah, earn, because do you know how I don't even want to get started on how much those damn things are. So yeah, yeah, guys. Man. All right, I can talk about this. I can get through this. So I had a talk about like her final arrangements. Man. So she had like this weird insurance thing, right? And I thought that it was like all covered. No, it was something that you had to pay in for like a block of time, right? And it was so she didn't pay in enough. So like they had these plans, and then all of a sudden they're just like, nah, you got none of that makes. We're not doing any of that. You guys didn't pay into it enough. So they left her husband and me on the hook to find a place to do this. And we were just you want to talk about like a shitty experience where you're just like, oh, I thought this was taken care of, and then it's just thrust on you again. Yeah, that was wild, freaking wild. I filled out all the legal paperwork and paid the fees so I can be Burn Viking style when I go. Oh, cool, man. Hey, thank you for the cheered bits there in Bird Mystic. I really appreciate it. Hey, man. Hey, I just whatever you guys can do. If you guys can, obviously supporting the channel does help because it gets my stuff out there, and hopefully, yeah, man. Oh God, I really didn't want to do this, but I had a long discussion with my family about it, and hey, you know what? One good thing to come out of it was my family apparently has a lot of faith in me, so that was kind of nice. Not gonna lie. I thought that I would feel kind of bad about that. Hey, Jason, how's it going? I wouldn't even know where to begin with something like that. Yeah, and the fact that they threw that on me the day of, that was why. I'm forever going to just be like, as a lurker most of the time on the internet, we gotta love another lurker. Hey,
Bloodstone by stars,
thank you.
$20.
Thank
As
you
a
for the
lurker most
$20.
of the time on the internet, we got love another
my
lurker.
mom the lurker. Now she's the forever lurker. Man. Hey, Jason. I'm sorry. I'm a little emotional right now. My mom passed last week. Not even a week. So yeah. But I'm good. Trying not to make it awkward. Also trying to keep hydrated. It's another thing. Trying to bring my voice back. I actually think that's what's going on, because I keep seeing my mic cut out on this end, and I think it's not picking up my low registers. So no impressions for a little bit, guys. I'm sorry. Maybe different impressions. We'll see. We'll test the waters. But thank you here. Thank you for the $20 donation, Bloodstone. Let me put that on here. And again, my mom loved you guys, so I keep needing to say that because it's weird. Like that's gonna be such a big part of my life now, because it was literally the last thing she said to me. But yeah, man. I apparently am lucky to be a streamer on this one. She loved me the most. She thought you were hilarious. She, honestly, there were a few times that she was lurking where she'd text me and she'd be like, hey, is that Kurt guy serious about this? And also she thought your mom's account was real. So, there's that. You might be a little too convincing with that. Pep Talks, Jason Gulow's my son. He needed a different account to join your channel. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Jason, welcome, man. I really appreciate, man, it's family affair. That's cool. That's really cool. I love having you guys here. You guys rule. That's just too funny. The fact that my she was very much in that. Hey, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. JK, I hope. No, dude, shit. My mom, I'm not trying to say she was gullible, but she was. You know, you could. Let's put it this way. My mom got scammed for a PS5. Like, she thought she was buying a PS5. And, there's another one where I thank God had it where she would call me because I saw like the news reports about those internet or like those Nigerian print scams, and this was peak at the time where she would totally fall for it. So I was like, oh man, hey mom, we gotta have a conversation. She's just like, why? I'm like, oh well, you know, if somebody calls you saying like, hey, you know, if you just give me your bank account information, I'll give you, you know, X amount of dollars. Don't. So, yeah, but that poor woman, man, she got taken for, you know, trying to get me a PS5 when it first came out. She, man, that was sad in itself because, like, I was mad. Oh my God, how dare you do that? How dare you? Like, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. You know what? Oh, let's do this. Here we go. Kind of made me lose faith in humanity just a little bit. But oh, it's me, Oblivion to 8. Oh, cool. All right, so everyone's mom gets fooled by that one. It's like as soon as you become a mom, 16 and pregnant, they're all broke. That's the Nigerian prince game. I mean, I swear, dude, they didn't even get halfway through the story. I'm like, oh, I gotta call my mom. Also, you know, like, who else has a mom that went viral? You know, like I'm in a very, very small bunch where I have a forever moment captured on different news outlets, not just one, like many different. I gotta find all of them now. Like, I actually gotta go out of my way and like look for all of them and put like a compilation together. But yeah, I mean, my favorite one, I don't think I showed it here, but it's the original guy who recorded it. He was just like, his son's name was Bryce, and he's like, Bryce, get over here. You do not do what that woman is doing right now. It's just like, oh, damn. Fuck. But yeah. You know, shout out my mom. Cheers. Smoke one for Mrs. Pepper. Can't find your Steam. It's been glitching out on me. Hold on. I've got my Steam here. Oh shit! It's just Pep Talks. Pep Talks, one word. It should have my my logo on it. Once you catch steam, it changes to water. If there's a heaven, she's there. Oh fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah. No, if there is a heaven, if there, whatever, like, positive afterlife, like, my mom's there. She's got all the animals with her, man. Like, no. I went from being very, like, hard out on spirituality, where I'm like, oh, I'm a little more open to it. I hope Duke of Bread pops in here, because, you know, he can kind of tell me little bit. Some meditation techniques before. Was she a cat or dog person? She was actually both. She is the reason that I am both. She loved her cats as equally as dogs. That's why I have a cat that thinks he's a dog and a dog that thinks he's a cat. You know, they did that thing. Yeah, they're scamming people left and right with those. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you're a first-time chatter. Hey, what up, Fat Tony? Oh, yeah, you just followed. Sorry. Usually on top of that, sorry. I also need to stop apologizing. But that's the Midwestern in me. It's gonna come out. It's just whatever. Hello, your mom's in the land of summer with her pets. Feels. Thank you, Robin. I really appreciate that. You guys, no, for real. She's... I understand, bro. You got a lot going on. I really do. I really do. Yeah, on top of it, there's some like weird stuff there too, where I hate how when somebody passes, like people, like the worst comes out in them, where they start thinking about like stuff all of a sudden. And I'm just like, oh my God. It happens every fucking time. I hope you guys never have to deal with that. Like, I have been unlucky enough to have at least one relative that is always just like, hey. OMG, I can relate. Families that crazy when someone passes. It's ins. Okay, so like, as someone who's like fresh in grief, I'm thinking that maybe it's because we all grieve differently. Because like, we all say that, right? Like, trust me, I've been getting a lot of that where it's like, hey, grieve away. We know you all grieve differently. That's also why I'm able to be here right now, is because this is kind of my coping mechanism. Like, guys, like when I dealt with like my brother's death, I went on stage, and that's what got me like doing stand-up comedy, because I needed somewhere to go and work that out. So I don't have the healthiest way of working things out, apparently, but I don't know. I feel like I'm able to, like, here, this is way healthier. This is way healthier than stand-up. Fuck. I'll say that much. Because at least, like, stand-up, yeah, I was kind of laughing at my pain. This, I'm cope laughing. I used to have a tie-dye sweatshirt, too. Hey, I actually got this at the antique mall that I got that hippies use the backdoor no exception sign. It was kind of, my mom, she was a hippie. Like, she was an old school hippie. Like, and I mean, like, she was at Woodstock. There are pictures of her under the stage smoking with Jimi Hendrix. It's one of, I gotta find that, and that's gonna be like on my front page. Like, it's awesome. Not sure if my aunt's gonna appreciate that though, because she's super hyper religious now, but she's right there with her. Dude, I'll never forget the day that I called bullshit on her. She's like, oh, really now? She goes and she finds this picture. I'm like, oh. Yeah. She got arrested protesting in Milwaukee for civil rights. Yeah, man. No, she was real. She was real, man. My mom was real as fuck. That's also where I'm like, I think, again, man, I got it. Like, I definitely got I would call it my inability to not be open, and just a little too open sometimes, because overshare, whatever. I'm a big Jimi Hendrix fan. Hell yeah. See, it's really how I spent the day of her passing, or the night of her passing. I just sat there listening to Jimi Hendrix with my friends. We played Mario Party, which it's kind of funny. Like, I won. I never win at Mario Party, so that was kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Just an aside, that was kind of neat. Yeah, man. But yeah, for real. Like, my mom, she got to experience some really cool shit. Like, real cool shit. She got to travel the world. You know, she got to see so much, man. She got to, ski the Alps. She got to, both of us. It was very important that she took me to London. I've talked about it. I got robbed in London. But like, she wanted to make sure that I saw different countries, so she made it like a huge point to make sure that I saw Europe. So she took me to London and Paris. We went to Amsterdam for a day, and we were very, very I lost her at a coffee bar. That was embarrassing. That was the second most embarrassing thing that happened on that trip. Maybe third. Either way. But she was really cool, man. She was extremely like into art. That's another thing that I'm very lucky to have. She left me with a lot of art. She did a painting. I'm actually gonna hang up in the back here. She hated it. She absolutely hated it. Oh, just accepted your friend request on Steam there. Cool. But yeah, my mom had that thing that most artists have. I'm not sure if you guys are artists in this in here, but she had this really funny thing where no matter what, like she would gift you something, right? And if you had it framed, she would take it down herself. And like she did this a few times where she just like put it in the car and took it. And I was like, hey, what? Where's that painting? And she's like, I didn't like it. I didn't like how it found, like it did. I didn't like how it looked, so I'm gonna go fix it. It's just like, okay. She did that with every single painting she ever did. But this one, it was really funny because I just told her straight up, I'm like, no, just leave it. It's like, some days I kind of regret it though, because I'm like especially now, because you know, who knows what she could have added to it or done with it. But again, I'm lucky in the regard. Like I'm being completely open about it. Like I have stuff and memories and just I have so much that I hate using the term blessed because you know it's been appropriated by those damn Christians. I'm just kidding. I would be very mad if she heard me say that joke right now. You know, if it matters, my mom was very close to God and she was in a good place with God when she died. So, you know, there's also that. There's strange comfort in that, I guess. Sorry, I'm not actually choking up. My voice is going again. Damn it. I was worried about this. We know what you mean. Oh, I know. There we go. Much better. One thing I love, again, and this is probably... Oh, much better. This is probably what I'm going to miss about her the most, is, especially doing this, is the text messages. Like, again, because she could... I was going there when I was talking about her lurking in chat. But because she didn't know how to do it, that's how, like, anytime that I was like, hold on, I got a chatter on the side here. That was my mom. So yeah, it's whatever works, dude, as long as you're not hurting yourself in some way. No, I'm not. Well, I mean, I think I might have accidentally hurt myself smoking. But that's just because, yeah, I damaged my vocal cords. I knew it the second I did it. I think Kirk might know what I'm talking about. Most people that are vocal aware tend to know exactly that moment where you're just like, shit, I hope that's not permanent. I hope that's not permanent. I hope that's not permanent. Because, like, I straight up stressed them. I mean, oh, Squishmallow, hey, you just woke up. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you. And again, guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, and thank you for hit the like button, obviously. Pep Talks, were you singing a Kirk song? Was I? When I lost my voice. No, I just got really back into dark metal. And you know what happens. It's kind of like that thing where you ride a bike or you start to like play a sport when you're too old. I thought I had it, you know. No, it's just actually, it's weird. It's actually like, I feel like it's actually getting better. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That'll help me get my mind off stuff. Man, I'm excited. I haven't played Psychonauts. I had it on PlayStation 2. Oh, damn. I was looking at my face in the mirror and noticed one side of my face looks super freaking angry, and like the other side looks like a child. Isn't that, yeah, everybody has a little bit of that. You know, I've drawn faces specifically for a long time where I don't think anybody doesn't have that. I think it's just, yeah, isn't that just every single human being? Like, we have a dominant side. Asymmetrical faces, they're weird and exist. They are? I mean, I guess there are. I forgot who had one recently, because I remember somebody like being lauded as that, where it's just like getting ready for work. Oh. Ooh. Well, I mean, hey, no, what am I talking about? No, I'm glad that you have a job, and I'm glad that you're committed, and you know what? No, you go knock that job out of the park. No, boo my ass. You kick life in the ass, guys. That's the biggest thing. You got to take that every day. And even if that means, you know, laying on the couch as best you can and playing video games, then you do it as best you fucking can. You do it with commitment. But yeah, oh yeah, also I should probably put the link up. Jeez. You can, man, 4 days off and I'm just can't even function anymore, like within the stream. All right, here we go. Yeah, guys, this is a little bit more important than before. Whatever you guys can pitch in at any time, it really helps go a long way. As I said, unfortunately, we found out just how expensive, you know, dying in America is. So I appreciate any support, and also thank you, Mitesh, for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That helps a lot because that's going to help me in the algorithm. And you know, I had to take a few days off. Thank you again. Also, anybody that watched my videos and liked those the last few days, that really helped. Because I saw that you guys you smashed that like button. So thank you. Man, really do make this easier. I'm lucky to have this. But again, thank you real quick, Allie, Robin, all you guys, you have been very kind with your words. So I heard you gotta take every life up the ass every day. Molly. You know what? Yeah, you know what? All right, fine. You give me that enema. With it. Go ahead. I don't care anymore. Man. That's actually one of the biggest bummers I have, because I went back and rewatched a little bit of my last stream because my mom was texting me during it. And, you know, I said something in that, and it made me a little bummed, where I was just like, oh man, like I wanted to interview her, and somebody had even said like, yeah, bring her on so she can show your baby pictures, and like she totally would. That was totally her thing. And that's kind of like my biggest bummer, man. Like, that would have been the greatest show. That one's gonna get me, and that one, you know, because she would have, oh my god, she would have been a plethora of content. So, I lived in West Virginia once, if that counts. My goal is to be back home before your stream ends. Oh, okay, cool. Work is for hillbillies. Hey. I was gonna say leave the singing Kirk songs to the professional. Well, yeah, I mean, duh. That would have. Oh, it would have. I'm telling you guys. Like, I can tell you right now a little bit. Like, I could give you the preview of what it would have been. Number one, it would have been her, like, doing this a lot, just on the camera. Just, where do I look? And the thing is, she was a commercial actress. Like, trust me. You'd think that she would know, like, not to look at a camera kind of thing, but this one she would just be like, I don't understand. Where am I? I did show her my setup. Because, like, my last physical memory with her is actually the one you guys kind of experienced it when I came home. Because I told you guys I dropped her off at an NA meeting, high as balls. And she had an OZ in her pocket, like a pillow, and she was just like, okay, bye. You know what? Again, it's a treat to have that. I don't know. Can one of you all look that up? I would do it, but you asked a good question there, Inverted. Do you mind? Have the costs gone up? Because, man, I wasn't. Damn, I was not prepared for that. That was the least. Like, I wasn't prepared for that at all. I just was like, and just doing a memorial, just a little, just a tiny memorial. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Man, I'm sorry. Yeah, these Trump tariffs, man. No, I'm not going into the politics. Yeah, nursing home said 1 month is $9,000. That's fucking wild. Yeah, because I know that insurance doesn't cover a lot of that. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Well, again, thank you everybody for letting me go through that. I think people are kind of like, okay, it's getting a little downer. No, the insurance would cover it, but it said you have to pay for the first month. Oh my God, it's like a down payment, man. Ugh. That's wild. Okay. Sorry, that kind of put a. I don't know why that made me bummed, but that's even. Hi, Pep and all. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Matesh. And yeah, I'm doing as well as I can. I mean, got my candle lit. I'm also trying to be as open with you guys as I can because it's helping me. Like, this is therapeutic, man. And you guys are awesome. You've been very, very open to listening. And again, it is getting a little sad, like, to see when my concurrent view count starts going down on one side or another, where I'm just like, oh, I feel like I'm bumming a lot of people out. But no, I want to get this out. We're almost through the first hour, and that's kind of, I'm goal oriented, so I like to kind of get my personal stuff out in the first hour, kind of just, hang, chat, that kind of stuff. Here I'm gonna allow it. The only thing with Trump and funerals is it doesn't cost $6,000 to bury an effing Mexican. The headline. What the fuck, dude? I mean, this guy. Yeah, well, man. Again, I hope that my experience can help you guys also just kind of prepare for that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, you don't think about it. You really don't. Like, at all. And the thing is, I've never thought about it because I've never really thought I was going to be in this position. So, yeah. No, it's because your appearance give a left-wing liberal view, which gamers aren't here for. No wonder your view count is low. Oh, that's okay. Whatever, man. My view count's low. Hey, I'm literally I'm still new at this in my eyes. I'm not even my first year in. And my mom just died, fuckface. So, I don't know. You feel good about yourself? This is literally my... You know what? No, I'm going to leave anybody that's doing this right now with that. This is my first show back since my mom fucking died on Friday. Unexpectedly. So I hope you feel fucking good about yourself. Do you? Do you feel fucking good about yourself that you came on a streamer's thing and you had to dog on the fact that he has a low number count? Like, I think that you might feel like a piece of shit right now, do you? Because, dude, that's my mom's like... Fuck you, Heimer. Like, fuck you. Seriously. You don't have to ban him. It's just... Seriously, if he walks out of this stream and he's not feeling like he's a piece of shit, like, yeah, man, haters. Yeah, whatever. No, it actually kind of, like, that felt good. Hey, man, I need to channel this anger somewhere. Heimer, you happen to be persona non grata today. So, strap in, bitch. Seriously, man. What kind of human, like, there's trolls, right? But what kind of human being? What kind of human being would even, like, think to say some shit like that? Or, right now, just in general, like, I mean, that's kind of sad, like, in general. Like, even if my mom hadn't just passed, it is kind of sad that you're just coming in here and just like, oh, look at your view count. It's like my 11, yeah, whatever. Like, cool. Dog therapy, thank you. Dog therapy. Whoa. He's like, I'll wake up for that. There you go. Some kind of monster. Maybe he didn't mean it that way. Mean it that way or not, I'm going to take it that way. He could have meant it like... I mean, he could have been more constructive with his words. Catch me outside, how about that? Catch me out where? Catch me outside, how about that? Excuse me? Dude, I love that clip. Excuse me, catch you out where? You feel the need to talk shit about his view count? I'm gonna put your ass in the iron right now, kid. If you can do better, pull up. I mean, for whatever, man. Legendary. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, start streaming, whatever. Yeah, start streaming. Yeah. Find out exactly how hard it is to even get this consistent of a view count, dickhead. Like, sorry, Allie, you're a lady, and my mom would not be happy with me right now for swearing so much. So I'm gonna tone it down, and I'm gonna apologize because you're a lady, and I feel bad. Unless you give me permission to haul off, which then I will go off. But no, I have a lady in this audience, and I will not. With his 52 followers. Okay, that kind of made me feel good. Really? He's only got 52 followers and he's coming on my stream and he's just like what? All right, now that made me feel good. I got the giggles today. Thank you. No, seriously, my mom, she would always be, watch your mouth. You can always show yourself. You don't have to show how crass you are. It's just like, so I'm gonna be saying, gosh darn it. Let's honor my mom. She'd be mad at me if so whatever. Gotta be a good son. This is one of the most loyal communities I've seen a streamer, and I watch a good number of people. Fuck that guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've never streamed on I have 12 followers. Oh, wow. Some kind of monster. He obviously didn't mean it that way, but Pep can get angry and should let him. I have 5 more streams to meet the affiliate goal. Oh, sweet. Yeah, man, hit that. Yes, let's get you that affiliate goal. Follow Squishmallow, please. I'll shout you out here in the I became a moderator in a left-leaning chat. Hell yeah, man. Oh. There. I'm one of those chuds. Hey, man. No. Hey, congratulations. You know what? Hey, Inverted Mystic, you've kind of proven yourself. I think that I can I think I can give you the mod status, burned by the hot pepper. I mean, guys, I am gonna pop off a little. Just oi, popping in before a client. Yo. You just missed a guy that was like, he said something that I took. I'm not sure if I took it. Did I take it wrong? Hold on. Let me see. Because what did he say? No, it's because your appearance gives off a left-wing liberal view, which gamers aren't here for. No wonder your view count is low. Okay, no, fuck him. It was the no wonder your view count is low and he's got 52 freaking followers. Whatever. I hate libs. I agree, Hassan. Wait, is this just the we're gonna repeat what everybody thinks that we already say kind of thing? See? Look! I can screenshot his chat. Look! He's totally one of those left-wing streamers. I mean, I am, but hey. And just get a better job. Who? Wait. Me and you both. I almost banned 2 liberals. I hate liberals. Guys, no. Do one thing. Guys. Be more. You gotta be more open, guys. I know I was already like that, but for real, my mom was technically one of them. Like, she was one of them old fogey types that just, you know, but you gotta be more open, because my mom was very open to our politics. The thing is, she was called a rhino by her friends in the last, few years of her life, because she moved down to Tennessee, deep red Tennessee, from Chicago. So immediately they called her a Chicago lib, and she's like, I was a Republican. And they're like, yeah, sure. And then, yeah, it turned out that she was a rhino. And then all of a sudden she saw the merits in, the left, like, not even just the left. Well, no, actually, I can say that in the last few conversations I had with her, that it was really nice. She was much more open to learning about, like, the socialist kind of stuff and Bernie Sanders, and she was much more supportive of like Bernie's platform and all that. She was very much the Bernie's too old. So, I mean, it sucks because he's the only one doing anything and polling numbers too. Like, we're gonna talk about that in a little bit, but yeah, man. But no, Rhino, Republican in name only, is what they would call her, because she was a rhino. Wait a minute. Technically, oh my god, my Trump impression is even better. Holy shit, I didn't think it could happen, but this is 10 out of 10. That just happened. Okay, so apparently having my vocal cords blown out is means that I can do Donald Trump perfectly. I don't even have to work. Look at this. All I have to do is just do a little bit of hand motions, dance on my jaw, and just go like this. Wow. Then he was like, you guys are lazy. I'm a sound engineer. I was like, bro, you make beats for a living? Okay, so he makes beats for a living. Good for him. I mean, I'm happy for him. That's cool. Oh, dude.
Kirk, $200. Hi.
Thank you, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right. I didn't think that was going to be what did it. Fuck. Thank you, man. I was, bro, you make me... Is that Shane Gillis? Looks like Shane Gillis going... Thank you for the donation. God. Okay, let me compose myself for a second. Yo, I made some beats. Let's hear them. Oh, yeah, you sent those. I didn't get to check those out before stream, man. If you're okay with me playing those on stream, I can do that. We love you, Pep. No homo sapien. Hey, thanks, guys. Liberal is a strong word. Say I hate libs. You can disagree with people. Just be more open. Just be nicer. We just make the world a little bit nicer. I don't know. How come people don't like nice people? I think that we watched a video about that recently, and it's still kind of sticking with me. Where I'm just like, yeah, how come? I don't know. It's easy targets, I guess. Oh, what? You're one of those guys that says he's nice. You're a nice guy. Dude, gotten that one. Like, no, I got. Didn't you just see? I have an angry side. Trust me, my stream has seen it. You know, I feel like still owe Duke of Bread a little bit of an apology for blowing up the way I did. I didn't even blow up on him. I just blew up at something that I know he's passionate about, so I still kind of feel bad about it. How about Libby McLiberson? I mean, I'm fine with that. the Libby McLibsons. There we go. I like that. I tried to train him. Pep talks, trust me. I tried, but he doubled down so hard. So I was like, okay, you're not here to engage in good faith. You're just a troll. I didn't even see what he was saying. Fuck him. Wait, who did you ban? Wait, Inverted Mystic, who did you wait, who did you ban? Who did you ban? Better not have banned Duke. He ain't no troll. That scared me for a second. I was like, wait, I was just talking about Duke. Never banned AWL. But it was a liberal guy. Oh, right. All right, you in your last stream. Again. I posted a Pep Talks exclusive video in the Discord. It's called Remembrance. It's about existential crisis in a Western world. Ooh. Be kind to people, but ruthless with institutions. Be nice to people, but ruthless with liberalism. Hey. I mean, I guess I could make a concession on that one. How's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well. No, I gotta get that. Up there. God, that's a cool thought to have, though. I could see my mom and Michael like having a nice little sit down. My mom meditated, so she would have totally joined in that. Oh, that's a cool thought. I mean, not that I don't know. I don't know where I'm at with that stuff. I'm just trying to keep at it. They're corny, but I took some old stuff and wrote it a few years ago. I try not to ban any people unless they're using hateful slurs or spamming malicious links. Yeah, that shit is ridiculous. No, you got it. Sorry to hear about the loss of your mother. It's hard and hope you were well. I'm hanging in there. Not gonna sit here being like I'm good. Definitely not. But I'm as good as I can be. This is helping. This is actually really helping. I haven't like broken down yet, so that's kind of nice. I got my mom's candle. Got her picture right there. So, debate to the death, guys. Yeah, man. Yeah. Real quick, I should probably cover that. I'm not going to be debating for a little bit, just so I can get my head right. I also, if I start getting like angry, please, like, just bear. It's coming from a grief place. More than likely, unless it is like one of those times where it's just something that I would usually get mad at. Like, I think you guys can gauge that by now. But if I like pop off it, kind of like what happened. We had a guy come in here and just say something about my view count, and I was just like, you know what? Fuck you. And that felt good. I will say that because, again, the one thing that I said there that I know, like, if I was trying to be a dick and I didn't know that the streamer I was talking to, like, his mom just passed away, I would have done that. You seem functional, probably still in shock. A little bit. Trust me. I'm preparing for this weekend because I have to go down to Tennessee, and I have a feeling that's when it's really set in. I'll be honest. Yesterday, I was thinking about streaming, but I actually got the news that they cremated her like right before I was thinking about it. So I was kind of like, oh, maybe not. Reality is wild. The first dream is when it really hits you. Yeah, I had that. I've already dreamed about her. And it's kind of wild because my two uncles passing, I went to call her twice with both of them. Immediately when I got off the phone from finding out, I called her, and yeah, that was kind of that sucked. When my mom dies, I will go to Vipassana for maybe a month. Trust me, man. That crossed my mind. It did cross my mind, but I hate to say this too. We got a little bit of a shock learning just how expensive these I've already said it, but I'll just keep saying it. How expensive dying in America is. And just even when you try and do it the cheapest way. This is, yeah. I still can't get over that, man. Just the cold, like, dude, the way that we were like told it too, man. Like the guy was so cold. Like good at his job because he wasn't take no bullshit kind of guy. Like tears, it didn't affect that guy. Like I'm pretty sure that you ever seen you guys have seen, everybody's seen Final Destination. He reminded me of what's not Tony Daniels. God, what's his name? The guy who played Candyman. But he played the mortician, and man, it's almost like I met the same guy. It's just like, what the fuck? And everything was over the phone, man. Like, ugh. And then finding out from like my stepdad, I guess. Never called him that really, but where he was just like, yeah, this isn't. Apparently, we're in trouble. Like that was kind of how he broke it to me. I was like, oh yeah, your mom didn't really have an estate or anything like that. It's like, oh fuck. So yeah, guys, as I said, Tony Todd, thank you, Tony Todd. I'll keep posting the link if you guys can help out in any way. I appreciate it. If you guys are going to help out the stream in the freeway, that also helps me get more attention on the stream. So hit that like button, hit that follow button. I really appreciate it, guys. And I'm sorry if this is your first stream with me. This is probably one of the hardest like most emotional streams that will probably be like in my catalog. So yeah, I subbed out because my excavator was the only functional run around me at the time, and I kept the contract for 2 years. At Pep Talks, have I posted in Discord yet? No, I haven't. You know what? I should do that. Here. Let me take care of that. Thank you for actually reminding me. Oh, also, ooh, thank you for the Pep Talks. Thank you for the exclusive stuff too here, guys. Yeah. Doing Donald Trump. I still can't believe how easy this is. It's almost like I did it too much, where it was just like, we're gonna make this totally easy on you. Oh my god. Yeah. Taking the stock market is totally the worst. It's not the worst thing that's going on with you. Be happy. Come on, Pep. Don't be such a whiny baby. Here we go. Here we go. T-minus 8 minutes. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that and then we'll get to the segments. Cause yeah, I want to get back to the politics, guys. This is High on Politics, so let's get high and do the politics. Oh, it's only an hour 12. Man, okay. That felt like it was a lot longer, I'll be honest. Okay, bitches, I'm back, bitches. Hell yeah. Welcome back. Oh, man. All right. Uh-oh, you guys are getting into a musical discussion. Hell yeah, keep that one in Discord. Watch your mouth. Wait, what'd I say? Oh, right. All right. I gotta keep it PG, guys. That's right. No, I'll try my best. Thank you. Picking up the slack. I swear my mom is literally right there with her hand on her shoulder, your shoulder, just going, tell him. Tell him. You tell him. Okay, no. I'm sorry. I apologize. I could have said it first. How dare you, you bastard. That was always one of my favorite things, is like how my mom would do that. She'd just be like, you need to watch your mouth, and then she would turn around and just be like, but you could fuck off. It's just like, had that happen multiple times. One of my favorite things that ever happened was actually, this wasn't with her, but it was her ex-boyfriend. He picked me up from school and he got cut off, and I went to a, like, you know, hardcore Christian school, and this mom, without missing a beat, just went, "Wah!" And he was just like, "Jesus," and he just shouted, "Jesus is number one." And I was just like, damn, that was actually pretty good. That one stuck. It's pretty funny. All right, so we got 5 minutes until we hit that. I appreciate y'all hanging out and making it to my first stream back. That really, it means a lot to me, guys. Your view count is low because your boring bro has a Ninjago profile picture. Anyone remember Ninjago? LOL. He's obviously a memer. I mean, hey, Ninjago is all right. My brother liked Ninjago. Like, I don't know. Wait, was it Ninjago or No, he liked Bionicle. Bionicle was cool. Ninjago. Oh, that's the yeah. That okay. Whatever. I'm not. Listen, I don't nerd shame. I really try not to. The only time that I see something that's sus now is if you're a grown man playing Roblox. Like, I'm sorry. I am sorry if I'm offending anybody in here. I just do feel like that community is so tarnished that it's kind of like, you guys can just play something else. But I don't know. Whatever. Again, I try not to nerd shame. So as long as you're into it for like good stuff, like Dr. Unstoppable. Cough, cough. Yeah, I saw him playing that shit on Discord. Where I was like, makes sense. My little brother loves Ninjago. He's listen, as somebody who is a big like advocate of building Legos, and you know, I'm fine with that. But nah, whatever. Like, I'm not. Man, now you're making it seem like I really do care. Like what that guy says. Like, listen, I'm happy with you guys. Just whoever's in chat right now. If you guys gotta bail, you gotta bail. Whatever. Like. Dude, you know how many times I've just been watching a stream and I'm like, all right, I gotta go do something else, or I want to watch something else. Like, trust me. And again, a lot of people who come to the stream and lurk, they're here for like political opinions and that kind of stuff. Like, you guys are like my core audience here that really, you know, care. And no, not care, because I'll say like lurkers care. You know, sometimes I was not somebody who was very active in communities until very recently, so I kind of get it. I don't play. I don't know what is it. Or what it is. It's a game where it's kind of like Minecraft, like it's like Legos, but Minecraft, like Minecraft Legos, I guess. Is that it? That's like the best way to put it, right? Because I thought Roblox were like a real thing before they were like, it was a game, right? I don't know. It's different when you are playing with your cousin. Oh, no, like again, I don't play Minecraft, but I play Minecraft when my, nephew wants to play Minecraft, which I'm just here for the stand cam. Hey, he is being a good boy. Yeah, we also have some fun there because we just found I'm 90% sure it's a fatty tumor, but he's got a little cyst on him that I'm gonna have to go get checked out after all this stuff's done. If I could, knock on wood, if I couldn't jail anything. Yeah, Roblox fan base is too young for comfort for me for online games. Yeah, exactly. No. Like if you play it by yourself, like and you're just building your own world, whatever. What? Yeah. Stan has it's like a little fatty cyst. It's not bothering him. And yeah. You have Adrian's stream going on Kick. Huh. How's she doing on Kick? I don't see her on YouTube much anymore, so it must be going well. I hope she's doing well, man. I haven't really been able to check other people's streams out much, obviously, in the last few weeks, too. But poor pupper. Life is hitting me in the dong. So, whatever. But she's doing good. Good. I'm really happy for her because I know that she was like that whole thing with Twitch. I'm still mad at that. Like that fucking sucks. But yeah, man, she gave me my first raid, so like I always got a special place for her. I think that she actually got a gifted membership recently, so she's always welcome in the community. But I also understand how it is, like being a streamer. Sometimes it's hard, Go watch other streams. I get it. Ugh. But I think she supports and shouts out and all that kind of fun stuff. Ouch. Yeah. I'm trying not to worry about that one. Because realistically, I have enough experience with like my dogs and cysts and that kind of shit. Like as far as like what do you call them? Like the little polycystic polycystic something. It's the tiny ones. They're like infected pimples that turn really, really big. My older dog ended up getting those, so yeah, we're keeping an observation on that. So that's what's going on with me, you guys. Thank you for catching up with me for this hour, and yeah, I'm gonna hit this for the we got mountain time. Kids make me uncomfortable. I'm a germaphobe, and kids are walking germs. I mean, they are, ish. I'm not one of those guys. Like, kids are fine. Like, I love my nephew, and I love being able to give him back and just be like, yo, all right, like, you're all caffeinated up. I'm tired. That did kind of like make me realize just how much work they are, though, man. Like, I respect the hell out of all parents. I really do. It's just one of those things, I'm just like, not for me. Is this working? No wonder it wasn't hitting right. I had it on its lowest setting. Okay. Talon, what's up, man? How you doing? Huh. Bro, there was this kid that was hanging out on my Xbox Minecraft when I was like 13 in 2013. He messaged me like when it was my 18th birthday, and it was like, whoa, bro, you remember me after that long? Oh, damn. Call him master out of context comments, lol. My parents are actually bad, actually. I do not respect maybe more than many parents, not your parents. Many parents are, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I'm not one of those guys that's just like all parent, like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? The good parents, the ones who put in the work, the ones who even like, God, the ones who are just like, man, I feel like I'm fucking up. Those are usually the best parents. I'm just gonna say it as an outsider. Yeah, the ones that have a little bit of self-awareness. It's the ones that are just like, my kids love me so much, even though I hate everything about them. Like, yeah. Those are the ones that I'm just kind of like, oh, you're a shining example of who shouldn't have children. Parents who are have one child are messing up. Why? Come on. I cherish my sister and my brother and all that, but I know what you mean. Ha ha ha! I'm just autistic. I know, dude. I love you, dude. You're the best. Usually they need more than one good. Well, yeah. Well, dude. Again, dude. My parents, they were far from perfect, man. They're far from perfect, but they did their best. So. They also kind of like. I had honest parents, like. One of the funniest conversations I ever had with my dad was when I was just like, yo, if you could do it again, would you? He's like, no. And he said it so fast. I mean, it was lightning. I was like, oh. Not a... Okay. He just told me, he's like, yeah, no. Like, if I had all, like, the context and, like, I saw all this, probably, no. I was like, it's wild. And then he was like, but that doesn't mean that I don't love the fact that I do have you guys. It's just like, no, he's like, you put the question out there. That's all my pops is, though. Yeah, and credit to him, man. He was very cool. He's been God, I think that this like turned him into a different kind of guy. Gotta be honest. It's like the weirdest like I've ever seen him. Which, I don't know. I mean, if you guys are parents, maybe you guys can explain that to me. Like, is it like because I'm hurting and it's literally because it's me, and he's just like, yeah. I think that I don't know. He's not the best at articulating it, and me and my sister were talking about it. And I was just like, I think that's what's going on. I don't know. I hate this little hair I got going on. Anyway, who needs a hug? I don't know, guys. I can give virtual hugs all day. You guys gave me so many virtual hugs, which usually you'd think is a stupid concept, right? And like, I don't know, like, but no, like, it's almost like I felt you guys hugging my brain. So, oh, sorry. What do I mean? Oh, what do I mean? What do I mean? Damn it. I did my stoner thing where I forgot what I was talking about. Crap. I always do this. Brain hugs are the best. I gotta say, again, like, it's weird when you need it. And like, this is why I was getting a little mushy with y'all, is because, yeah, y'all were there definitely when I needed it. Like, Anna, thank you for letting me vent. That meant a lot to me. Kirk, thank you for your advice. Like, guys, thank you. I had a bunch of people reach out that I'm sorry if I kind of threw you guys out there. I just realized I'm like, oh shit, maybe you guys weren't comfortable with that. I don't know. Fuck. either way, I do deeply appreciate it. And we're going to go into segments. But that first hour and a half of the show was dedicated to my mom. And as I said, everybody that is stuck around for that, you know, my small view count, I really appreciate it. Fucking asshole. Yeah, that one bugged me. Oh, a new viewer was just like, what was going on here? You aren't articulating, so at yourself, LOL. Sorry, if I could read your mind. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you. That's very Psychonauts too. Brain hugs with the good vibes. Yeah. No, I mean, I was very hesitant to reach out. I'm never sure how it will come off, but I'm so effing glad you are doing better right now. Thanks. No, for real. That shit helped like a lot. Because honestly, I even had, okay, so I had a much bigger streamer reach out to me, and they were very cool. And like they had a I guess their mother passed recently, so yeah, I'm not gonna say who it is, but they were really, really cool. And I gotta say, man, like that was wild. Like, sorry, I had to go check on my friend. He's playing a car making game. Oh, cool. Hey, no what? Hey, guys, again, if you guys got to dip out of stream, you got to dip out of stream. I know that I'm coming off as neurotic because that guy said, like, whatever. No, honestly, I'm more so wondering, like, if what I said to him bothered him. Like, I just want to know. I want to know if, like, if that got to him, because I know it'd get to me. Like, but then again, I have a soul, I guess, or, well, I actually care what people think. I try not to troll. Even when I troll, like, sometimes I do feel bad. Where I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I went a little hard. I made this idea, hydraulic double nitro. So basically, you put nitro pointing down. Right, extends the hydraulics to jump, then retract them. So, wait, are you talking like literally putting nitro on a lowrider? I mean, if you want to be most effective with it, you just make it a lowrider, so you can just set the hydraulics and also get that nice bounce. God. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's do the politics. Let's go into the actual stuff. Oh man, I wish I had something just to go. Politics. There. That's it. That's what we're doing. All right, we're gonna go with the ground news segment first. You know the deal. If you guys can, if you haven't already, please consider checking out ground news. Especially now that they got competition. I was watching that Jubilee thing, and I was like, wait a minute, that sounds suspiciously like ground news. The ground news was the OG, and they have all the permissions as far as every single news source. So I am a little bit biased on this one, but consider getting yourself a ground news subscription to get yourself more informed about everything and cut through the algorithms. So I appreciate it, guys. But y'all knew that deal. I feel like I'm already preaching to the choir. Kind of am. But also, as I said, most importantly, if you guys can help out the stream in any way, and you are a new viewer, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, follow, and you guys can donate at the link below. And did it go? No, it didn't. Damn it. Redo it now. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And also, do me a favor. If you guys don't have a will, like, consider doing that. Please. Just for your family's sake, especially if you have children. Holy crap, man. Thank God me and my sister are actually like really cool. That's one thing I'm lucky about. It's just seeing the other family members kind of like come out and just be like, hey, it's like, no. Chill. I'm totally okay with entertaining it, but chill. I give everything to my dog. I mean, my wife would be so pissed. Be like, you did what? I may have made a mistake. Oops. Well, I'm not gonna make that mistake because, yeah. Now I've actually learned, so we're talking about that. Anyway. So, small business optimism falls at fastest pace in 5 years. No kidding. No frickin' kidding. Packing my bags and boarding the plane. Wait. Is this song? Wait. I don't know if I'll be back. Wait. Sorry. I feel like there's like two songs that I'm mixing up in my head and I'm just like, wait, what song is it? Don't do it. I hate when people die and family members you have never seen or haven't seen in like 10 years reached. Real quick, I go to big screen for this one. Yeah. Like, dude, it hasn't even been a week yet. Like, it's wild. It is fucking wild, the audacity of some people. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. And, dude, the worst part is when they do it with that, like, hey, how you doing? You know, I heard that something's going on. I'm not dumb. Oh. Okay, Anna, thank you. Oh, well, now that I know that, I'm going to be borrowing that. All right, so we got Acid House I wanted to play here in a minute. Oh, wait. I'm getting all over. Trying not to get you deep. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. What? This happens outside of the movies. F them so effing much. It's wild. It's fucking wild. Like in my case, I'll just say this. I know that my mom hasn't talked to this person from my family for a very long time. The first thing they, like, after, how you doing? Is, hey, do you remember if your mom has, it's like, yeah, that was rough. Just for the record, F those people. F those types of people. Just types of people in general. I know for a fact they ain't watching this, so. God, I wish I could just call them out, too, because it's just like, why did you have to be that? Why? We have 100%. Hey, look at that. Wall Street falls in a manic day after briefly dropping more than 10% below its record. Holy shit. S&P closes as a tit-for-tat tariff stroke uncertainty. We should go with Reuters on this one. U.S. stocks fell on Tuesday. Don't really give a shit. I should, because it's like, hey, your 401k. After watching that thing with Sam, I was like, yeah, my 401k. It's like, none of it's safe. Except for my 78% guarantee, which they're trying to take away. Urgh. Trade was volatile following conflicting tariff updates, while progress toward a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia briefly lifted equities. Oh, shit. Oh, excuse me. Go away with your advertising. House Republicans pass government funding bill ahead of Friday's shutdown deadline. Oh, that's good. I guess. White House says Trump won't cut Social Security, Medicare after Musk remarks. Say that some media outlets misinterpreted Elon Musk's comments about entitlement programs, noting he referred to waste and fraud, not cutting spending. Jesus Christ. It's only waste and fraud. That's all we're doing. It's all we're doing. I swear to God. Don't look any deeper. Don't look any deeper. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we're actually going to go into something really important here in a minute. Anyone do bonds? I was thinking about buying some. You know what? As a streamer, I'm not comfortable talking about that because I could actually get in trouble for like giving even solicited financial advice. So I have to just say I am not a financial channel. I am not I'm not a financial analyst by any means. By any means. I just try to be as smart as I can with money, and I'll just say this. If you don't already have a high yield savings account, look into those. Bonds, I think, from my understanding, they're safer to invest in than just general stocks, but I don't know, man. One thing I did way back when was when I got married. She had a fidelity thing, and I was like, oh, I'll talk to this, and it seemed to make a lot more sense. Get Israeli bonds. Don't get U.S. bonds. Get Israeli bonds. They aren't going after fraud, which is done by provider. Yeah. No, they're. I'm glad that that's actually hitting the mainstream right now. It seems like a lot of people are finally pushing back against like the false narratives on this one, because like this one's I think Kyle Kalinske said it here. You know what? Since we're on this story, let's go into this one. Yeah, let's check out what Kyle had to say about this. Because I also got to pee. So.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show.
Whoa!
Lot of craziness going on. Market absolutely
How loud
imploding.
did I make my computer?
Tesla losing 50% of its value since December. The wheels are coming off, and they're coming off fast. So, lots to talk about. In just a second, Trump voters have fucked
James
around
Bonds.
and found out the hard
James
way.
Bonds.
I got some videos on that front for you. We'll talk about that. Then we have MAGA media coping extremely hard over Trump's economy. In fact, they're blaming Biden for things that Trump is directly responsible for. So we'll talk about that. We also have a really interesting story, man, about how Elon's Tesla may have been caught in a massive fraud campaign. You're not going to want to miss that story. And then later on, Andrew Schultz, the comedian from the Rogan Sphere,
like button,
is just
tickled
tickled pink by Trump's warmongering and imperialism. He thinks it's really
To be honest, I'm too broke to know, not gonna lie.
cute. I'll show you that video.
Listen, if you guys are looking for like more financial advice from what I would consider a better source, Caleb Hammer's channel is really good. He's a bit of a dick with his content as far as like putting people on blast, and like I liked it for a long time, but then there were certain times where I'm like, okay, you're kind of being a condescending douche, and I can tell that it's like, nah, you don't follow your own advice. And then I also found out like how invested he is as far as like, you know, being a landlord. I was like, oh, that's kind of damn.
And
I got a little sad.
we
by
have
that.
a MAGA closet case is
The move index is showing line go up, so I'm good.
proposing a
Hey, that's good.
full porn ban and many other things as well. Stephen A. Smith berated Al Green for daring to protest Trump. Needless to say, I'll have a lot to say on that topic. So everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. That's below. It helps out massively and costs you nothing at all. And of course, much love to everybody who supports this show on Patreon. We could not do
Patreon.
without
I'll be doing that soon because we're the Sam Cedar thing with Jubilee has kind of forced my hand with that one.
We are real.
Like, I really, really want to watch it in full with you guys, but I can't.
Independent media.
Although I think I can on Twitch. I'm still getting the okay on that one.
I've never had a conversation with an advertiser or a corporation or a billionaire or a government. This show is grassroots, man, and I'm very proud of that fact, and you guys make that possible.
Lame.
All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it, y'all. Let's start here.
I love seeing Tesla get wrecked. It is funny. And the fact that Donald Trump, who doesn't, by the way, I just found this out recently, doesn't even have a driver's license.
News report for you.
You know what? I'm going to go out and buy a Tesla. Even though, wait a minute, didn't that weird kid give me one of those Cybertrucks? I already have a Tesla. What do you mean? It's got my face on it.
Guys. And
that's pretty cool.
A lot of Trump supporters.
Would you drive a truck with your face on it?
Are having, let's call it, mixed feelings at this point in his presidency.
Best financial advice is for the working class is to unite the unions and force their employers to sign contracts.
Because he's already destroyed so much in such a short time frame. So let's watch here, and we'll break it down as we go.
Jennifer Piggott voted for Trump in the November election.
Talks if I was a narcissist.
Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Absolutely. I feel a little bit betrayed.
She was among more than 125 people dismissed last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service in Parkersburg, West Virginia.
There's always that back and forth conversation now.
Stuff me and Trump have in common. No driver's license, apparently.
It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, nobody that I've talked to understood the devastation that
never needed
having this administration in office would do to our lives.
No kings, no tyrants, no kings, no tyrants.
The cuts have shaken up a community that overwhelmingly voted.
I mean, think about it. Even when he sat in the garbage truck, he had to sit in the passenger seat.
For Trump. He won West Virginia with 70% of the vote, one of his biggest victories. But the betrayal felt by Piggott, a church-going conservative and three-time Trump voter, comes as political analysts are examining early signs of a possible backlash in Republican strongholds like Parkersburg.
So look, let me just point this out.
Self-proclaimed narcissist here.
Trump
I'm kidding,
has always been a hardcore conservative.
He might be.
Conservatives don't believe,
I don't know, man. You got empathy.
in government jobs. They think you are a parasite if you have a government job. They think you are a moocher.
Could you imagine getting cut off by Trump? By Trump in a driving lesson, he sticks his tiny little hand out, his tiny little finger. Hold on. I gotta flip this guy the bird.
They think you
wait a minute. He can't see it. It's my little hummingbird finger.
are a leech on society if you have a government job. They don't view that as a real job.
I mean, dude, that was so on the nose. The fact that at the final days of his campaign, he gets in a fucking garbage truck with his name on it, and he doesn't see the allegory.
And so now Elon is doing Trump's dirty work and slashing.
Choo-choo, get on the Trump train. It's actually a garbage truck, not an analogy for how this presidency is gonna go.
Government programs left and right, freezing funding, destroying the Department of Education, destroying the anti-scam police, firing veterans and disabled
Does he know
veterans
how to drive? Probably not.
on a regular basis.
He's in
And
New
so,
York.
look, part of me can't help but say,
A lot of New Yorkers don't have driver's license.
how is this not the "I didn't think the leopards would eat my face" response? How is it not that? Right?
People need to bring out the pro-union protest songs again. Just wait until like all of this hits everybody monetarily. It's happening a lot faster than I thought it even would. Like, dude, I was talking May. We're in March, and they're already like, you're seeing Republicans finally giving up on this and going like, nah, brah.
Now, at the same time, I feel bad for everybody who's impacted negatively about this. But what should happen is the Democrats should reverse all this destruction, but make crystal clear, hey, it's us that saved your ass. In the same way, remember when we had the stimulus checks and Trump held up the stimulus checks and delayed them a little bit just so he could get his name on the checks?
Hold on,
and then
hold on. I got to make my little scribbles.
Biden did his stimulus checks, which, by the way, were bigger. Biden did not insist on putting his name on the checks. Okay, well, that era...
One of my mom's favorite jokes that I had recently, I'm just like, yeah, Donald Trump based his signature on the collective blood pressure of America.
That era has to be dead and
I
gone.
really like that one.
The facts will not sell themselves. This is what Democrats need to understand, right? So now you see a clear opportunity. Here are hardcore conservative Republicans like, damn, I don't like this. And so The lane is wide open, y'all. The lane is wide open.
Where the government slashing efforts of Trump and Doge are beginning to hit home.
Elon Musk has basically taken over our government and has calling the shots, unfortunately, it seems to be.
A handful of Republican voters who lost their federal jobs joined Democrats at a recent anti-Doge protest near the Bureau of Fiscal Service offices in Parkersburg. But the federal job losses in the state could soon extend beyond the BFS building, says West Virginia University economics professor John Deskins.
West Virginia is at the very top of the states in terms of the federal workforce as a share of total workforce in the state. So if the federal layoffs happen, if they hit West Virginia, we stand to suffer a disproportionate share when those jobs disappear, when that income disappears.
We already discussed West Virginia was begging for a disaster declaration for their flooding. Begging.
Yeah.
And Trump didn't sign it. He was dragging his feet. So remember, one of the things Trump said on the campaign trail, he was hammering Biden over not giving enough help to North Carolina when there was flooding in western North Carolina because of that hurricane. Trump, the federal government's left you high and dry. They're not even helping you out. Look at this. It's a disaster. It's disgusting. You better help these people. Why are you helping Ukraine? Help people here at home. Then West Virginia has massive flooding, begging for a disaster declaration from Trump, fucking nothing. In fact, what Trump has done is he's gone out there and said, we should dismantle FEMA. We should abolish FEMA completely. And so this is a twofer for the good folks of West Virginia, right? Being abandoned when there was a flooding disaster by Trump and MAGA, and now massive Elon Musk-induced layoffs of all of these people.
But in Reuters interviews with 36 workers, business owners, and politicians in Parkersburg, nearly all said that Trump's focus on cutting government spending was a worthy goal. And Reuters Ipsos...
Does every American man have a Trump impression in their back pocket? I think so, but I gotta say, like, mine started like Kyle's, like, at the beginning of 2016, but it's totally evolved. I've got the finer nuances.
Americans' attitude toward Trump.
Hey, when you have to listen to this asshole all the time, you tend to pick a few things up.
Are so far essentially unchanged.
I barely have to work for this one though, because my throats are like, as I said, I scorched my vocal cords, and now I'm like, oh shit.
Changed.
No, I don't know when this report was made, but it absolutely is changing. So there was one poll, it was either 24% or 26% support for what Elon Musk is doing. Elon himself had a 36% approval rating. This is all indicative of the cuts being deeply, deeply unpopular and having a negative effect. And then, yes, Trump's numbers now are coming down. He's already underwater. When at the beginning of your time in office, it's a honeymoon period. Biden was plus 17, to give just one example. Trump was maybe plus 2, plus 3. Now he's underwater. So it's already happening.
Federal workers in February. As of this week, his approval rating was holding steady at 44%.
Cutting costs and waste and fraud and. We love that big picture. I love that big picture. My friends, we were excited about that.
They're not cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. This is their lie. This is their dodge. We're all about cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse. And then you get into the specifics, and they call things they don't like waste, fraud, and abuse, right? When they cut off all the funding to USAID, well, guess what? A lot of that money went to HIV medication to children to save their lives. They consider that waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what they consider the entire Department of Education waste, fraud, and abuse. They considered the air traffic controllers who were keeping planes from crashing waste, fraud, and abuse. They consider the entire CFPB, the anti-scam police, they say that's waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, guess what? That agency protects you from fraud. So they are taking the pro-fraud position to destroy that agency. We need to get past these linguistic tricks that are used by the right. They're not actually, if they were in favor of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, Trump never would have fired the inspectors general. Those are the actual people who go after waste, fraud, and abuse, and Trump fired them.
Again, I can't help but go back to the fact that what is the decisions that you're making right now solving in the big picture? It just, so the concept of voting for that again, voting for Elon Musk essentially to wreck people's lives, I can't do it.
Yeah, because they viewed you as the waste, fraud, and abuse. Your job, they consider waste, fraud, and abuse. The thing that I will never wrap my mind around is, I don't know why these people can't get it through their heads. These people don't care about you. They don't give a fuck about you. Now me, a dirty lefty, I'm not going to agree with you. Fuck, I'm not going to be friends with you, right? We're not going to yuck it up. We're not going to have conversations. We're not going to giggle and text each other. But I want you to have health care. I want you to have a good paying job. That's what I want. I want to make sure you and your family members don't get sent overseas to die in stupid, unnecessary wars. I want to make sure big financial institutions can't scam you, can't commit fraud, can't shake you down. I want to make sure your boss is not legally allowed to be such a massive asshole to you that it impacts your quality of life. That's what I want. I'm never going to like you. I'm never going to get along with you. We're never going to go to dinner together, all that stuff. But I want you to have a good life. That's what I want. Trump doesn't give a fuck about you. Elon doesn't give a fuck about you. Not even close. You're considered the waste, fraud, abuse in his mind. And he will spin it. If he were to learn directly from you, you were fired, all this, oh, but I supported you, sir. He wouldn't give a fuck. He wouldn't lift a finger to try to help you.
The economic impact of the mass dismissals across America may not be immediately felt. So far, 100,000 government workers have been fired or taken a buyout.
I've read as high as 250,000. They're saying 100,000. I've read as high as 250,000. Either way, yeah, you're going to see a massive contraction in the economy, right? The private sector is going to tank. The public sector, by definition, is tanking with all these layoffs. Yeah, the market is crashing. Gee, I wonder why. Because of all these things, plus the instability brought about by I'm going to do the tariffs, I'm not going to do the tariffs, I'm going to warmonger with this country and that country. I truly don't think people understand just how much of a colossal, epic disaster this administration is going to be when all's said and done.
Berg is bracing for another round of layoffs, with all government agencies ordered to make plans to cut career staff by March 13th.
And at the same time, Elon Musk is sending himself more corporate welfare, more government money at the exact same time. He gets more subsidies, he gets more tax money, right? But you get fired. You lose your $55,000 a year job. Makes no sense. Well, it makes perfect sense to the leopards eating people's faces party, right? This is what they want. And so now I hope this is a wake-up moment for a lot of these people. I got one more for you. Here we have a Trump voter who had a little run-in with ICE.
The man we spoke with is a U.S. citizen. He provided us with documentation of his legal status. He says this experience has shaken his faith in the immigration enforcement efforts of President Donald Trump, for whom he voted, he says. This is what Yenzi Machado managed to record on his phone Wednesday. He says while he was driving to work with two other men, he was
But dude, like a lot of these, they're just like, oh, they're fake, man.
Stopped by ICE agents on Lamont Drive in Manassas, a short distance.
I was wondering if Trump is taking the economy on purpose so he can use Trump coin money to buy stocks and other assets for cheap. Yep.
From his
no, that's what a lot of people are speculating.
Home. He says he was confused by what was happening, why agents surrounded the pickup truck. He spoke with our sister station, Telemundo 44 reporter Rose Beliz Quinones, who was the first to report his story.
And they just got out of the car with the guns in the hands and say, turn off the car, give me the keys, open the window. And, you know, everything was really fast.
Machado says the agents said the name of a man they were seeking for a deportation order, someone who had given Machado's home address. He said that was not his name, and he did not know anyone by that name. He offered to show them this, his real ID compliant Virginia driver's license. It has a star in the upper right corner and requires proof of lawful status.
They didn't ask me for any ID. I was telling the officer if I can give him the ID, but he said that just keep my hands up, not moving. And then after that, he told me to get out of the car. And then he put the handcuffs on me. And then he went to me and said, how did I get into this country? And if I was waiting for court or if I have any case. And I told him I was an American citizen. And he looked at his other partner like, you know, smiling, like saying, can you believe this guy? Because he asked the other guy, do you believe him?
Machado said he was uncuffed and immediately released after showing his driver's license. The two men with him were taken into custody. He does not know why. The incident has caused him to reflect.
Because, like I say, I was a Trump supporter. I voted for Trump last elections, but because I thought it was going to be the things, you know, like be pointless, like just go against criminals, not every illegal Hispanic looking like that. They will assume we are illegals, you know.
So, do you think that's what they're doing now?
That's what they're doing now. They're just following Hispanic people looking like.
Immigration lawyers suggest that residents.
This is what drives me nuts, though. It's like, were we really just screaming into the air? Because we've been saying this for how long? Like, do you guys ever feel that way where it's just like, we've been saying this for how long?
And citizens carry ID with them at all times.
I mean, he didn't say that, right? Trump did not say, oh, yeah, we're only going after the criminals. He didn't say that. He said, we're not only are we not only going after the criminals, we're against all undocumented immigrants. But then beyond that, he was even going after legal immigrants. That was the whole, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. That's what that was about. That was about legal Haitian immigrants. He just said we're going to remove temporary protected status from the 240,000 Ukrainian refugees we have in this country. We already learned there are people being sent to Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, who don't have any criminal record whatsoever. You've had ICE stop U.S. veterans, stop a whole family from Puerto Rico, including a child, who are U.S. citizens. So, no, it literally is, you have brown skin. You seem Hispanic. We're going to harass you. That's what it is. That's what it is. By the same token, what are they doing? If you are a pro-Palestine protester on a college campus, they say, oh, we're declaring that you're pro-Hamas, even though you're not, and there's no evidence of that, and now we're going to detain you and we're going to deport you. Guys, this is what authoritarianism is. This is what it is. They don't care about the details. They don't care about the specifics. They don't care about the nuances. They don't care about the law. They don't care about your story. It's we made our mind up. We're acting, right? And this is one, I'm sure, of many instances. There was another story the other week of a guy whose wife was deported. He had voted for Trump. Like, guys, you gotta wakey, man. It's here.
Sorry, I got my hair.
Authoritarianism is here. Fascism is here. The robber baron coup is here. These people do not give a flying fuck about you. They care about money, power, and control. That's what they care about. And that's why you see, how many scams are they going to run? Trump launched a crypto scam coin 2 days before his inauguration and shook down his own supporters to the tune of billions of dollars. Okay, that's to say nothing of the crypto reserve, which also is a massive heist. It's a robber baron heist. Let's rob the taxpayers to pay off people like David Balsax and all of his other crypto broligarch friends who funded his campaign. That's why they're there. Okay, this is all about money, power, and control. That's what it's about. They don't care about you. They never will care about you. They never did care about you. And all of their policies are going to be geared towards class war, making your life a living hell and helping out the robber baron class. And now, you know, it's late. It's a late date here, but a lot of people are waking up to it, including many Trump voters. Look, there's one segment of Trump supporters who are never going to move an inch. Those are the true Kool-Aid drinkers, the true cult members. There have been examples of people saying, I lost my job because of this administration, but it's okay. I don't blame them. I love Trump. They exist. I've seen it. Okay, they're TFG. TFG, dog. Too far gone. You're never going to get them back, ever, right? But what is that? 30% of the public? 25%? Thereabouts, right? Which means what? The overwhelming majority are on the other side of that, and people are beginning to wake up, and that's why you're seeing furious people at town halls shouting at the Republicans, right? And then again, the material reality is going to hit these people in the head like an anvil. With the stock market crashing, people losing their jobs, the economy contracting, the social safety net being slashed, when that material reality slaps people in the face, oh, there's going to be a lot of fucking people waking up, bro. And there's going to be a very different country, and the pitchforks are going to be on the way out. I can guarantee you that. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Protein shake that does not really taste like a protein shake. Hell yeah. All right. Let's see what we got next. Give me 1 second. All right. If you're an immigrant who has wealth and owns a business or a house, I bet they wouldn't mess with you. It's all about money. Yeah. Crypto broligarchs is the perfect term, and I hate it. We all know this. Why do we still listen? Hey. I remember when I first immigrated, I was waiting by the bus stop, and some guy walked up to me and was like, travail. I was like, what? Then my friend told me later what that meant. Other than Pep asked us to today. I think that means, like, if I wanted some work. Oh. Trump left me for dead while getting me fired, but you know what? It was my fault. Hail Orange Daddy, Kool-Aid drinking Trump supporters. Yeah, no shit. For real, man. Shit's wild. All right, let me take a little puff, and then we're gonna go into the next segment, which is gonna be fun. We go into the MR part of this, which I actually think we start at the fun part, like for me. All right, here we go. They're so creepy, so contradictory. Yeah, my mom's favorite name for Trump was Cheeto in Charge. She heard, I think my wife showed her, like it was something, it was one of those videos, like those TikTok videos, and yeah, it was very funny. She just started calling him Cheeto in Charge every time, and then she had that thing where she was like, no, I'm not gonna use his name. I can't even bring myself to use his name. It's very funny. As I said, she is, or was, sorry. She was a very, very funny person too, so. LOL, yeah. She also liked Mango Mussolini. That one always tickled her. Mango Mussolini. Hold on, what do you mean? It's technically bronzer. How is it that he uses bronzer and somehow looks just completely orange? Like, that is kind of makes you think. Watched wrestling pretty much my entire life, and it's just like, I like Cheeto Jesus. Cheeto Jesus. Cheeto is also fitting because he's a cheat. Oh! I like it. I like it. Guys. You want to know one of my favorite just dumb jokes? It's the, why is there no gambling in Africa? There's too many cheetahs. Oh, my 6-year-old nephew that he just stared at me like, it's like, oh, too young still, huh? Damn. They have more neutral fake tan options, but he chooses the worst one. I know! No, it's so weird, man. It goes so against his complexion. Because, like, they've done the comparison. Like, that's why he kind of has that, like, he looks like a pig. I saw this meme that, like, compared his eyes to an actual pig's eyes. And it was, like, wild how dead on it was. Where I was like, oh, and it's literally because he does that. Or it's just... Are we doing dad jokes now? Why is the army so strict about uniforms? To minimize casualty. All right, dad jokes. Let's go. Let me have them. I'm actually kind of okay with this. I hate to say. God, that was pretty casualties. Zing. My most childish joke is man goes to market. What does he buy? Mangoes. Again, dude, I love stupid jokes. Oh, bro. Okay, guys. I'm not kidding. Just whatever. Dad jokes. Let's go. Also, dogs can't operate. But cats can. I'm a fucking child. That one legit got me. That was good. Man goes to market. Oh, man. See, I don't know why, but it's the simple things in life. These. Thank you. I needed that. Oh, God. See, I'm that guy that most girls, I was like the nightmare to date because, like, if their dad made a dad joke, I'd be like, oh, that's a good one. And they'd be like, I like this guy. Immediately, you know, they're just like, I don't think I like you anymore. I had that happen one time where she's just like, my dad likes you too much. Like, oh. Red flag. My most childish joke is, oh, wait. That's what the farmer produce. Was making a joke about retirement. It did not work. Actually, I feel like that one was a Stephen Wright joke. Because he had some, oh my God, he had some of the best one-liners. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can find one of his specials that was totally copyright free. Lord knows I have to make sure. God. Okay, Bloodstone, I want to shout you out for being on top of that because I was pretty much planning this entire show to be the Jubilee thing, and I had to kind of pivot on that one. Why does Norway have barcodes on their ships? Because Scandinavia. Because they scanned the Navy. Ah. Damn it. Ah, got me. It actually did get me. Damn it. I don't watch soccer for the game. I watch it for kicks. All right, that one. It's good. Damn, I wish I had my niece to just like be able to go. Or because some of them are like, I like the Norway Norway barcodes. That was, I've never heard that one before. That was good. I've heard the kicks one. Maybe that's what it is. That was a gift from Jason. Nice. Thank you, Jason. That was a good dad joke. He is prepared. He has the most important thing. The dad jokes. Everything else can be worked on, but the dad jokes. That's either a gift or workers. All right. Let's start this segment, guys, because I'm very excited to do it. Let's see. Yeah, Jubilee will hear you whispering their name and get ready to pounce. It's crazy. No, so I'm not sure who you were watching, but yeah, I saw that there were a few other guys that were trying to do it, and Lance from the Surf somehow got away with a lot more than I thought he would, but even he had to quit. So, whatever. It is what it is. We'll work around it. The best way I figured to do that is let the majority report get the permissions, and then we can react to the react, and that is the best way to do it. And if they try to strike me, then I'll cut the segment out, whatever. But I do want to watch this part because I'm excited, strangely enough, because not sure if you guys were listening to the majority report today, but something cool happened. So let me pause that. All right, guys, let's go into the majority report segment, because right here, I believe, I hope, is...
Oh, cool. Here's the Elon Musk.
Oh, shit. Nope. Go back just a little bit.
Jerk. Sam, did you see the Grok thinks it's Mark Maron in the Jubilee video? Yes, I did see that.
We were laughing about that.
I mean, Grok can do comedy bits. It's, you know, it really, maybe advanced generative intelligence is here.
Long past
already
time.
Funnier than Elon.
Sam, your message you wanted people to send to their senators was jumbled. Quit the blather and say something succinct. F you. How's that for succinct? I think people can figure it out. Vote no on the continuing
cloture.
resolution.
Yeah.
Vote no on cloture.
Yeah, 2 sentences.
Maybe you just don't understand. The rest of the audience had no problem.
Emmy the Martian. Hey, y'all, loving this. Can we get a weekly making calls segment where you make calls instead of take calls?
All right,
Left is best. Pep Talks. Hey, Sam, my mother passed away unexpectedly this weekend. She was a huge news follower, and we would talk politics daily. I will miss her hilarious takedowns of who she called the Cheeto in charge. Can she get a shofar to celebrate a wonderful woman and mother? Yes. Sorry.
Rest in peace.
Thank you. All right, I'm not gonna lie. That was simultaneously like, okay, very emotional for me, but at the same time, very, very cool. Also, Kirk, yeah, you know what to do. You know what to do.
Oh, here's the...
He pronounced my name like so clearly that I was like, that was a gift in itself. So,
Elon Musk. Should we talk about this?
I know.
Yes. Elon. Elon Musk, incidentally.
I know.
And this is pretty rough.
Cool. There's something strangely crazy cool about Sam and Emma being the ones to and the shofar itself. Like, I kind of feel, I know this is kind of hokey, but like they welcomed my mom into the afterlife, and it was kind of, yeah, it helped me. So
because of
it was very cool of them.
Donald Trump's tariff policies, and because of the cutting of government jobs, and creating, just broadly speaking, a lot of, I guess, insecurity, uncertainty in the business community. Elon Musk, and also because I guess people are starting to protest Tesla cars, he's lost billions of dollars. Billions of dollars in market value.
Tesla
All right, so here's the thing. This leads. I do know that this leads into the segment. As far as he makes this point because of somebody on the Jubilee video.
Stock took a massive hit, specifically on Monday, where it was at its lowest point since 2020. And the reporting is that it lost more than 50% of its value, $800 billion in market cap. It was at its high in December when it was obvious that Donald Trump and Elon Musk were buddies, and he was probably going to get a bunch of more government contracts to subsidize him.
Those Tesla trucks are hideous. I know, dude, like just from a practical standpoint, they're just so stupid.
But between
I bet Sam knows of you.
the two,
I hope so.
Two SpaceX
cool.
back-to-back explosions,
I mean,
the declining Tesla
I hope it's not bad.
Sales that
It's like, you know, that guy that makes videos of us
was already
It's like,
happening, and
wait
then
a
the
minute.
acts of protest were in France.
Oh boy.
Tesla cars
I
were
wanna
set
see good things.
ablaze in Boston. Tesla charging stations were set ablaze.
I
There
think
are
my beer
other incidents throughout the country, including
He's
just
gonna stop
picketing and
because he's
making
gonna
it
think
so
about
that
it, too.
people feel like they don't want to financially support this guy who is dismantling the administrative state to get rich.
There's a plastic surgeon in Worcester that has a gold
Worcester.
Cybertruck that is in the press.
I like how he
talking
says
about,
it the
"Hey, let's be
Boston
nice
way. Did you catch that? He said Worcester.
to everyone with different political beliefs."
Oh, God. Well, I mean,
Worcester's been just on a real awesome tear lately. I love it. Elon Musk down $148 billion. This according to Bloomberg News.
Oh, my favorite story that came out recently was the fact that it is legitimately more dangerous than the Ford Pinto.
Here he is on...
Remember that guy that ranted about the Philharmonic?
with Larry Kudlow.
Larry Kudlow.
And
That'd
Larry
be
Kudlow is
hilarious.
like more of a traditional conservative who cares about just if stock market go up or stock market go down.
That's it.
And so you can, even though he served under Donald Trump,
Militaristic, yeah.
you can tell I think from this interview, he doesn't like Elon Musk and he doesn't like what's happening right
I don't know. Like the Hummer looked kind of cool.
now. And so,
Especially the H1.
just like look at, I don't know, the way that
You can
Kudlow
read
reacts.
between the lines. But also, remember, now Elon Musk has all the data from the HHS of all patients, essentially, in the health system. He has all the data from the
Yeah, no, he's definitely, yeah, dude, he's such a poser.
Treasury Department.
He is such a poser.
He is theoretically in charge of, like, I guess, keeping this data safe. Here he is out on a tour assuring people that, like, there was some really special circumstances as to why Twitter was all messed up yesterday and down and up and down and up. In fact, part of it is even down today, I think. Here he is out there explaining that it wasn't him. It was some...
I think it was the timing on that one, right?
Oh,
how do trees get online? They log in.
I know who it is. It's obviously the people
Sorry,
in
we
the
were
middle
doing
of
dad jokes before this.
fighting back against an invading force in their country. They must have the time to be messing with Twitter.
There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced. It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh, wow.
Ukraine area? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
These
any
guys-
evidence?
No, you know what's awesome though?
Yeah,
is
sensing that he's
these
not getting
high-tech,
everything that he wanted.
almost
and
militarized.
This is a little bit harder than I thought it would be.
Hackers who took down the X system, as he calls it. They forgot to use their VPN.
I know. Yeah, it is odd that they would leave that breadcrumb trail to a country that is very politically convenient right now. For
At a
Elon
time
Musk.
where they can't really be doing stuff like
Right?
that.
No. This is a perfect time to upset the Trump administration.
Yeah. Right.
Try and get that deal signed
Make
again.
sure you leave big breadcrumbs so they know it was us.
Yeah. No evidence. He said massive DDoS attack. I don't know if Anonymous did it. We still don't really know.
Doesn't
but
he
like,
look like the kid that always got tripped in the cafeteria at school?
You know what else is in the Ukraine area?
Russia.
As much as I hate MR, I love them.
Totally.
I actually appreciate that take.
But like, this is the guy that we want rifling around in the treasury with access to our social security numbers, our bank information, our medical information, and that he's seemingly feeding into his AI platform because he's so behind, say, in China and DeepSeek, but even OpenAI, he's behind. So like he's combing through our personal information and putting it into his like database, which was, I guess now it's it's the X system because he's trying to turn it into a payment app akin to PayPal. So that's where he's grabbing this information from. And look how easily it was hacked into.
Oh my God! Did Kudlow follow up on that? Like, how? Isn't it strange for hackers to show their IP address? So
yeah.
No.
A massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system.
Wait a minute, unless it's a trap.
With IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh.
Well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up yet.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back.
Okay, wow, you really
found out Pacman calls X tweets excrements. Okay, that's actually pretty good.
You really dug into that, bud.
Although Kudlow does ask him
He
a
looks
question.
like a fake Terminator of Arnold and T2.
Maybe it's a good opportunity to just play the next clip where he's basically asking him about like, hey, so your stock price took a massive hit, lost 50% of its value on Monday since its peak in December. Your rockets, he's not saying this, but your rockets are crashing, and you're doing all of this so that you can like feel like a king and steal everybody's personal information for your new like Venmo payment system on X, and just torching his reputation in the process. I mean, Elon Musk's favorables have just completely fallen off a cliff. And in this clip here, do you have it, Bradley? No, the part where he looks like he's gonna cry.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. This is what I want
He
to
looks like
see.
he's gonna cry when Kudlow asks him about like the state of his businesses here and how he's gonna keep juggling all of this. And I'd imagine some members of the boards of his companies have the same questions as he's on ketamine and maybe some other things publicly.
I forgot who said it, but whoever said that he has he looks like he has an extra layer, like the plastic.
All the time.
Dead on.
And that was only growing over time, which meant if we didn't do something
Bill Burr said that.
About this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement. And you know how to read
You know how to read an income statement.
balance sheet. You've had some
Me and Mitch McConnell are technically brothers.
business experience.
Do you know the story about Bill Burr? Speaking of Bill Burr and the Smashing Pumpkins singer.
I'm kidding, but yeah, you know about this stuff.
He looks like a bird person from Rick and Morty. He does.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
Pause it. Oh, well, you know what?
Yeah,
Maybe
laminated
you should
face.
Do,
That's
if you're
what he's
really
got, yeah.
worried about this, why would you stop billions, in fact, trillions of dollars of revenue from coming in?
Yeah, well, you cut taxes.
I mean, when you start to like dig into what Tesla's business model has been, which is like not actually
He really does.
making money off the cars they're selling, but making money off of the carbon offset credits that they get. You know,
that they sell to polluters.
Government program. maybe it starts to make sense as to why he doesn't really realize that you need income coming in.
That reminds me of two guys walked into a bar, one ducked.
In from in any way to fund your production. But continue on this.
Stuff. Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
He did look like he was gonna cry. That little gleam in his eye, where he's like, "I don't want America to go bankrupt." Yeah. I don't want to go bankrupt. He's so worried now. He's like, I think I might have done. This was kind of risky.
I mean, how are you running your other
Cheers
businesses?
from the West Coast. I was just cheersing. I think we were a minute late, but.
Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually. So our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day. So it's very significant.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
You're a pretender.
Yeah.
Of savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
I love how much fun he is with the soundboard.
You are a douchebag.
You are a douchebag.
Yeah. Was it all worth it? Was it worth it? Like, you could have just been the richest guy on the planet, but not enough.
Oh, he'll still be.
Oh, he still will be, yeah. That's the thing. But it does hurt his ability if this continues, this protest movement about Tesla. If that continues to crash, and like, there's some shady accounting. We don't need to get into it right now, but like, there's a.
You have your Intel service.
I mean, I should, I need to call out to Nassau County, but like, green car stocks was, and everyone should check out Crystal Ball on TikTok. She's a great explainer about this, but there seems to be some smoke around the idea that 4 car dealerships in Canada sold 8,600 vehicles in just 3 days, which would mean that the 4 stores would have to average 2 vehicles per minute. And the reason that that's significant is that once they hit that quota, they became eligible at the last minute for $30 million worth of electric vehicle rebate grants from the government.
The only way
Canada.
that could be is like if they were selling a fleet of vehicles, but at the same time, the fleet of vehicles would be sold as a fleet. They wouldn't be individual bills of sale.
That's convenient.
How many times, and still needs to be more.
It depends on what state it's in.
Reporting on this, we will see in the coming days. But how many times has he done this? Maybe whoever bought those 8,600 vehicles certainly wasn't people coming in off the street and just saying, I'm going to buy a car right away in 30 seconds, and doing that over and over again across these 4 dealerships. How many times is he doing this? This is like the conservative book sales thing, where they want to get Bill O'Reilly to the top of the charts, and so they buy all his, killing books with the money that's at their disposal. What I would love to audit, talking about auditing, I'd love to audit Tesla. I'd love to audit SpaceX and see if there have been some decibel.
Elon starts sweating.
Decimals moved around, or money that's unaccounted for. Because when he talked about how if Kamala Harris wins, he feels like he's going to be going to jail.
Actually, I mean, if they're so effective at like finding waste, fraud, and abuse, why wouldn't he use Doge as his private company?
What did he mean by that?
That's.
He could have just been hysterical and having a really bad come down that day, or he could have something to hide.
I'm spicy today. All right. One sec. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment, and yeah, I really appreciate them shouting out my mom like that. That meant a lot to me. So, all right. Sam reacting to his Jubilee stuff. Let's go.
This is actually pretty funny. The Fox News was apparently like pulling off its on camera, the little scroll in the bottom where it has what's going on with the stock market. The Republicans suddenly, remember Donald Trump was bragging about the stock market in his first term? And then it just, took off during Biden's term. The fact of the matter is that 80% of stocks are owned by 20% of the people, or somewhere around that in this country. There are folks who have institutional investors have pension money in a lot of these stocks. All I can say is, thank God we have Social Security as part of our three-legged retirement stool, because if we were relying on 401ks right now, as the stock market is tanking, folks who are retiring, folks who have saved up their whole lives, folks who have been working jobs like you name it, working as a superintendent of a building, working as a teacher, working as a construction worker. If they didn't have their Social Security and they were just relying on what's happening in the stock market, and if they're retiring now, right? They went through 2008. I mean, they've gone through a lot. And if you got to retire, if you plan to retire right now, or you're planning to retire in the next 6 months, you're asking yourself, do I do it now? Do I take it out now? Or do I wait? Is it going to come back up, or is it going to go down? Don't know. Here is Newsmax Rob Schmidt. Now, they are pivoting from, don't worry, everything's going to be fine, to, hey, maybe it's actually better if the stock market tanks.
Welcome to Rob Schmidt Tonight. When Americans voted Donald Trump into office, they voted for massive change. And we're now starting to feel the turbulence that comes from such change. It is both political.
I like the fact that
it is also economic.
I was about to say, Ryan used the little heart hands, and it looked like he had a little lapel.
The markets tanked today. Investors worried as Trump works to reimagine the American economy and our foreign policy economically. Massive government cuts, tariffs, and the mass deportation of cheap, illegal American labor. All of that is instability, and Wall Street hates instability. But it is important to remember, as you look at the markets, that as most Americans were gutted by inflation these last 3 years, those same markets as indicators were skyrocketing. So perhaps stocks need to take a nosedive so the working man can get a little relief from all of this inflation. Most Americans...
Folks, let me just tell you what he just did there.
I mean, technically he's not wrong that this is going to possibly lower inflation a little bit, but with the tariffs, it's just going to skyrocket. No.
You know what was also happening when inflation happened? People were breathing air.
Yeah.
Maybe if people stop breathing air, inflation will go down. There is no economist in the world, even the Treasury Secretary, said, well, we may get some inflation from tariffs. It's going to be temporary. Incidentally, that doesn't even include the economic implications of the retaliation.
Yeah.
China.
And then on top of it, Trump, he quadrupled down. He said he was going to go for, he's like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to go for, instead of 25%, we're going to boost it again.
Now he's added tariffs to a lot of our agricultural products.
Yep. Chicken.
And you know that it's from like news reports where it's like he'll see them taking American liquor off the shelves, and he'll just be like, what do you mean? Wait a minute. They're actually retaliating? Well, I'm going to retaliate even more.
Almonds.
Yeah.
Wheat. I'm sure Kowalski from Nebraska has already probably IM'd us and said, ooh, we got a problem. What? I'm sure he had. About the tariffs.
Corn, too, which is
but maybe if the stock market goes down, all the prices will go down.
That's only good for people sitting on a large amount of money who can go on a shopping spree.
Oh, you know what?
Not people
you know
worried
what
about
will
egg
go.
prices.
You know what will go down? The price of stocks. Right. And so all those guys hoarding all that cash will be able to go back into the stock market. Is there any more to this, or do we need to? Yeah, let's hear a little more.
A little relief from all of this inflation. Most Americans.
Notice how they're not giving advice on just like, hey, maybe you should buy on this downswing. Hey,
Americans have little engagement with Wall Street, maybe a modest.
I am back in time for Sam and Emma. Yep.
401k, which
he's. This is the lead into the Jubilee segment.
At this rate, will cover a few years of their retirement if they're
Wall
lucky.
Street, then.
Pause it.
Right now, Trump.
Bless this man. Despite the fact that he is making up some type of relationship between the stock market going down and inflation dropping when we're going to impose tariffs, if we impose tariffs. Despite that, he understands that this 401k experiment started essentially by Ronald Reagan has been an abject failure for the vast majority of Americans. They can barely, first of all, they can barely save on their own. The vast majority of Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And then they are basically left to the whims of
over the age of 60.
The market, the stock market.
Yeah. I wish he would reiterate that a little bit more.
I mean, what percentage of Americans even know how to buy stocks? And then I'm talking like literally how to buy stocks.
And that is on purpose.
Ones who do,
yeah.
What percentage of them knows what stocks they should buy and end up not losing money?
I mean, a lot of them are going into crypto instead, which has a whole nother set of implications. But we can keep going.
I don't know if you can put crypto in your 401k.
No, you can't. But I just mean in terms of like when they're trying to create their own financial stability, a lot of folks are buying crypto, and that is widely speculative.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cover a few years of their retirement if they're lucky. Right now, Trump is attempting to reimagine our entire economy because it's not working too well when you really think about it. If this plan works, labor in this country will cost more as workers see better pay. Less outsourcing and fewer illegals plunging the pay scale. Deportations could also bring relief on home prices as well. Less demand for housing.
Pause it for 1 second. I got news for you about the workers and the wages. There may be more money to pay the workers, but they have completely undermined what little protections labor has in this country. And I got news for you who's going to end up with all that extra cash. It ain't going to be in labor's pockets. Good.
Deportations could also bring relief on home prices as well. Less demand for housing means the price of housing goes down.
Less supply, too.
All of these that I just listed off are bad things for Wall Street. Every single one of them is bad for Wall Street, but they are great.
What are you talking about? Less new builds? What are you talking about? And it's not, dude, the market's not correcting itself. What are you, seriously?
For Main Street.
We're so
The
fucked
tariffs are
backwards
going
in
to
this.
function as a regressive tax, a compounding sales tax that is going to be borne more by the bottom 90%, even more in the bottom 50%, even more the bottom 20, 10%. That's what a regressive tax is. It's just compounding an already existing one.
The idea
They don't care. They don't care. Honestly, most people that hear about this, the second that they do, because I know I'm speaking from experience in the way that I've thought about this, where immediately I think of how much I make, and then I go and look. I'm like, well, will my taxes increase or will they decrease? Then when I saw that they were going to increase, I got properly angry about it.
Donald Trump is motivated to.
The thing is, most people wait till that point to get angry. Most people need it to hit them privately and then go,
raise labor prices, something that he has been in media.
How much does she smoke? She has a short lung capacity?
For decades, saying is too high and is making us uncompetitive in this country is a joke.
Wait,
That's
I know Emma smokes.
part of what they're doing, I think, with firing the federal workforce as well. They want to move more and more people into the private sector and at the whims of capitalists. And I'm sorry to be reverse racist, but I am just like
way to preface
flummoxed that is not the Rob that we from Newsmax that we played yesterday. That there are two hosts named Rob that look exactly alike on Newsmax. We played a clip. It's a different Rob.
Wait, what?
There's Rob Schmidt and Rob Finnerty, and they are both Newsmax hosts, and they could might as well be identical twins. This is the guy we played yesterday.
Wait, that wasn't the same guy?
What are you saying? You have trouble telling them apart?
I'm saying I just can't believe that.
Oh, crap. Oh, well, you know what? I might have to, I got a little problem here because I made a deal with that first guy, and now that I just realized that wasn't the guy, I gave the other guy the money. I got some phone calls to make.
They have
all
two
Robs look alike.
Both named Rob, both on Newsmax,
All
and
Robs
both
look alike.
You know,
Hey,
anyway.
They don't want
That's
to make it
Robist.
complicated.
I understand that they're
Dare you.
using like the 3D printer for these right wingers, I guess. But whoa,
It's like the printer from The Wall. We don't need no education. We're Americans after all.
20-minute poop club.
oh,
Your Jubilee video is getting around. I'm catching my students watching clips of it and looking shocked and laughing at some of what the conservatives said. Thought you might like to know. Yes, that was actually my hope.
It's gotten around more than I kind of expected it to.
Mila told me you got to do that.
oh my God! Everybody is talking about it. Your Jubilee thing. We've got to talk about it at least a little today, right?
Yeah, let's. Oh, this is pretty funny. So apparently, these conservatives on Twitter, I think they're I don't know. I'm surprised at their reaction. They could have ignored this.
They can't.
But apparently they don't feel they can. Now, who's this cat turd guy? Wasn't he like Elon Musk's friend, and then he got rejected or something like that? What happened?
He's a major conservative, crap posting account, right, Matt? You would say?
Yeah, he's big. Occasionally he has issues with Trump, but he's just a sad.
Like
Trumper.
an Ian Miles Chong type.
Yeah.
So they saw this guy that you were debating, and because
this is the guy. This is the picture of the guy who was telling me that folks get tax cuts if they hire black people. That's what DEI is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what DEI is. Folks don't get tax cuts if they hire black people. Did we go through this the other day with the, we did during the promo. There is a program where you will get tax cuts if you hire, this is the work opportunity tax cut. And you scroll down and you do get a tax cut if you hire qualified citizens. So who are they? Scroll down. I think it's all the way down at the bottom. Targeted groups. It can be a qualified IVA. Hit that. Qualified is an individual as a member of a family receiving assistance under a state program. So in other words, you remember all the work qualification programs? Like you can't qualify. No, keep that up here. Keep that up here. You can't qualify for Medicaid unless you get a job that all the Republicans want to do. Well, this encourages that.
For people in lower income.
People who are getting family assistance under a state program, the way you get them out of it is by getting them into a job, according to the Republicans. So that's what they do. Or if you're a qualified veteran, this is the thing that he was complaining about. Or if you're a qualified ex-felon, right? Because you want people to be able to work and you want to encourage.
You're telling me they don't understand the finer nuances of the things that they're raging against?
Ex-felons to get back into society and rehabilitate.
What?
Or a designated community resident. Click that. You got to be 18-year-old and under 40 and have a principal residence within an empowerment zone or rural renewal county. And what does this do? It encourages businesses to go to rural areas, or encourages businesses to go to struggling areas within a city or in a suburb. Set up the business there, and it makes it essentially a subsidy for the business. A vocational rehabilitation referral. Click on that. That is, if you are have a physical or mental disability, and you're still working on working on that and rehabilitating, and you can get a job.
That's
Qualified
the A.
summer youth programs,
Yeah.
qualified SNAP benefits recipients, qualified security income, that's SSI income
In all
recipients.
fairness, the left does the same with the pew-pews.
long-term family assistance.
Ish.
It's a qualified long-term.
I think that that's also been bastardized by the right because, like, look at the way that they always say they're coming for your guns, they're coming for your guns, and every time that it actually comes down to legislation, it's some milquetoast bullshit like bump stocks or something. Again, the fact that Trump is the one that has signed the hardest legislation against guns, it kind of flies in the face. Like, you do have guys like Bernie Sanders that, you know, they're pretty strong in their language about it, especially, you know, post a school shooting. But realistically, man, especially now, it's kind of shifted too because of Trump's win too. You're not going to find a lot of leftists that are anti-pew-pews.
Unemployment recipient. Now, there may be black people who are there. Maybe you have a black guy, he's served in the military, he's a vet, but that's it. And then the guy was telling me that not only do they get that in the private sector, and we just saw the only program which provides those tax cuts, they also get this in the public sector. And I said, what are you talking about? Agencies don't get tax cuts because they don't pay any taxes, because they are the government. The government doesn't pay taxes to itself.
Yeah. Pretty rudimentary that government agencies are funded by the government.
Kind of a weird category to make in any circumstance.
And he was adamant that I was wrong in his argument as to why DEIA should be cut.
Should we play that clip?
Yeah, let's play that clip.
It's kind of short.
Yep, here it is.
This was maybe the stupidest moment.
This really was.
Now, in terms of a DEI initiative,
I was watching this and my wife, like, she was kind of passively listening. Like, when he started making his case, immediately she stopped what she was doing and she was like, what did he just
pause it. Now, like, I mean, I've never been so gish-galloped by nonsense. Like, I don't, like,
at the end of the day, Sam.
Like, I couldn't even follow what he was saying, that DEI prevents people from seeing how racist people are, and it doesn't allow their discrimination to come out in the open. And understand, DEI doesn't do anything in terms of the hiring thing, except it allows for putting public notice in a bunch of different communities. Low-income communities. It also, I think, encourages summer internships, low-income communities, but also other places. All DEI does, to the extent that it's involved in the hiring.
Vast majority of service members are serve non-combatant roles anyway, but they don't really care about the facts. No.
Process. No. Is to expand the pool. One
of my good friends growing up, he ended up becoming an E. He went in as an E3 because he went through mechanics training before he went in, and he was just strictly an aircraft mechanic. I think that's all he's a career guy, so that's what he does.
Considered. Not to give extra points.
The only thing I care about is if you wash your hands after you poo, or if you're on Team Jacob.
Anybody. That's the whole point. And then, for those people who are already hired, to make sure that there's nothing that's happening within the workplace that is discriminatory.
Hey, welcome new viewers. If you haven't already followed my channel, please do. I hope you're enjoying the content.
So that's why it's DEIA. Make sure that things are accessible. Go ahead.
Essentially provide.
I was team stuck up vampires, the ones that did this. I'm not sure if I like his therapist already, because you can tell that he's definitely in therapy, and you can tell the buzzword, the must.
How do you respond to that? Must is not.
It's considered a trigger word, not a buzzword.
Buzzword.
Must. It's a buzzword, apparently.
That's therapy. That's therapy speak right there.
It almost
he's trying to talk in crayon.
Like, honestly, I have to say, it was a brilliant strategy, because I am so confused as to what is going on.
He wants to call him an effing R word so bad.
On here.
What? Really, that's a very nice buzzword there. Why are you hiding behind words that connect other words?
I don't know if there's any more to play there. I guess, people can watch this.
People can watch it.
But the funny part about this is, on Twitter, somebody saw some clip of it. This guy, Carly Bonet.
He said yeesh. So it's clearly, I think it's about like how much you embarrass this person. And they say yeesh, but it's not specific about who is who and who's the liberal.
I don't know
who
anything about Carly Bonet. I suspect that they must be a conservative because blue check, flag, and cat turd must follow them, right?
Right.
And so he sees this and just assumes that this guy is the liberal and writes, cat turd does, liberals are so dumb. And then people in the comments just start jumping on that bandwagon without looking at it.
Tisha Ramirez says that look you get when you know you have to debate a brainless witness social justice warrior clown whose IQ is mid-50s.
Okay.
They're making you into a conservative
picture. And they take a picture of me and say like, they think I'm the conservative in this.
I love that face.
They have not. It's fascinating.
You can hear the Curb Your Enthusiasm music behind that face.
Person response, he's the progressive, actually. The guy who you're calling the clown is the conservative. Whoops. And then this person responds, really? He sounded like the adult in the room, LOL. Perhaps it could be a good opportunity for you to think about that a little bit more. Maybe you want to think about it a little bit more when you saw this clip, how Sam spoke authoritatively about things that he knows about, and this guy spewed a bunch of BS. And it's pretty obvious to anybody, right?
I just don't understand. Like, did people not listen to the thing or
no?
Or what?
They looked at you without the audio playing and said, look at that man.
Look at that man who is a cis older white man. Look at this younger person who
with
I don't
a fancy
know.
Haircut.
I don't know what his sexuality is, but
bigotry does not exist.
Yes,
guys.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all based on merit.
Yes.
And so they just saw the identities of the people in the
I mean, not mine.
video and said, and
audio.
also saw that you succeeded in beating up on that person rhetorically, and they thought it was you. So pretty incredible.
So that happened. Let's do we have the other one where? The religious fundamental one.
This is the one that is being recirculated as the own on conservative media, which is also not true. But I do think it's something interesting to pay attention to with the reaction to which has gone viral, which is extremely exciting because you did such a great job. But like the fact that they saw the way that left-wing spaces responded to this debate and how much you humiliated these people that don't have basic knowledge, and they feel like they need to counteract that. So both Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk tweeted about you. Matt Walsh tweeted about me last week too.
Right. And I think Knowles too.
Yeah, and they were like,
oh wow, the creme de la creme over there.
Sam SEDER owned, and they used this clip as the example. I disagree, but it's the same thing with the cat turd thing. It doesn't. They didn't even. Most of them aren't even watching the video.
They want their people to go to the comments, and because
like a who's who of the white supremacist Justice League.
Comments are massively in favor of Sam. They're trying to brigade it.
They're trying, and this happened with me with Tim Pool too, where the post-millennial and Elon Musk got on board when I thought I did a pretty good job in that debate. And then you, 12 hours later, have all the conservative accounts at the same time saying Emma owned or now Sam owned, because they always think that they are so terrified of not being cool or being sidelined in the culture. So they flood the zone with a bunch of propaganda.
Going to bed in a sec, gotta be up super early. Okay, man. Hey, thank you again so much for the donation. Just kind words and being here, man. I really appreciate it.
As a way to combat it.
It's cope.
It's awesome.
Well, there's a lot of cope around this, but I will say that I don't think I handled this guy as well as I could have. Now, with that said, the prompt.
He's shower debating this guy.
What?
He's already been like, I should have said this. We've all been there.
Unless you are a billionaire or a xenophobic nationalist or a religious fundamentalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And I wanted to phrase it like that because I wanted to explain to these folks why Trump's policies favor only billionaires in terms of relative millionaires and whatnot, but certainly billionaires, and why they only favor a certain amount of xenophobic nationalism, or it is great for Christian fundamentalists. I probably should have said theocrats, right? And my assumption was that I was going to be in a position to explain that these elements are part and parcel of the Trump administration. I did not anticipate that multiple people would come up. There was no billionaires there, but there was, it turns out, a xenophobic nationalist who came up and was like, why is that a bad thing?
Who works for Elijah Schaefer and
the guy fired by Glenn Beck for sexual assault accusations.
And I didn't go into it. I mean, on some level, it's a choice. Like, you can hate immigrants. Like, xenophobia means something. It's not a made up word, although I think that woman actually said it's a made up word. All words are made up, incidentally. But they have a meaning. It's in the dictionary. And for me, it is, it's obvious. It's self-evident that that's a bad thing. And really, on some level, my bet is, in that instance, that the majority, maybe not the vast majority of people, maybe not the people sitting around me, but certainly the majority of people who are going to see this are going to say, hey, wait a second. I'm not a xenophobic nationalist.
Yeah.
Like, we're seeing this already with immigrants who are like, well, I thought they were only going to take the criminals.
Yeah.
And so,
no, that's honestly why, like, I have been a little bit more fair, I guess, to like the middle American, like, they're not like die-hard Trumpers.
That was my theory there. It was also my theory with approaching the question of theocrats.
Not that makes them, like, what their decision was, suck any less.
On some level, it is so self-evident to me that you don't want to live in a religious theocracy that it took me a while to realize, like, oh, with this guy, he is promoting a religious theocracy. And I didn't really do a good a job as I could have, I think, in refuting it. But we're not refuting that it's a religious theocracy, but that why it's bad to live in a religious theocracy.
Because 10 years ago, this would have been self-evident, but we're in a very reactionary right-wing time. And I do think that they are also overreaching here by thinking that this plays beyond their little circle jerk.
That's the thing, is that I don't think I did as good a job as I could have, but I still... I didn't have to, because that guy made the case for me.
Yeah.
But here is this exchange. Now, they couldn't have known this, I don't think.
That guy could be a Tim Pool fan.
It's possible, but this, of course, was the whole gotcha that Tim Pool had. And what I should have said in this moment is, I'm like Thanos.
But you did laugh because
I did laugh. No, it totally occurred to me that this was like about Tim Pool, but nobody else was going to get that. But here's the thing. Here's what he's saying to me. And I don't think I really understood what he was getting at until much later in this conversation. But what he's getting at is he's arguing that...
Oh, one of those people who believes if you don't have God, then you can't be moral. Yep.
His version of religious fundamentalism is the most sound version of how you should have, provides for him the most sound vision of how life should be and how people should be organized. And he's trying to make the point when he says, like, you have no morality, it's just preference. Ultimately, it is a preference. I mean, one's vision of the world is a preference. I like my vision, he likes his vision. His argument is that his vision is better than mine because it has a foundation in a...
Isn't that the foundation of any argument, though? Is trying to prove that your belief system is better?
Moral code developed by God.
Am I wrong?
And that mine is just flimsy because it's not developed by God or whatever version of God that I have. just continue. Just keep that in mind. That's what he's trying to get at. But let him speak, because it takes me a while to sort of like realize, oh, this is okay. I see what you're saying. You're telling me that your version of religious fundamentalism, because this guy could have been a fundamentalist Muslim, he could have been a fundamentalist Jew who would have a different sense of how we should live our lives. He could have been a Hindu. He could have been a Buddhist. Now, some of these religions don't impose in the same way that this guy wants to do. But just understand, like, I could have gotten to this much quicker if I had understood sort of where he was headed, and I would have conceded. Yes, it's a preference. We have different preferences. I'll continue. This guy wants to organize civil society under a set of morals. Now, he wants them to be his morals. And from my perspective, you organize civil society under a sense of justice. And on some level, egalitarianism. And that's where we start to have this difference. But he wants me to live in his frame, and I'm not quite fully understanding what he's trying to argue here. But yes, it is a set of preferences, and now he moves on to try and say his preferences are better. And he's trying to give me these hypotheticals as to, what is the basis of you being against, everybody arguing that trans people should not exist?
Can I say this is fundamentally anti-American? You don't need a God to believe your morality has any kind of foundation. But you know what doesn't have a foundation in this country is theocracy. All the founding fathers were theists.
I think that's self-evidently true. They had the opportunity to set it up as a theocracy, and they didn't do it.
No, we have separation of church and state.
They wrote against it.
In fact, they were rejecting a king. And in societies that have a king, they are the number 2 person in the universe with power. Number 1 is God, who delegates to the king, who then delegates out. Understand that, like, feudalism and monarchy, those are all religious constructs. Mm-hmm. And they are all religious constructs. And so fundamentally, theocracy is contrary to American life. But that's not the argument that he even wants to make. He's trying to make an argument that religious fundamentalism, his version, incidentally, religious Christianity, and not just religious Christianity, but fundamental Christianity as he understands it, is the
they tend to do that a lot.
Best system on its merits. And I don't fully realize he's trying to make this argument yet. All right, but continue. Okay, pause it right there. So now all of a sudden he's the utilitarian. He's the consequentialist, right? If you take leftist views here and you don't follow God's prescripts, again, as he understands it, then we have low birth rates.
Yep.
Okay. As a utilitarian, this guy should know, like, well, all right, maybe in theory, but that's not a danger. The reason why we have low birth rates is not because of gay marriage. In fact, as gay marriage has progressed, we've seen higher birth rates amongst those people.
I mean, he just made that case about surrogacy.
Exactly.
I'll just say
we've also seen higher adoption
the
rates.
Highest
Something
birth
that's
rate
just completely overlooked
by religions is Muslims. So maybe they have a secret.
Okay.
They don't like
I mean,
that part.
honestly, that's the thing. Is he switches to a utilitarian perspective because he wants to argue that his Christian fundamentalism is the best way to organize society, and it's a theocracy. And you can say reject theocracy based upon it not being American in that sense. But ultimately, it is a preference. He's decided to organize society around stuff that he has interpreted, or he's been told how to interpret, in a book that was written a long time ago. Religion certainly, I was raised Jewish. Religion certainly informs parts of my worldview, without a doubt. I don't know if I could disaggregate it and say which one it does, but certainly aspects of it do. My Jewish schooling definitely does. I happen to have been exposed to the Holocaust more than your average person who's not Jewish as a kid. That informed my thinking. There are a lot of things that inform my thinking. It is not, and I don't even have to make the argument that I think it's better if you're not constrained by a book written by somebody who was aspiring to power 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. I don't even have to make that.
And then it's used by a system to keep the constraints on you.
That argument. Because we can just do it on its merits. We can just say, my preferences are that women are not subjugated and are not second-class citizens. My preferences are that people have the right to express themselves in their sexuality. My preferences are that people are treated the same regardless of whether they're gay or straight in terms of marriage. My preferences are that if you are a member of civil society, you follow those laws. So if abortion is legal, if contraception is legal, you don't get an out if you want to be a pharmacist and not provide that.
But they feel threatened, and this goes back to, as long as I've paid attention to politics, religious fundamentalism feels threatened by a more collectivist worldview that is about making everybody's lives better, because that is something that contradicts their hierarchical view of society, right? So when they talk about morality, they don't mean morality, because it's not moral to drive trans kids to suicide, or to say gay people can't live the lives that they want to live, or to say that as this guy.
Well, it's also a way to actually make them feel like they have power. Like think about it. It keeps them from not thinking about the higher classes that are screwing them over. It's the way that they use wedge issues to keep us, fighting with each other, like the trans issues, like any of these things.
Will later say, women should be subjugated, and we'll get to that later. Though there's no morality there because of the pain that it inflicts upon people. So they have to prescribe an artificial morality, which in reality is just control, domination, a set of rules and prescriptions that make them feel like they can make sense of the world because of who they are subjugating and dominating. And what you're talking about threatens that, because it's not connected to a hierarchy or to this set of rules. It's connected to humanism.
And I don't even have to argue. I think you can. One is more moral than others. I'm just arguing that as a vision for America, I am willing to put my vision for America, where women have the same rights as men, where black people have the same rights as white people. Let's not make any mistakes here. Anti-miscegenation laws were justified on religious grounds. When the religious right started to get active in politics in this country, it was because they were not getting tax cuts, or they were not getting tax. They were subjects to tax if they didn't follow U.S. civil rights. And so things like, Bob Jones University, that's when they started getting in there and talking about abortion. It wasn't exclusively the reason, but that was a big problem for them. Slavery, also justified on religious grounds. Not just slavery. The taking of native property in this country, or native land, and killing them was based upon a papal edict.
Mm-hmm.
Religion has allowed for domination throughout. And, people can argue whether it's moral or not moral. I would suggest it is, but I don't even need to argue that. I can just argue, what is a vision of this country? Keep playing. His argument is,
God,
and he wants to create
the fact that this was in here and we had that situation with Dr. Destruction or whatever. That wasn't lost on me, guys.
This as this is some type of logic problem.
It's like, oh,
right?
God.
Pedophiles are acting on their urges.
Yeah, Dr.
Gay
Unstoppable.
people
That's
are
what it is.
acting on their innate urges.
Who's this guy, Dr. Unstoppable?
Therefore, they're the same. The implications of these two things in his mind are the same. And if we can tell pedophiles, hey, don't victimize children
who can't consent,
subsume that urge, then we could say that to gay people. And so now he's saying it's about consent, right? So that's what I say. I say it's about consent. And here is his argument after that. And his whole point is like, you, Sam, have no, you just look at it case by case and assess
right.
what is
Guy probably thinks trans people are devil incarnate.
right and what is wrong. And he can't do that.
At very least, he thinks that's a mental health, or a mental illness.
He has a set
I hate
of
these
rigid
guys.
laws
I really do.
that are prescribed to him by somebody in the sky via, his pastor, whomever it is.
F am I hurting by wanting a boyfriend? Nobody.
He's told him.
Saying don't be.
But according to him, you're hurting the planet because all you have to do, Ryan, is just be straight. Come on, you didn't hear him?
Be gay.
And don't be gay.
So easy.
Good impression.
Even if you think it feels good.
But the funny thing is that it goes from morals and some type of logical consistency to then consequentialism, right? Because you could say the same thing about heterosexuals, right? Like it's an urge. Why can't we curb that? Why can't we say one child per household? You cannot, or why can't we say you can only fornicate for children? It's an urge. You can subsume it. Well, he would say, it is the outcomes of that. We need more children. We don't want low birth rates. Okay, you can only have sex if it's to consummate, to actually have a child. And this is where they would go, because that's why they say we can control contraception.
But he's conflating pedophilia and homosexuality. I just want to make this clear. Even though there is not a victim in the case of consensual homosexual relationships.
Watch where he goes with his consent. In his world, life is not about freedom and exercising what you want. Now, he keeps switching between the consequential.
I was about to say, then ask him what he thinks about it, like American freedoms, and watch him pivot on that one.
Of you can't have gay marriage because it doesn't produce babies. And then he goes back to it's just these rigid laws. Life is not about what you want. It is about laws that have been set down literally from stone, from God. And it's not about consent. It's about society making choices here. But this is why, based upon what he's saying, the next step in saying you cannot have contraception is where they lead to. Because, again, it's not about having fun. It's not about choices. And just like we tell pedophiles to curb their urges, we can tell gay people to curb their urges, and then we can tell straight people, curb your urges.
Why is Kanye?
Sex is only
Cenk went on a rant,
to procreate. And that's their standing.
Well, not straight people. Half of straight.
Brother, why must they always drift to pedos every single argument? Holy crap. Yeah, they really do, man. They really do.
Well, they would, listen, guys can do that on the side, but as long as it doesn't, interfere with their thing. I mean, that's why they will shut down abortion. And so I could have done this much quicker by saying, yes, you have a preference, I have a preference. Let's articulate those preferences of what society should be. How do you vision? And here is one of the elements that this guy, apparently he has this on his avatar. Put this picture up. This guy, one of his visions is not just subjugation of man and women. Here he is. Oh, we should go back to him because I think he does say that actually. But here it is. He's holding up a sign. Women should not vote. And he doesn't mean they should make the choice to not vote. He means they should not be voting.
Right. Because what is also religiously decreed is that in terms of Christian fundamentalism, is that a woman is under the auspices of her husband, and that women came from the rib of man and they are thus inferior and they're to be dominated. That's what this is about.
Watch where he goes with this.
And God that I have somehow
I like
access
the way that
to
Sam
says
actually,
so.
in good faith, will repeat a question because he's legit making sure that it is like what he has understood the question to be. I've seen him get criticisms about that where they're just like, oh, look at him stalling. It's like, no. Sometimes that is a stalling technique, but the way that Sam's using it, he's reiterating and then just going like, is this how I'm to understand that you're like, this is what you're asking about?
Well, I mean, I should have early on said, I concede. One is my preference, one is your preference. Let's just lay them out and see what the American public wants. Because it's quite possible we could be going back into the dark ages where women are the property of men. And understand, this isn't just bad for women. It's bad for men.
Of course. Of course it is. Of course men are also victims of patriarchy. But like when he says it just makes you feel good, that's the rule that we abide by. Sam did not say that. Sam said that he is guided by, I'm paraphrasing, but a humanist vision of reducing the suffering in the population for everybody where he can. That is not what he said. But when he brings up examples like pedophilia and compares it to homosexuality, when he also brings up incest and he makes the daughter, who I guess is having this incestual relationship with her father, above the age of consent, and then he says, oh, the rule is it just makes you feel good. What are you saying? When you say that, oh, if we allow gay people to live their lives with, out being encumbered by the state, and then you liken it to two things that are objectively, I would say, immoral because they involve coercive power relationships, whether it be incest with the father having untold power over the daughter that I guess he's having an incestual relationship, even if she's an adult, or when it comes to pedophilia, where the child cannot consent. That's what makes those actions morally reprehensible and wrong, and why we should structure our society to make sure that doesn't happen. That is very clear. But he's basically saying that all of these things are the same and making it, like, honestly telling on himself.
It's all
a little
sin,
bit.
is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's all. What'd you say?
It's all sin.
It's all sin, but also
this dude arguing for religion while not acknowledging, priests is so awesome.
Something that a lot of conservatives are curious about.
Because I should have gone to this at the beginning, because this is the stuff that's really
but
relevant.
Sam, you said this to me when I had regrets about things I could have done differently in debates. You always are going to have regrets.
Oh, yes. No,
Okay.
I'm not,
It was a slam dunk. But the point is just like, shoot, I lost it. What was he saying there? Damn it.
Well, then why did God make them gay? Because this goes back to them being like gay's a choice kind of thing. Like God, the fact that we're going back to like debates that I had in high school. You realize how long ago that was? That was over 20 years ago. I know I'm aging myself, but whatever.
Women in the military.
Oh, the draft. This is the insult.
Losers got nothing, so they hope. Yeah, exactly. They got nothing, so they just hope others can't get away, can't get any wins. They don't. No, look at the way that they hate joy. Like, realistically, most of it is they see that like the LGBTQ community or people that they just they disagree with are happy. You do realize that that's like the bottom line is like when you do live your best life, then you're happier. They don't like to see happy people because they're fucking miserable.
Thing. They always point this up. We haven't had.
I mean, look at these guys. Like, look at how often they get divorced or like they get cheated on. Like, just the statistics alone. Like, it's pretty impressive, guys.
A draft in this country.
And I can tell you right now, if you want to see some, like, there should be dramas specifically centered around churches and how much cheating there is going on around there.
Since the Vietnam War, if the draft were to be brought back, I would fundamentally disagree with that and protest against it because I don't think that anybody should be forced into conscription.
I tried to be gay when I was in college as not a choice. I mean, I experimented where I had somebody tell me that. They're just like, how do you know? And then I got offered and I was kind of like, all right, let's see. And then I was like, I'm good.
Especially with the way that the United States operates with empire and imperialism. So why did they use this example?
They're so miserable. They want to bring everyone else down. Yeah, no, like, guys, you don't see that. Like, I see it all the time where it's like, it's not just, it's Karen behavior, but it is real. Like, that's where all this is stemmed from. Like, they cannot fathom people being happy because they are so unhappy. They're so confused. They also they never think of outside of any of this except that's weird. I don't agree with it just because I think it's weird.
Thing that they can basically find in terms of where men were drafted. It's been over 50 years. Come up with a new example.
I wanted to be gay so bad. I was so fed up and with women and had so many gay friends.
And I think Trump supports it. I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government.
I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it's kind of funny.
Are all going to work towards your vision. And my hope is that when
why can't I just like dicks?
People look at this.
Well, not even that, because I mean that doesn't necessarily make you gay.
They say. And so, from the perspective of Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, this guy won the debate. And on some level, that was the to the extent that he won the debate, it was only because I didn't get to his prescription for what that meant quicker.
Yeah.
Like,
or incel, straight or gay. I think that they can be either. I mean, isn't just incel, it's incelibate or involuntary celibacy. That just means you can't get laid. So you could be gay or straight and be, you know, not
I don't think
someone's bag, you know.
The American public broadly wants to have contraception that is outlawed, that wants abortion outlawed, that wants gay marriage outlawed, that wants trans people erased, that wants women subjugated, not slaves, as he said.
Dave, you were playing the gay guy that wanted to experiment being straight.
He already tried that with the
God.
slaves.
Dirty.
But I mean,
But second-class citizens who can't vote.
I mean, the question is, obviously, he doesn't want them to vote. Does he want to repeal all the laws that say that rape can actually happen between a wife and a husband? Because that's what we had in this country. You could not be charged with rape in the vast majority of the country just 50, 60 years ago, maybe less, if you raped your wife. It didn't exist.
Now they're
you
bringing
couldn't
back
have
Andrew
a credit
Tate.
card in your own name if you were
I think the most important thing that makes an incel is when you buy a fedora.
a woman 60 years ago.
I mean, misogyny
50.
predates even like our current economic systems. It goes back as long as you know, almost like written history does. So that the idea that that's just gone away right now is absolutely absurd. And we're in a moment where Andrew Tate just got released with the pressure from the Trump administration, a major misogynist influencer.
Not a Christian though.
Not a Christian, but I mean, he's all about subjugating women, so I'm sure they can get along.
It's gonna
well.
be tough to do the fundamentalism, is all I'm saying.
And was being embraced at that UFC fight by like mainstream figures like Mario Lopez. I mean, this is the kind of thing where the arc of history is not linear. There are points of contraction, there are points of expansion, and we are at risk right now of deep contractions of civil rights for a variety of groups. It's already happening, obviously, with trans people, gay people. North Dakota is already introducing something. Some Republicans there about overturning Obergefell so that we could not have gay marriage, and he said it right there. He didn't even say that there shouldn't be gay marriage. He said gay people shouldn't even be gay.
Exist. There was another moment where
How
one of
old
the
is that guy?
conservatives was basically saying, like, I don't think people have a problem with gay marriage. Who here would have a problem with gay people kissing? And like half the people raised their hands, and they're like, oh.
I just want to say, I think there's a risk at labeling these people or understanding these people as representative of young people or even young conservatives in general. And I take Emma's point. I think like misogyny is something that will be rearing its head. This religious stuff, there's no gas in that. The religiosity is cratering. It's continued. Just last year, a separate study released in January found religious membership of young Americans was lower than the other demographics. 29% have no religious views. They're not going to be able to turn that around with media, in my opinion. Maybe that's quixotic, but this Christian version of nationalism, I hope they lean into that because
exactly. And that's why that is my point in saying where I could have spent whatever amount of time we had in having him just read off his vision for America, because I think it's completely out of step. And I think it's very easy for a lot of conservatives or people who vote for Trump to ignore the fact that the head of the OMB, Russell Vought, the head of the Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, the Chief of Staff, are all Christian nationalists in this country.
Yeah.
And the list is probably longer.
Russ Vought is maybe the most powerful and most committed Christian nationalist in the government right now.
I'm not convinced that Vance is one
Fair
either.
enough. He's a late convert, which always makes you most insane. But like to your point, Matt, I agree with you on the explicit religiosity. But like what we're seeing with the tech oligarchs and with Project 2025, it is quite easy to marry these two political movements into something that like flattens those things. So Andrew Tate's not a fundamentalist, but he can work quite nicely with religious fundamentalists in their efforts to subjugate women. And we already are in a post-Roe world. It's just it's a matter of time before they start to go after contraception, and specifically contraception that women can control. They're not going after condoms because men can put them on and know when they're on. They're going after birth control, IUDs, and the morning after pill, which are all things that are under the woman's purview and not visible physically. And that's my concern about all of this. But we'll see.
All right, we'll do another clip from that on another day.
Woo. All right, and that means that we will continue that after they come back to more of those clips, and I will probably, maybe I'll do this in 2 parts, or yeah, I should probably do this in 2 parts. So, snacks, hey, snacky snacks, snacks for Stan.
Mitesh $5. Snacks, Stan.
I'm pretty sure he got up before he was even awake. Thank you for this. Say thank you, Mitesh. Thank you for the snack. And thank you for the $5 donation. I will put that in the update here. Let's get some music for a little bit. But I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the YouTube side of things, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Really helps me out, and it's free for you guys. And it gets me out in the algorithm. And as you can see here, I have my mom's memorial fund. If you guys are not aware, my mom, she passed away on Friday. And this is actually the first day that I've really been able to do this. And unfortunately, I learned the hard way that dying in America is very expensive. So if you guys can donate or pitch in any way, I really, really appreciate it. It's one of the shittiest parts about this whole thing, I gotta say. I mean, it's like, it's not hard enough as it is, but then you just gotta go and face the harsh realities of all this stuff. So, thank you, Wise Kanye. I appreciate that, man. So yeah, here, actually, there we go. Yeah, sorry guys. Again, I somehow became the guy where it was just like, can you try and... It's like, yeah, well, also I was her only son, so... Thank you guys for that, and also listening. Also, if you guys haven't already, please follow, and like I said, like and subscribe. It's free for you guys, and it really does help me out, so thank you. Anyway, I really appreciate you guys just being here in general. Thank you. Okay. We got the Cenk Uygur segment around the corner here. Just give me 1 second. And I also have a Bill Burr segment that I want to cover here. So this is going to be kind of fun. I just have to take a little pee break here. You know what? Here, I'll do this real quick. Usually I don't like David Pakman, but he's actually covering something super substantive, and he's got the best video that I can watch about it right now. So it's about the Bernie rallies. I was supposed to actually go to the one in Kenosha on Friday, but obviously that did not happen for reasons, not good reasons. God, still so rough. Even just say it. But yeah, guys, here I'm gonna put this on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I will watch the rest of this video with you guys.
Bernie Sanders certainly did. Bernie is selling out venues all over the Midwest with monster rallies, and corporate media will not cover it. Bernie Sanders is out there packing arenas in the Midwest. He's drawing larger crowds than Trump did. He's actually talking to workers, and corporate media can't be bothered to cover it, because why would they want to acknowledge that there's a Democrat actually doing what we've been saying Democrats need to do? Go to working class communities, speak to the average worker, and make a real economic case. Check out some of these headlines. Bernie Sanders draws 10,000 supporters to Warren, that's Warren, Michigan, for a fight oligarchy rally. Oligarchy. Bernie Sanders draws capacity crowd in Kenosha. About 3,500 people attend Senator's rally at University of Wisconsin Parkside. Look at this crowd in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Bernie leading massive rallies in Warren, Michigan on Saturday. The night before, he was in Kenosha, filling that venue with more people than Donald Trump. That's the same Kenosha where Trump went to exploit racial tensions back in 2020. But Bernie was there talking about wages and healthcare and corporate greed. Bernie not whining and dining socialites at Mar-a-Lago and giving them well-done steaks that look disgusting. He's making an actual case to working people about why they're getting screwed, who is screwing them, both people and systems, and how to fix it. And this is not an interesting narrative to corporate media. I mean, just sit back for a moment and think, how would corporate media cover such an event? There's no convenient scapegoat. There's no weaponization of grievance politics in the way that Trump does it, which plays much better for corporate media. Corporate media does not want to acknowledge that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, and I'm talking about the reasonable progressive wing, not the fringe stuff that the right likes to focus on, just working class progressivism, people who are concerned primarily with going to their job and providing a reasonable standard of living to their families. That is drawing massive crowds and it's energizing real voters, and corporate media has nothing for it. Let's take a look at just a little bit of this Bernie rally in Wisconsin over the weekend.
And Musk is so arrogant that he is even
TK, sorry to hear about your mom. She will live on through you. I'm donating my body to science, hopefully avoiding any fees for dying.
intervening in
You know what? Yeah, look into that, because she wanted to do the same thing, but something happened with that. And then, yeah, I explained it at the beginning of the stream, but she had like an insurance thing that it was supposed to cover like the funeral or whatever, but she didn't pay in enough to it or whatever. It sucks, guys. This sucks so much. And it's just, they don't care. They just don't care. You can give them any sob story. Literally, it's just like you're the most loved person in your life just passed away, and they're just like, how are you going to be paying for this, cash or credit? It's just like, oh my God.
a Supreme Court election right here in the state of Wisconsin. Against a candidate who has the very, very extreme idea that maybe women should be able to control their own bodies, not the government. Now, whatever your view may be on this Supreme Court election, I think what everybody, no matter what your position should be, should make it clear to the wealthiest person on earth that he cannot buy an election here in Wisconsin.
Well, he's trying to.
And I want you to
God, Bernie's authenticity is off the charts. Eclipses every Dems in Congress. Yep.
think about what that means. If this guy can intervene in a Supreme Court election in one state, you tell me what mayor's race, what governor's race, what Senate race he cannot buy. So we have got to deal with this corrupt campaign finance system.
Listen, you've got to hand it to him. One of the things I've been talking about for years, one of the things I write about in the chapter in my book about activism that really works, includes mass rallies at urban centers and getting people out in the real world beyond just watching YouTube videos, signing petitions, and all of that stuff, which is fine. And to the extent that that gets people involved, that's great. But the next step to real action is going out in the world and doing something. And Bernie is doing it. And what we are seeing right now is that the second a Democrat actually challenges the billionaires who fund the networks, you get a blackout. And the reality is corporate media doesn't want a working class populist message taking center stage. They want the working class sitting at home and watching TV. And, you know, to some degree, people write to me, they go, you know, David, you sometimes almost seem like you're advocating people not watch your show and do other types of activism. Watching the show is not activism. I've made it clear many times.
I gotta watch Daredevil in 20 minutes, but I'll keep this playing on my laptop.
The point.
Lucky, I have to wait. I got a friend that's watching that with me, so I gotta wait for him to watch the next episodes.
The point of this show, watching the show by itself is not activism. My hope is that a portion of the
it's so good
people who watch the show or listen
guys,
to the
if
show
you're into Daredevil
will say,
and you liked the Netflix one, definitely try to check out the newest season. It picks up right where it was.
Hey.
Dude's hair is so weird. I know. He looks like an anime character. Like, dude, seriously.
I have a grasp of what some of the problems are. I understand. I'm hopefully getting an
I'll give you that one.
understanding of how power
really weird.
works. And I am going to go out there and do something in the real
Not
world.
really. I
And
would
that's what
rather be
Bernie
a mod.
is doing. That's what
Dreamer.
Bernie is advocating. That's what I talk about in the book. And if you are corporate media, you realize that if people take the Bernie message,
watching with a friend, then watching
and say, I'm going to get out of my house and I'm going to go organize and activate. Number one, you're not going to have as much time to sit there and watch 24-hour news. But more importantly, you are going to reject the corporatist structure.
No, and it's happening a lot. That's why, like, a lot of the people that are attending these Bernie rallies really are coming out of it. Like, I hate to use the term, but I'm gonna radicalized. You know, like they Bernie is. It's like you were saying. He's consistent. He's authentic, and people really respond to that. So it's one of those, especially now because. You saw the corporate response, right? That, like, I think they only got like 700,000 views on their corporate response, and Bernie had like 10 million on his response. So, like, is that on Netflix? I restarted my Netflix. No, unfortunately, the Netflix Daredevil is on Disney Plus. They sold the rights and everything to them. That sucks. Trust me. But actually, there is some good stuff on Netflix right now. If you haven't watched Sakamoto Days, it is one of my favorite animes that I've watched in the last 20 years. It's so damn good. It's just a joy to watch. And then, God, there's another really good movie on there. Oh, Monkey Man. Monkey Man was on there, and that movie was really good, guys. I highly recommend it. It's very John Wicky. Like if you guys just like high octane action thriller, it's very cool. It might if Pep ever has 200 concurrent viewers. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, according to this tonight, I reached like 100 something, even though I'm starting to wonder. It's like, are those bots? Because yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works, but hey, man. Also, just in general, like, hey, what is with people in my view count today? Like, I took 4 days off, which I'm going to be honest, guys. Do you understand that taking 1 day off and not posting anything on YouTube can totally fuck you in the algorithm? So it's kind of like, yeah, that was a little bit on my mind, not going to lie. For some reason, Twitch is a little more fair with that. Twitch is just like, nah, we'll put your stuff out there and you'll get your views. It's like, cool, I like that. YouTube is just like, no, we're gonna bury you. You gotta work. You gotta work. Honestly, it's not the reason I put the video out about my mom, though. That was more so the algorithm says you are fired. You are fired. Oh God, what's that? Fired. You're fired. You are fired. Oh wait, Fifth Element. It's where he gets the message. It's just like, oh, good fortune for you. Here, I'll prove it. You are fired. It's just like, thanks. That's a great movie. Lilu Dallas Multipass. You haven't seen it. It's good. By the way, how are you, Pun Pun Pa? It's good to see you. Well, good thing Ahmad's job is to stop breaking if TOS is the subject. It's not necessary. No, that's not all Ahmad does. Why are people so weird about that? Like, dude, I don't like how Ruby Rod. Yeah, dude. One of Chris Tucker's best characters. Let's just say it. Okay. Oh wait, what was it? Oh my God, when he's right after they get shot at, he says, "Are you dead? Are you?" Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Expanding my villager basement in Minecraft. Nice. Hey, you know what? I'm glad that you guys got your little escapes. Mine, I think I'm going to end up playing Final Fantasy Rebirth so when I'm not on stream, I can just go and do that. But what also sucks is I happen to know just through like some of my friends saying that it's like, yeah, dude, Rebirth is literally like the whole game is about death. And I'm just like, oh, that's great. That's Corey, my man. Is he gonna be okay? Oh yeah, is he gonna be okay? He's like slapping him. That's right, it's after he shoots him up. Is he gonna be okay? God, I'm watching that movie tonight. I at least have that one, so definitely watching that. God, I haven't seen that movie in years. Also, shout out, Bruce Willis. It sucks that what happened with him. Yeah. It's like, I think back to it. I enjoy so many damn Bruce Willis movies, especially like, and if you ever played the game Apocalypse on PlayStation, it is actually low key one of the better like games that featured a movie star, because it was like, it wasn't based on a movie script or anything. It was essentially Bruce Willis fighting through hell. It was fucking cool. Yeah, the job description of mod has that tat part that says other duties as assigned. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's about like modding the community. Like, dude, like right now, I'll just say it. Like, if anybody comes in here, starts ripping on, my mom or like my situation, yeah, I'm gonna fucking, yeah, peace out, dude. Like, deuces. Also, like, I'm gonna do what I did earlier, where it's just like, oh, you feel better? Do you feel like a big man? Like, dude, because seriously, at some point, these assholes do need to just get put, like, that's the only way you can put them in their place, is just like, do you guys, like, honestly, you feel good from this? Cool. Reevaluate your lives, because you're human like, you're excrement. Like, there's nothing that they're offering the world other than just being pains in the asses to people that they will never meet, that they would like. The thing that really pisses me off about these motherfuckers is the fact that they would never ever do this in real life. These people are the ones who they sit there silently, and the second that they do say something where you're like, what'd you say? They're just like, nothing, I'm so sorry, like, come on. We all know the types. Okay, I would probably do that. Weird conversations. Like, you like to push the boundaries. You like to do things on your own terms, which, fine, man. I'll allow you to do that in my chat. You are engaging, and I'll allow you to engage. But yeah, the idea that I would make you a mod, I'm sorry, no. Play Indiana Jones. It'll give you some laughs and memories. Ooh, you know what? I wanted to play that. Shit, I didn't even, yeah. You know what? That one's going on the list, because... Let's see. How much is that? On Steam real quick. Ooh, really? Why is it $50? 60. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that 9. Huh. Oh, well, is it? Wait, is this considered AAA? Man, that just kind of came out like out of nowhere. Like there was like no fanfare or anything for it. Weird. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the Indiana Jones game that was supposed to come out with the movie? I kind of remember that. And like it was supposed to, it wasn't like a direct tie-in in the movie, but it kind of, it had like elements from the story. So like it kind of tied some loose ends. I don't know. No, might want to check that out. Also, guys, just so you know, I'm working it out right now with Smoke a Tide Pod. He's got like his Dadcast show where he watches VHSs. We're gonna watch My Fair Lady in honor of my mom. That was her favorite movie. It's also one that's kind of funny because it is like so old from the, you know, it's a 60s movie, so it's got some problematic scenes that like, yeah, we're gonna pick those apart, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. And he's never seen it, so it's gonna be really fun. It's on Game Pass. Oh, it is. Oh shit. Okay. You know, I've been thinking about that. I've already got my PlayStation Plus like account, so it's so hard for me to justify like going and getting multiple Game Passes and stuff like that. I mean, fuck. I like to still buy my games physically. Like, I'm one of those idiots that, well, idiots, I mean, it's the ones that are just literal, like the ones that, like, you put the disc in and it's like, sign in. Yeah, F that. Oh, Allie, when? We haven't worked that out quite yet. But we're looking at probably like next Monday. I don't want to speak for him. I just know that what his schedule was and the last communique I had with him. But yeah, I'll discuss it more with him. I think he'd be cool with me just telling you guys that this is what we're doing. Because I know that there's another show that I'm going to be doing with him that I can't say. But yeah, no, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. As I said, it's my mom's favorite movie. Loved her some Audrey Hepburn. Moulin Rouge was probably her second favorite. She actually took me to the Moulin Rouge in Paris. It was a wild show, man. Like, honestly, I highly recommend it. It's like the best burlesque show I have ever seen. And it is, I mean, crazy the amount of stories that they tell. Because each one is like its own mythology. Like they go through like different myths from different regions. It's really, really cool. It's not like the movie though. Just gonna warn you there. But it is cool. Also, you know, boobs. I'm not sure if you TMI, I might be a bit of a boob man. So. Nervous drink. Right. What do we got? Oh, we're at 3:57. Cool. So we got 20 to 22 minutes. Cool. All right. So what I want to do then is I'm going to go grab my stuff from upstairs because that needs to happen. Let's see. Here we go. Let's learn about Canada for a second, because I am interested to know what happened over there. I was expecting the Conservative Party to win. The Liberals pulled it off.
So the Americans, they should make no mistake, in trade as in hockey, Canada will win.
That is Mark Carney, Canada's new Prime Minister, or I should say Prime Minister designate, as last night he won the Liberal leadership race to replace Justin Trudeau. And over the next couple of weeks, that is going to happen, where he's going to officially become the Prime Minister. And then shortly after, an election is expected to be called. But let me break down what happened last night at this leadership race, including the results and a couple of clips from his speech and my thoughts on Mark Carney as well. But before I do all that, I just got to let's address the elephant in the room, because a lot of conservatives right now are losing their minds because Mark Carney is the new prime minister or the next prime minister, and he does not have a seat. No one elected him. This is communism, much like in Alberta when Danielle Smith also became premier without a seat. I didn't hear much about that. Was that communism? Please go back to school. You're embarrassing yourself. So this is how the system works, people. Yes, he doesn't currently have a seat, but there's an election coming up and he's going to run in one and he will have a seat. Chill. Let me get to the results here. So
that was always my favorite thing. Like when we line up, like you just do this. Like you would just kind of shake your hand at the guy and immediately he would either give you the nod or the...
This is a pretty decisive victory for Mark Carney. 85.9% of the Liberal member vote on the first ballot is decisive. Chrystia Freeland in second place at 8%, Karina Gould in third at 3.2%, and then Frank Baylis at 3%. I was a bit underwhelmed by Karina Gould's performance, considering she is the more left-leaning of the bunch, within the confines of what Liberal can do. But the members are very clear in what they want right now, and they want stability and someone that they think can beat Pierre Poilievre. And based on how polling currently looks, with Mark Carney at the top of the ticket.
Oh, so Carney won the... Oh, okay, so he...
I'm speaking like an American.
So the general hasn't happened
so much
yet.
American politics.
This was a primary.
But with Mark Carney as the leader of the Liberal...
Forgive me for not knowing the ins and outs of Canadian politics.
Party. The Liberals do very well in polling against Pierre Poilievre, and that support is only continuing to increase as the threats from Trump
Canada
continue.
went no thanks, DT.
So
Donald Trump. Yeah,
I'll get to more on that when we get to Mark Carney's speech, but compare that 85% to Pierre Poilievre, who was at 68.15% on the first ballot for the Conservative Party, and that itself was also considered to be a fairly decisive victory for Pierre Poilievre. So let's get to the first clip from Mark Carney's speech, and this is when he is discussing the Americans.
The Americans want our resources, our water, my rig, our land, our country. Think about it. If they succeeded, they would destroy our way of life. In America, healthcare is a big business. In Canada, it is a right. America is a melting pot. Canada is a mosaic. America is not Canada. And Canada never, ever will be part of America in any way, shape, or form. We didn't ask for this fight. We didn't ask for this fight. But Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. So the Americans, they should make no mistake, in trade as in hockey, Canada will win.
In trade as in hockey, Canada will win. What a line there. Now, a couple of points I want to make. The language around the Americans, the phrasing around the Americans this, the Americans that, the Americans want our resources. And to be clear, he did mention Trump earlier in the sentence there. I'm not sure if I showed it. But he goes on to keep referencing the Americans. I don't know if I like this, because it is not the Americans. It is Donald Trump, the Trump administration, and the Republican Party. I think it's clear to make that clear, to not muddy the waters there. But, it's the first speech. We'll see where things go from here. He also mentions Canada being a mosaic, which this is something that triggered a memory in me. I remember a teacher telling me that Canada is a cultural mosaic. That a way we differ from the U.S. is that they're a melting pot. We're a cultural mosaic where we celebrate our cultural differences instead of trying to assimilate into a singular culture. Now, of course, I was told this at a Catholic school within a Catholic education system in Ontario that is publicly funded. So there's clearly some holes in the logic there around a cultural mosaic. But that said, there is sort of this. It's an ideal, I think, that Canada would like to be a place where we celebrate our differences more than the Americans do. And we don't always live up to that ideal. In many ways we don't. But I do think it is a difference that separates
Anonymous
us culturally.
$50. It's okay
Also,
to miss your mom. And she made so many shinning memories and thought you so much. know she is so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Let's just say it. The charisma or lack thereof. Now, a lot of people are being turned off, at least what I'm reading online. People are a bit turned off by this. Other people don't care. I tend to lean with the people that don't care. I think we are in a situation right now where...
Seriously, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate the kind words.
Canadians want somebody who is kind of boring. I don't think people want someone who's going to be too outlandish, too crazy, someone who appears like, can't really handle them. Canadians want someone who is a central banker, essentially. Now, I want to be clear. A central banker in tone. They don't necessarily need a central banker in policy, but we're talking about somebody who is, the former Bank of Governor in Canada under Stephen Harper and the Conservatives. That was during the 2008 financial crisis, then went to the UK to help them deal with Brexit as their central banker. And now he's here leading Canada. So this is somebody who has been around.
We got a 15-minute warning.
And is someone who you could argue is very boring by definition of being a central banker. And I think that is actually an asset for him in an upcoming election. He's also not pretending to be anybody he's not. Something about Trudeau that I think got on a lot of people's nerves, including my own, was just his cadence in his way of speaking. Very performative and almost soft-spoken, but speaking like this. There was just sort of a fakeness about him. Even if he wasn't being fake, even if that's who he is. And to be fair, I still don't know who he really is. It's hard to know who Trudeau really is. But he just came off as somebody who was not
the
being
left and the right. Nobody likes him.
Real. Mark Carney,
God, even
for
the
all
liberals,
of his faults,
they're
in
just
terms
nah.
of how he may view the world, is somebody who is not phony. He is who he is. He's a central banker and he speaks like one. So he's not pretending to be anything he isn't, say, Pierre Poilievre, who pretends to be for the working class and has an entire career in politics fighting on behalf of big business and corporations and the wealthy and fighting against labor, working class labor rights. The idea that Pierre Poilievre is for the working class all of a sudden, after we have a very clear track record of you not being for the working class, is just an incredible ruse that he is trying to pull on people. And some are falling for it because of the way he's speaking. Pierre Poilievre has a lot of correct criticisms of what is happening, but he doesn't have the actual solutions to the problem. And this gets to Mark Carney speaking on Pierre Poilievre, and I think he does a pretty good job at separating himself here.
Donald Trump is trying to weaken our economy, but there's someone else who, if he succeeds, will weaken our economy.
This guy literally looks like if Biden wasn't dead.
It's Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre just doesn't get it. He is the type of lifelong politician, and I've seen this type around the world, a lifelong politician who worships at the altar of the free market despite never having made a payroll himself. Pierre Poilievre would let our planet burn.
I feel like his cadence more.
This is not leadership. It's ideology. It's ideology that betrays what we as Canadians value, each other. It's an ideology that also represents a fundamental misunderstanding of how the economy works. We know that markets don't have values. People do. And we know as liberals that it's our job to make markets, to make the economy work for all Canadians. These are the most powerful tool we've ever invented. They can find solutions to our greatest problems. And when the private sector, when the markets are governed well, they deliver great jobs and stronger growth faster than anything. But markets are also indifferent to human suffering, and they are blind to our greatest needs. So when they're not governed well, or not at all, they will deliver enormous wealth for the lucky few and hard times for the rest. So Donald Trump thinks he can weaken us with his plan to divide and conquer. Pierre Poilievre's plan will leave us divided and ready to be conquered. Because a person who worships at the altar of Donald Trump will kneel before him, not stand up to him.
This will be interesting.
Easily, I think, the best part of his speech.
Yeah.
He clearly is making a distinction between how Pierre Poilievre views markets, the free market, the economy, and how he views it. These quotes are really good. Quote, "We know that markets don't have values, people do. Markets are indifferent to human suffering, and they are blind to our greatest needs." This is not something you are ever going to hear any conservative politician say, but it is fact. And the fact that Mark Carney is willing to vocalize this and being a central banker, vocalizing this, I think is incredibly important. Now, it is talk. It is a speech. Are we going to see this in practice? Remains to be seen. But again, this is where things start to get a little muddy, because this election, if it wasn't for Trump and all the insanity going on with him, this election coming up would really be about the cost of living crisis and affordability.
That's what it should be.
Now that Trump has sort of taken up all the air, it's really more about him. But we also should be conscious of the realities around affordability and how each of these leaders differ. And I think on both counts, whether we're talking about Trump, whether we're talking about the economy, if it's just the two choices, Pierre Poilievre and the conservatives and Mark Carney and the liberals, I'm all the way with Mark Carney. It's not even close. But I do think it's important that this conversation around how what people are actually going to feel in terms of their own lives, in terms of affordability, I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that conversation in the cloud of all that's going on with Donald Trump. But on that point, the quote he ends on there is really good. "A person who worships at the altar of Donald Trump will kneel before him, not stand up to him." That describes Pierre Poilievre perfectly. And I did a video recently, a couple of videos ago, discussing that, how Pierre Poilievre is MAGA. He's Maple MAGA. If you look at who is advising him, we're talking about people who are
Maple MAGA,
pictured with MAGA hats on. We were talking about a guy who went on Jordan Peterson's podcast, a couple months ago. Like the guy is MAGA.
Did he tell him to clean up his room?
And now he's trying to separate himself from Trump because of what Trump is currently doing and how it's tanking the Conservative Party in polling, when it looked like the Conservatives were going to easily win the next election. So it's completely reverse course for the liberals and for the conservatives with what Trump is doing. Pierre Poilievre, what's he gonna do now? Like, he can't after they're being so clearly attached to.
You're an idiot. Way to spell "you're" wrong. Calling me an idiot. Classic. Nothing more classic than that one. Thank you for that.
Donald Trump, his whole far right ideology. Not to mention Elon Musk constantly boosting Pierre Poilievre's speeches on Twitter. Like, it's going to be very hard now for Poilievre to separate himself from that when we have a clear documented history of him being intertwined with MAGA. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on Mark Carney and a potential upcoming election? I do expect Carney to call an election fairly quickly once he is officially the prime minister, simply based on the fact that liberals are doing well right now. And, it's a combination of that. In addition to, I don't think Canadians really want somebody who's prime minister for too long who hasn't actually won an election. So, I think there is a reason to call the election just on that alone. But the fact that liberals continue to gain support while conservatives are dropping, that momentum is not going to last forever. Now would be a good time for the party to strike. But I think he's poised to do very well if this continues. And again, Mark Carney has to understand that it's not just about Donald Trump, even though, yes, that is a focus, of course, an obvious focus, but also bring up
don't make the same mistake that the American Democrats did,
clear differences between himself and Pierre Poilievre.
Just not focusing on the working class at all, and then letting Trump just essentially be like, you know what, the groceries. Nobody even said anything about groceries. It's like I invented the word, and I'm so smart.
Just how he views them around how the market operates and affordability. And I think if he's able to do that, liberals are poised to do a lot better than initially expected before this leadership race.
Nice. All right. Let's check out the jank thing, because somebody up here was just like, of course. And I feel bad because I didn't get right to it. But what do we got? 6 minutes. All right. So in 6 minutes, you know what time it is. So let's prepare for the fun half. Gonna boil me 5 eggs for breakfast. Nice. What are you, rich? Holy shit. I do love I love hard-boiled eggs. I'm actually one of those people. I try to eat 2 a day. But yeah. That's a lot of eggs. Yeah, wait a minute. That's a lot of eggs. Damn. Are you trying to like gain weight or like gain muscle mass? Because I kind of understand that. Like if you're trying to bulk, then okay. But that's a lot of eggs, man. I was gonna say.
Trying to tell my friends on the left, whether I say it or the American people say it, which they do, 98% of them basically say it, we're not saying we hate trans people. What we're saying is, I don't know why I'm paying for their surgery.
How much money do you think is being spent on this jank? Because for you to sit there and be like, I gotta tell my friends on the left, look, I am not a transphobe. I just don't want my money going towards gender affirming care for prisoners, okay? That has nothing to do with that. Then why are you buying into this rhetoric that clearly is being propagated by the right?
I have 30 in my fridge. Man, you out here flexing with them eggs.
In order to get people really mad, once again.
Donate 5 eggs to the stream if you can.
Again,
I don't
using
know how.
trans people as the crux for the whole thing.
Or you could just donate the equivalent to what 5 eggs would cost in America here. I think that's what, $5? Fucking egg.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump continued his attack on the transgender community in his address Tuesday night, attacking transgender athletes, highlighting his ongoing efforts to curb the rights of transgender people, then called on Congress to ban gender-affirming care for youth.
I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
In Ukraine, eggs cost 17 cents per egg. Oh, no shit.
I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
Minutes. Load up,
and now I want Congress to pass a bill permanent.
Disgusting. Brian Talmy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Hey, 5 of you. The Surf Times just got a sub from Brian Talmy. Also, huge news. Surf Times is about to hit 100,000, massive milestone, subscribers, which is huge. It means that we'll be more insulated and allowed to be even more radical on the streams. So I'm excited. Tell your friends, if they haven't already, subscribe to the Surf Times. You know,
nice. 2,000 away.
Good thing.
Banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie.
For more on President Trump's attacks on the trans community, we're joined now by Amara Jones, the founder and CEO of Translash Media, host of its investigative podcast, The Anti-Trans Hate Machine. Your response to last night's address, Amara?
I mean, I think that what trans people are feeling after last night's address and overall is that essentially the Trump administration has declared war on trans people and declared war on trans existence. And the fact that there was so much time and
thank you for the, oh my God, Matash, thank you for the 20 gift. Oh my.
Energy devoted to it last night, I think underscores the way that this community is targeting trans people.
Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, Matash. I really appreciate it.
Well, as a part of its broader bid to undermine democracy and to usher in authoritarianism.
Boy.
And Imara, I wanted to ask you about
about to
The
go.
Republican
Here it goes.
campaign's anti-trans ad blitz. Earlier this month, CBS News reported that Trump's campaign spent more than $19 million on 2 television ads that have aired nearly 55,000 times since October 1. And they focus explicitly on transgender rights.
Yes, essentially, the Trump campaign spent in total $215 million on those ads. And it was
let
the
this one go
single
just 'cause
largest
it's funny
ad
to have
buy
the
of the
noise
Trump
at
campaign.
420.
So from the perspective of the Trump campaign, it was an anti-trans campaign. And we know that it works. I mean, they credit those ads with giving them the margin of victory to amongst young men between the ages of 18 and 35 who are oftentimes unreliable voters, which is one of the reasons why they weren't in the models that we were seeing in terms of projecting the final numbers. Well, the Trump campaign was seeing movement amongst that group, and they showed up. They showed up in part because of this targeted anti-trans campaign.
Well, Amara Jones, we want to thank you for being with us as we quickly...
That's so sad on a number of levels. I mean, first and foremost, for someone like Donald Trump to be running those many ads and that much, anger directed towards a marginalized group, we're talking, between 1 to 2%
Cheers.
of the U.S. population. So we're talking about a very heavily marginalized and heavily attacked group within the U.S. To then use and try and manipulate men's insecurities and men's fears and to try and galvanize voters around the idea that you have to be able to somehow assert strength or it's so profoundly sad on so many levels. The very idea of masculinity and the concept of what is a man, which seems to be a hyper focus of the right for a long time now. Their idea of taking back masculinity and that we need to take back traditional masculinity and we need to have men's men and women's women and all that kind of shit. When it's it's just so profoundly sad that yes, that we live in a crisis right now where men are suffering, where men are statistically living longer. With their parents. Men are statistically getting less and less into higher education and university. Men are statistically dropping out of university at much higher rates. And as a result of that, they are going to be getting much less high-paying jobs within the workforce. It turns out that women are not interested in men who are still living with their parents and do not have high job prospects, leading to a large percentage of men who now feel outcast by society. Everything I just listed is directly as a result of a lot of the failures of capitalism and a lot of the failures of patriarchy, reinforcing the idea that to be a man, your validity as a man comes from your ability to make it as a man, to be able to be successful as a man, to be financially successful. And then in addition to that, you have to be a provider and a protector of your family, which means that you need to be a masculine man, a strong man, and all that kind of shit. Well, what's the most fearsome thing that you can strike into the hearts of insecure men? That you might be a woman. Because that's the opposite. That's the other thing. It's like, yeah, what are you, some kind of pussy boy? Huh? Are you kind of like a little bit of a girl? And all of a sudden it's like, oh, that ignites all the deep insecurities that I've been raised with my entire life. And now, holy shit, the fuck you talking about, bro? I'm twice as fucking man. Now I'm really man. I'm going to be fucking violent. I'm going to actually fucking fight you because I'm
Yes, thanks for the free subs. I don't get stuff like that. It makes me feel special. You guys are all special. Seriously, guys, thank you so much for being such a cool community and honestly, making this tough situation a little bit easier.
Really fucking angry when you're insecure. It's making you insecure. It's making you so insecure that you have to do violence, that you have to try and smash the thing that's making you feel bad, and you don't even have the tool set to be able to explain or understand that into your head, and then to prey on that. For Donald Trump to take that exact paradigm and dynamic and to be like, yeah, and I'm going to try and manipulate that insecurity.
Oh my God, I just realized that today is 3/11.
And then rather
just
than
a random thing,
rather than try and be like, hey, by the way, there's a lot of problems with the way that we are trying to implement these ideas that under a capitalist system that's failing, your worth, your self-worth, your identity as a gender is going to be coming from the very idea that you have to be a provider, that you have to be someone who in society is capable of protecting and providing and all that kind of stuff. And it's going to be reinforced in both genders, by the way. I mean, patriarchy is up.
Sorry to hear about your mother. I lost my brother 4 months ago today. I just realized it was 3/11 when you mentioned
held by a lot of women as well who reinforce these kind of things. When you hear,
I saw it on my clock. I was like, oh,
conservative women, for example, talking about how I want a manly man. I want a guy who's making lots of money, and then I can just stay at home, and then I can bake, and then I can actually take care of the children. Well, he is strong, strapping, opens doors for me, and I want a Prince Charming kind of a dude, you know. And that's what I'm looking for. And so guys need to be like that. I don't want a guy who fucking has emotions. I don't want a guy who fucking cries. I don't want any of this kind of shit. I don't want an F.
Well, fine.
He sounds like an F-slur. Are you describing an F-slur to me? Yeah, no, I don't want that. No. I want a man's man. We need manly men, more manly men. This is becoming harder and harder to achieve. As it's becoming harder and harder to achieve, it's the reason why statistically you're seeing now such dramatically high rates of suicide amongst men. Nearly 4 times as many men than women are killing themselves successfully as well, because a large percentage of men who try to attempt suicide actually succeed in doing that.
I knew it.
A lot of this all plays into the same exact problem that is being exploited by the very people who are trying to concentrate wealth into their pockets and become more rich at the hands and suffering of other people. That's just the entire game from the ground on up. It can take the form of the vilification of trans people, as Donald Trump is doing, but this is the same playbook that has been done time and time again. They're actually recycling a lot of the
listening to Beautiful Disaster by 311 every day for weeks.
Points that they're doing now towards the trans community that they were doing in the 80s towards the gay community. It was the exact same thing, and they played into the same insecurities. You don't want to be a pussy boy. You don't want to be an F-slur, do you? Are you gay? Because that's the other bad thing. It's one thing for you to be feminine. It's one thing for me to think that you're a woman. It's another thing for me to think that you would actually hook up with another man. Disgusting, deplorable, sodomy, sinful, all that shit. And then the insecurities that play into that as well. Like, right, you can just see how much unpacking has to happen for dudes, especially in this arena, when all of a sudden you'll get those kind of dynamics for like a straight guy to tell you something like, oh yeah, no, like I can't have a.
You don't think that I have more like when women start going into a hair treatment conversation, I'm immediately like, girl, you don't even know.
Gay friend, because they just want to fuck me the whole time. And then if the gay guy says, no, I don't, I'm not attracted to you, the whole thing flips all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden the straight dude's like, well, why not? What's wrong with me? Why aren't you attracted to me? And then it's like, wait, sorry, I'm confused. You said that like you didn't care, and then this meant nothing to you, and that you have no interest because you're not gay. So, and you're very, very insecure, clearly, and you're worried about gay guys potentially just always hitting on you. Like, just apparently when you go into a straight club, if you go into a gay club and you're a homophobe, it's just like you're a magnet to all the gays. They just love homophobic, fucking insecure assholes. That's what gay guys really go for. And dudes just have such a complex about that. But you can tell how many layers upon layers are just fucking built behind each other, and all the insecurities that are just wrapped in this goddamn onion. And the Republicans are like, you know what, we're going to take all that and we're going to exploit it to win more political power, to concentrate more wealth, and exacerbate all of this. By the way, it's what's known as false consciousness. It's the very idea of distracting the general public with like the problems that don't actually directly concern them. How often in your day-to-day, when you go into your 9 to 5, does a trans kid actually affect your life? Genuinely. If you can ask the average conservative or Republican that, if they even know a trans person, but they...
Oh yeah, the NPR Tiny Desk 311 concert was really, really good. Good poll.
They are so mad about this shit. They think about this shit all
the time.
Song? It's always in their fucking brains. But at the end of the day, it's like, hey, did a trans kid tell you to come into your job early today? Did a trans kid tell you
Tiny Desk series is really cool
that you're not going to get overtime pay? Did a trans kid promote someone else in lieu of you because you might not be a man or white or something of that effect? You know, what the company was really looking to promote up to.
Oh my God, we were just talking about this literally last week.
For management, was it a trans kid that did that? Did a trans kid fire you? Is a trans kid the reason that you are unable to find another job because the job market is complete and utter shit? Was that a trans kid's fault? Did any of that relate to it? No, because that seems to be what causes you a little bit of strife in your day-to-day life. And so that's maybe why it's of a lot of benefit to the people who want to keep doing that shit, to keep getting you scared about trans kids, to keep making you think about that shit, When at the end of the day, it's like, does this actually affect your work? Does this actually hurt you? This is going to lead me right into the whole JANK stuff, by the way, because JANK and Anna are now apparently going down the we got to talk about trans athletes rabbit hole. Leonard McDonald, thank you. Lance,
Anderson
you forgot
Paak,
delicious.
that's a good one.
Well, I appreciate what that is in reference to. I can't remember when I was talking about that. All right, let's quickly talk about it. So we need a little background. You need to know a little bit about the person on the left here. This woman apparently was from a TV show called The Biggest Loser. The show, I believe, the title speaks for itself. It's a competition where you lose weight. The one who loses the most. Do they win? I haven't actually watched the series. The concept or premise doesn't really appeal to me. But either way, she was one of the contestants on it, and then she went on to become a podcaster. And Experian actually
I remember that being part. I seriously go back and watch the first season. They say that shit.
Where they had one of those entire "why I left the left" things, like, oh yeah, I feel politically homeless, and then she was like, I used to be like an Obama-style liberal because I'm part of the LGBTQ+ community, and then I thought that the Democrats had my back, but then it turns out the Democrats don't really have your back, and they want to push the trans agenda on you. And she's like, oh my god, don't get me started. And then they were like, turfy turf turf, and turf to turf turf, and then turf 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 turf, and then that went down for a while. As is my understonding. I didn't.
Does he know that she's gay?
Finish the entire thing.
I think that might
hi friend.
Make him think a little.
Really great channel that you should check out for content.
Like add to it, where it's just like, this is really bad. Hey Kenzie, how's it going?
The panel with Sam SEDER. And on that panel, they were talking about USAID.
Good to see you. Hey, everybody. It's, again, good to see you.
Sam SEDER, if you haven't watched it, did an absolutely phenomenal job, basically just, fact shaming Benny Johnson. But at one point, he was talking about the fact that you can make an argument when it comes to USAID, how it's utilized and how it's utilized in some forms in order to enact soft power by the United States. A lot of other nations do this, all right? Whether it is, donating vast amounts of medical equipment, exporting a lot of doctors and trying to go help countries that need it. This can be done to enact and make a country dependent on the United States in one way or another so that you can enact some form of, geopolitical control over another region, whatever you want to have it. There are definitely instances where USAID is used for that. There are definitely instances in which USAID is used to spread propaganda, U.S. imperial propaganda in other countries. That is true. But in addition to that, USAID is also used for life-saving programs in very, very poor regions of the world where they will do things like provide medical attention,
why trans mice?
HIV protection, clean needles,
I still can't believe it.
and food programs. In some places, it is food and feeding programs where the food has to be pre-digested because the children are suffering from malnutrition, and it can actually be deadly for them to just eat food right away. And so this is an actual system where if you are going to suddenly...
Also, if you guys are interested in becoming a member over on YouTube, we have a few gifted memberships that are still available. If you want to just turn on your permissions real quick, you go to the Super Thanks button underneath the stream, hit that, go to the 3 little dots on the options there, and just opt in, and you will get yourself a gifted membership.
Make these countries
also,
less
subscribe to the channel if you have not already. It really helps me out, and like the stream. That also, it really helps me out in the algorithm. Thank you.
On the USAID, I think you have a moral responsibility to not let the kids die in the process. You don't just cut it off and be like, which is what the Trump administration is effectively doing. Sam SEDER was explaining all this. And in the middle of it, she suddenly is like, well, I think the dying kids is a red herring. And it's like, a red herring for what? Well, the fact that USAID is actually used for a lot of things that we didn't want to be spending money on.
You guys always use...
And again, the whole thing is absurd to me to think that Doge is exposing anything. Sam did a great job of actually explaining to everybody. Doge is not exposing anything. USAID and how the expenditures are spent is publicly available information that anybody could have looked up, but no one just, I guess, cared up until this point. But now that Doge is effectively saying we were giving $46 million apparently to Brazil. Of that money, apparently $117,000 was used for an LGBTQ+ drag show. Is that really promoting America's interests? So we're not going to do that anymore. And again, if you cared about wasteful government spending, then you would slash the military budget. You would actually...
Does anybody know about that? Can somebody just tell me, is that true, though? Were they doing that? Because
determined that since there has been 7.
That doesn't seem like it's what they're saying it is. That's always the case. They're like, yeah, it's a drag show. They're promoting their gay agenda for psyops
in a row.
It's like, what?
Of audits.
And then you find out that it's like, no, they were funding like some dance studio or something.
The Pentagon that have shown
I don't know anymore.
unexplainable
And honestly,
losses
I didn't
of
have time to
trillions
really
of
look into
dollars,
this one.
money, government money, wasteful spending, just gone, evaporated, burnt, trillions of dollars. That's a lot more money than a couple $100,000 that was given to another country.
Wait, which one? Which one is Trudeau?
To promote a whole bunch of different
Trudeau?
programs. One of those turned out to be a drag show. Right,
Allie, who's your favorite Tiny Desk concert then? Since you are a connoisseur of the Tiny Desk series.
It's like if we break down all of this money, it's like you don't actually get to like control 100% of how every dollar is spent. And so if a country takes $100,000 from you to promote a whole bunch of different things, one of those happens to be
the woman
a drag show. Well, then yeah, you can say that that's not where you want that money to go. But you can't say overall that this is even like comparable in wasteful spending to other things that are just literally burning cash.
To that woman from the biggest.
I don't know why my YouTube keeps resetting. That's weird.
To that.
His does the same thing. His does. All right. Everybody's has been doing the same thing. Yeah. It resets to like the last 2 seconds. Mine's been doing that for a while.
Woman from the biggest.
$5 million sent to Africa to teach rhinos ballet. What a waste.
Loser who I was on Piers Morgan with.
Cranberries. Good one.
The other day. Who said this feeding the starving kids is, and I quote, a red herring. Go F yourself. Yes. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass. You worried about people's health with the processed food? And you say that starving kids are a red herring? Go F yourself. I doubt she'll hear this or see this, but I felt like I had to say that.
We should clip it.
We should clip it. Let's clip it, and we'll play it at the end of the. We'll play it in the fun half.
Just tag her.
Well, there you go. I wanted that just to be an intro because that's going to lead us into another interaction online between one Matt. Nasty, nasty work to pander to these soulless ghouls. Here's her on Piers Morgan mocking concern for starving children while pretending to care about starving children.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring.
So said confidently, with anger, and condescendingly as well. The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. And it's like, wait, the act of doing it or the act of talking about it, because Trump cut off everything. He cut off all U.S. aid, all of it. And so if he does that, the list of things that he is going to be cutting money to include money that is used to feed starving children. If you're okay with that, if you are like, hey, by the way, sacrifices need to be made, then fucking admit it. Like, stop doing this thing where it's like, they're trying to distract us because I want to talk about how there was trans and gender dysphoric mice that were getting operations and drag shows in Brazil, and I want to talk about the
Allie, that's for you specifically. Check that out. I think you might really like it.
Argentinian gays, and it's like, but you understand that even if you were able to prove, which none of you have done conclusively, but if you were able to prove that, say, $46,000 was done to promote homosexuality in Uganda, for example, which it wasn't, but if you were able to prove that, then is that comparable to, say, $40 million being spent on a necessary life-saving feeding program for children in different countries in Africa? Is that the same thing? And are you willing to sacrifice those kids? Because this was a blanket shutoff. This was just like everything canceled. And so you might not enjoy some of the programs. I even don't enjoy some of the programs that USAID does. I, for example, really despise the fact that millions of dollars are spent on U.S. propaganda programs within a variety of capacities in other nations and countries, and I don't think that they should be spending millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars to spread propaganda in other nations in order to further American imperialism. I would like to see that cut. But I'll be honest with you, if you told me in the temporary right now that, say, 100,000 kids in Djibouti have to die, they just starve to death, for you to get less propaganda, anti-Chinese propaganda suddenly played in different regions of Eastern Europe, I would be like,
they could have used any other. example.
No.
You had to go with Djibouti.
No. This is not how you should go about that. That is
Jojo. Hello.
horrifying. You're talking about a mass death event because you don't like one aspect.
I'm sorry, I'm having a breakdown. I'm a child.
The system. It's like, that is absolutely absurd. It's irresponsible. It's honestly, it's inhumane. It's going to result in mass death of kids. So no, I don't think it's fair to suddenly just be like, well, I mean, the dying kids is a red herring.
But first of all, the vast majority
Thank you, Drew.
of this
Welcome.
USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that. Second of all, we have children starving here in America. But third of all, and what you don't know, and so you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. But really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your star.
I forgot how bad that was. Maybe I was just laughing too much at her at the time, but I didn't know you did the entire, like, okay, you don't know starving kids. I went on a tour. Okay, I've seen them starve, and so I know what it's like. So do we agree that those programs are essential to keep children alive? Apparently they're going to be helping, what, 6,000 children in South Africa alone? That's probably a worthy program that should be getting the value for your dollar. Do you agree with that? Yeah, but why won't you talk about the fucking...
I mean, it is right now.
trans mice, huh? Money's going towards that. You're telling me about the red herring of starving kids. So when Matt put this out, that led to Anna Kasparian jumping in. Hey, Matt, maybe spend a little less time policing who I can converse with. It's fucking weird. Are you ever going to address any of the issues that people actually bring up? Are you ever going to, or even acknowledge them? Are you going to talk about them? Are you gonna, it's always just like, hey.
I'll be fair. Platforming arguments have always been weird to me.
Why don't I actually try and distract all of you with a thing that's not actually happening? Yeah, this is once again Matt trying to control my ability to...
It depends on how you're platforming them and like in what context.
Speak to other people. It's kind of gross that he would try and police a woman and her ability...
Although this one's a little different because it's not... Okay, hold on. It's kind of... Yeah.
Conversations with other people.
I'm walking that one back. Hold on.
No one is saying who you can or cannot talk to. People are criticizing who you're choosing to talk to. And who you're choosing to hang out with, and who you're choosing to promote. And like, again, if you are like, Jank,
and then she's doubling down by doing the thing where it's just like, oh yeah, these wacky leftists
is gonna go have a beer with Charlie Kirk. If you have more in common with that white supremacist piece of shit than you do with Sam SEDER, because Sam SEDER is actually like, oh, by the way, Charlie Kirk is a bad person. You probably shouldn't promote him and his ideals. I think you've all lost the plot. But that leads us to two things. We're going to talk about Jank Mania going on the show. It's the newest episode of Jillian. But also, I found a clip about starving kids. That is actually quite interesting.
I'm glad you liked it.
The documentary sent me spinning.
Everybody, check out the cover of Losing My Religion by Revolution. It's a really, really good song.
I don't think I slept for 5 nights. So for the audience who has not yet seen the
And coming up here, we're going to be checking out some of our viewers' music.
Documentary.
Well, probably in about an hour.
It's called The Grab. What's being grabbed?
Well, it's basically looking how, powerful forces around the world are very focused on food and water, sort of for survival of their governments or for corporate profits in the 21st century, and what the impact of that is, both like right now, like what's happening right now, and what people are saying is likely to play out in the future. The documentary opens up by saying, we might, the way that we're heading is not having enough food and water in huge regions of the world that are going to lead to destabilization of countries, right? And then you end up with mass migration, and then you have mass migration of people into places that might themselves be fragile or holding on, and then those places become destabilized, and then you have another place where people are migrating from, right? And you see the rise of political rhetoric in countries because of migration issues now. And there's a report I have, a report from the State Department that says the #1 reason that people were leaving Guatemala wasn't because of gangs or kidnappings. It was because people were hungry. People are hungry. What do you do? What do you do if you are watching your kids not eat well? You know, in Guatemala, I think 50% of children are stunted because of malnutrition. What do you do as a parent? You know?
I would do anything.
Yes, right? And I went to Venezuela in 2017 because they were running out of food. And so people were literally starving, you know, people that had 9-to-5 jobs. And I went down there and people were using WhatsApp and Twitter to try to find, and keep in mind that Venezuela was once one of the 20th wealthiest countries in the world. At that point, people were using WhatsApp and Twitter just to try to find food in grocery stores, but they couldn't find any. And so I was talking to doctors, I was talking to mechanics across the board. Unfortunately, I filmed a family whose parents had 9-to-5 jobs digging through a dumpster with their kids because they couldn't find. That was 2017. What's happened since 2017? Millions of Venezuelans have left Venezuela, right? People can hate whoever the leader is. They don't usually pick up all of their lives and put their children on their back and then go try to climb across the Darien Gap or leave everything behind just because they don't like their political leader or because things have gotten a little bit more difficult. People take those huge measures when they're watching their kids go hungry or they themselves are going hungry.
So when I first started watching it, I thought, well, okay, you know, some countries have these resources, other countries have those resources. So of course you would grow food elsewhere, have it shipped in. So it seemed very normal, made perfect sense in the first 5 minutes. Thank you so much for watching.
So it would seem that, you know, depending on who the messenger is, she actually does care about starving children. And in her own words, she would do anything
Interesting.
to prevent that. I guess just not with Sam Cedar. If he actually brings it up and relates it to USAID, then it's just a frickin' red herring. The left eats its own. This is a Ouroboros, the snake that eats its own tail.
How long will it take for all of Trump's biggest supporters to publicly do the Nazi salute? We have 2 caught on camera.
I'm glad I
in
didn't
public
turn this on 1.25.
appearances. All right, hang on. In public speeches. Can you imagine how often they're doing them behind the scenes? Is it just at the beginning of every meeting, before formal introductions, at the coffee break, late at night when they dress up and play out their deepest fantasies? What would our grandfathers, the greatest generation who did everything they could to kill as many Nazis as possible, have to say about this? At first, I thought this was a parody. I thought he was like, come on, guys, this is silly. Stop. And you could talk to any person I know on the left, and they are kind of quietly believing that we've hit Armageddon.
Yeah.
And what's really upsetting about it, though, is in this election, I did vote for Trump. Simply because what I want to talk about, some of the things on the left, I found more scary. That's...
Oh my God. So holding up a statement that, you know, shows both Elon Musk and Steve Bannon trying to normalize the Nazi fascist salute. Talking about how, you know, an upcoming election was coming. And honestly, what was being proposed on the left was even more horrifying than what was being proposed by Donald Trump. This whole, I don't know, premise would have worked a lot better like 22 days ago, but before you actually saw all the policies that Trump get enacted in real time and how rapidly he's been doing them. Then maybe you could have been like, but honestly, is he going to be that bad? You know? And now that we're basically a month in, you can be like, yes, the answer is yes. He absolutely is that bad.
Ed, is this as deranged as I think it is? Or are you like, yeah, they're all...
Yeah. So there's so many things that go into that one topic. So let me start and get into it. So first of all, did the Democratic side, the actual voters, start overreacting immediately? Yes, right? From minute one, they were like, that's it. The gulags are coming. They're full.
Just an aside, my mom never liked Cenk Uygur. She was just like, he is way too intense.
Full-blown Nazis.
Right.
We're going to, you know, they're going to have camps for the Chinese. They're going to camps for this, camps for that, etc. And they're absolutely convinced of it. And if I say that, guys, the gulags are less likely,
One topic
they're like, oh,
mentioned.
then you're a collaborator.
Yes, you're a right-wing extremist.
Yeah, you're right-wing extremist. I'm like, no, I live in the reality-based world, as you're about to see in this longer explanation of what's happening, right? So the freak out.
So I can't speak to the Democrats, but I can speak to the left. And broadly speaking,
can't not shout when he speaks.
One of the ideas of trying to alert people to, again, aggressive policies that are just barreling towards fascism, such as, hey, by the way, Trump has enacted a policy where he's distinctly saying that he's going to be rounding up immigrants and ones that he's classifying as illegal, even though over half of them do not have any criminal records whatsoever, but he's going to be rounding them up, utilizing and weaponizing the ICE.
We covered this at the beginning of the show. Yeah, and look what they're doing. And look at the shocked Pikachu face that a lot of them are that they have right now.
You know, the state power that he has, and then shipping them off to concentration camps in Guantanamo Bay where they can be tortured. That's very, very frightening. that is definitely a time to be sounding the alarm. It's definitely a time to be recognizing that these are fellow human beings just like anybody else. The majority of immigrants to the United States were legal immigrants who overstayed their visas. And honestly, if we don't humanize one another and we don't call out this kind of behavior, then of course this is just going to continue to accelerate. What do you know? He immediately begins also targeting the LGBTQ plus community, going after trans people, trying to not only dehumanize them, but actually erase their very existence by taking them off of their own passports, taking off gender markers, and then removing all language related to both policies related to DEI and policies related to trans people. He enacts these policies as much as he can within every fucking state facility and government facility, and then continues to push for policies that are directly going to endanger both trans kids, that are going to increase the rates of suicidal ideation amongst trans children, as well as making lives for LGBTQ plus people infinitely more and more difficult. This is the time to start making noise about this and to start alerting other people that yes, these are very dangerous policies, and yes, they absolutely do hearken to the same policies and persecutions of, say, the neo-Nazis, or no, not the actual Nazis. Is that to say that things are one-to-one identical and that everything that you were saying? No, these are different periods of time. The different things are happening. There are a lot of different, like, you don't want there to ever be a Holocaust. You don't want there to ever be a full-blown fascistic superpower that has the same arms that the US does, that has a nuclear arsenal. You don't want that. You want to prevent that. So if you're...
I always appreciate Lance's takes, especially on Cenk, because, like, he doesn't come at it like with a like he's mad at him. You know, he has every reason to hate Cenk so much, like on a personal level, but he comes at it from a very professional standpoint. I really appreciate that.
We're just going to continue to be on the other end of this and be like, oh, all you ever do is Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. That's all you ever say. That's not true, though. The left doesn't say that, but they do try to recognize patterns. And
hey, Jeff, it's good to see you, buddy.
Like, this is the benefit of studying history or explaining it to other people so that we don't do this shit anymore, so that we recognize fascism, or we recognize authoritarianism, or we recognize neo-Nazism, because, again, these are horrifying, destructive groups that should be destroyed.
Begins, no question. And I was surprised at the severity of it. And the reason that I didn't
not Trudeau
didn't see it fully coming is because I stopped watching mainstream media a long time ago.
Right.
And what I didn't realize was that the MSNBCs of the world had become radicalized.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't just online shows with some, radical hosts, etc. It was like Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow, etc., right into the main vein of Democratic voters going, no, they're going to round all of you up, which is actually
that never
similar
happened.
to what Trump and those guys do when they say, oh, when they're going for Trump, they go after Trump because he stole the documents and put them in a Mar-a-Lago bathroom. They're not going after Trump. They're going after you. So you should be really afraid, and you should really hate the other side, right? And it riles up the hatred and the...
MSN being radical is hilarious. No shit. Like, what? Libs? And also, like...
Oh, Jeff, hey, buddy. So you do not have your gifted membership. So what you need to do, I need you to do me a favor. There should be a little $sign that says super thanks right below the stream. Hit that. Go to the little 3 dots on the corner there. Hit that and then opt in and get gifted a membership.
What does this benefit anybody? Like, shit is like fucking hitting the fan right now. Trump, across the board is firing hundreds of thousands of federal workers, is completely consolidating power, is doing everything within his capacity to, again, prevent the use of all U.S. aid internationally, which is going to result in thousands of people starving. Like, he is, again, rounding up people to ship them off to Guantanamo Bay or prison camps in El Salvador. This was within the first 22 fucking days. What benefit does it serve to sit there and be like, so MSNBC is kind of extreme, right? I'm not saying that like I'm pro-Trump. I did vote for him because obviously I saw the left is more extreme.
I bet.
But
I bet.
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing that they fired Joyanne Reid, right? I mean, she was pumping some pretty intense dialogue.
Fear, right?
It's worse than ever, I think.
So I was expecting fear at around, 70, 80 on a scale of 0 to 100. And the fear out of the gate was 200.
Yeah.
Out of 100, right? It was unbelievable.
Where's the left's Gitmo, right? Right? Where's our concentration camps? Where's these gulags? Where the fuck? Even countries where, you know, sock dems are in power, or like liberals, or even center-left liberals, not center-right ones, are in power right now. There isn't people being rounded up and then shipped off to torture camps in other countries. Seattle does have its torture centers. I forgot about that.
So now, having said that, it is not just out of thin blue air, right?
Okay.
So the right wing will be like, they have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. It's nonsense. It's fabricated. No, wait. There are no gulags right now, so that part is not, right? And here, I'll give you another example where it's overhyped. So Trump says, I'm going to take some of the undocumented immigrants and I'm going to put them in Guantanamo Bay. Okay, so that's a terrible idea.
I know.
It's a lawless area. That's not the American way, etc. But Joe Biden already had a plan to put undocumented immigrants in Guantanamo Bay.
And the cages were originally Obama's, and Clinton deported 12 million, and Obama deported 3 million.
No one has deported.
That doesn't make any of it good. What is wrong with you?
Dude,
I had to
what a weird
center
comparison,
myself
too.
and enlighten y'all. I need to know that apparently, you know, it had been discussed previously amongst the Democrats to do the very same thing. So I'm just gonna say this hype is a little. Yeah. So the guy who's now in charge and in power is enforcing that and enacting those policies. It's still bad. Like, this doesn't make them good.
Deported 1 million.
Yeah, no one has deported more than Barack Obama. And that cuts in both directions. For the right wing who thought, the Democrats don't do anything. Wait a minute, Obama deported more than Trump, like way more, right? And for the Democrats who think deporting people is Nazi, a Nazi thing to do, well, then
all right, there's curious, and then there's like,
Obama 10 times the Nazi Trump is. And Biden did a contract with a private contractor.
Like this when I'm like really high, and then I'm just like, I forgot what we were talking about, but I'm gonna let them keep talking.
To build that, to reuse that base in Gitmo for undocumented immigrants. So if Trump is a Nazi who's starting that Gitmo gulag, then you have to confess that Joe Biden was the original Nazi who started that gulag, because it's not even Trump's contract, it's Biden's contract to do that facility, use that facility for that purpose. So those are the two sides. But so are there real things to be concerned about? As it turns out, and this is not surprising to me, and this is why I voted against Trump. Okay, yes. So when Trump says MSNBC should be shut down because they're lying, what is that? That's not freedom of speech. That's cancel culture. So that's saying, hey, I'm a politician, and I'm going to take away your constitutional rights to criticize me. And then the right wing will say, they shouldn't be allowed to lie. Brother, do you know how often Fox News has lied? Do you know
I totally agree.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, then I see what you're saying, right? And then I'm going to see you, as though we're playing cards here. I'll see you the taking away of the First Amendment for medical misinformation, which all turned out to be true. It did come from a lab. The mask thing wasn't needed. Ivermectin was relatively effective as a therapeutic.
What? No! For the love of fuck, Cenk, you have to push back on all three of those statements, okay? The coronavirus was a novel virus. We didn't completely understand it at the time. There was misinformation, as there was a misunderstanding in terms of rollout of, hey, by the way, here's the things that we currently know. Here's the things that we don't know. And yes, you could say that there was a failure of communication between both the government and on that level. That's about as far as we get for that kind of stuff. Wearing a mask, yes. When we speak, we spit. When we talk out loud, there is a spray that goes forward. It's not simply because it's going to make you completely immune to anything that you're breathing in. It's because
you are subscribed. You just need to... it's a gifted membership.
You're going to spread.
I have more perks for members.
A virus that can be spread through saliva and spread through moisture a lot less rapidly. We all had to kind of band together because, hey, while we don't completely understand how this works, we don't know what this novel virus is doing to our bodies, we do know that it spreads through these mechanisms. So if we want to do a lo-fi thing to try and slow the spread, here's a handful of things we can do. Soap, for example, destroys it. So we can wash our hands with soap, and if we do that effectively, then hey, if you've touched something that had coronavirus on it, which can stay for up to 24 hours, this is our understanding at the time, on certain objects, then you can wash your hands, and then you don't bring it into your house, then you have a higher chance of not spreading it to yourself or your family. You might not spread it to another person if you are a social distance from them, because you are not breathing on each other when you are communicating, so that will help you spread it less, as well wearing the mask. All those, yes, those were proven to be 100% effective. The lab leak theory, I'm sorry, has not been conclusively proven at this point. You cannot just say that out loud as it's a matter of fact. I'm just going to say this out loud like it's a real thing. This was developed in a lab by the Chinese, who then released it, reasons, and then it just got around the world. And we know that now, all right? So no, this is all medical misinformation, demonstrably bad medical misinformation.
for the first strain of COVID. That to me was scarier than what you're talking about shutting down MSNBC, which is why I voted for him, not her.
So, yes
But
and
keep
no.
going on that.
Yeah,
okay,
no. That's a great question. So, yes and no. Here's
Thank you for becoming a
COVID
member,
broke
Robin.
so many people's brains, not just Americans, but globally. Like in Canada, it's where you get a whole bunch of this fuck Trudeau anti-vax bullshit weirdos who just coming out of the woodworks every single day. They lied to us. They tried to keep us in our homes
still
when
the
we
best.
should be
Oh,
allowed
yeah.
to spit on our brothers
We're bringing
and
it
sisters.
back.
Like, what the fuck?
I remember now.
We had it so easy compared to a lot of parts of the world, okay? Did you know that, like, Gaza was being bombed by Israel during that period of time? Can you imagine going through the whole COVID thing, but also being fucking starved and bombed at the same time? And we're fucking complaining about having to stay at home all day and watch Netflix? Are you fucking serious right now? Or put on a mask when you leave the house? Oh my God. I have to wash my hands. Wash my hands. Like, what the fuck? It's like these very, very low requirements. And if we do this, we won't overload our medical systems. You know how hard they have it right now? I know we're banging pots and pans at 7 p.m. every day to make them feel loved for a short period of time. We stopped doing that. It is heavy to lift up the pots and the pans. Do you know what it's like inside the hospitals? Because you don't see it. You're not allowed to go in there. It's a war zone. It's a war zone where they are terrified. They are being overworked. They have no idea what is going to happen to them. They are scared. They are reusing medical equipment because they're running out, and they are really worried about dying because they're watching people die all around them. They're running out of respirators. They're running out of beds, and every single day when they go into there, they have to deal with this as there are fucking wackos and crazies who are coming to the hospital being like, the whole thing is a myth. Open up the schools. Open up the fucking restaurants. I want my burger. I'm going to smash the ambulance. So they have that to deal with as well, in addition to everything else. And my God, yeah, let's actually just all band together and help each other out. It's not a lot. It's not being asked, a lot of us, you know. Trust me, I found it really sad. I wanted to go outside more. I wanted to see my friends. I wanted to eat out. I wanted to do all those things. But it's okay, because we're going to do this together. Remember that? Wash your hands, wear a mask. Like, I don't want to wear a mask. It's itchy, and I can't breathe as well. You can find one that fits your mouth better. There's a lot of different kinds of masks. I don't want you. I want a warm fries.
It was insane how many people were like that.
I want to go to a club.
That's what I mean. Okay. Yes, I agree with you. They should not have shut that information down. So I'm in a unique position where I'm criticizing the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So,
whoa, did he come up with that? That's crazy. Well, so you're kind of just in the center then, where you can see both sides and you can criticize both sides. That's
Can't
cool.
argue with that.
That's neat. That sounds enlightened almost.
Yeah, it sounds like an enlightened centrist. Oh, no.
And you know, and some people are going, oh, that's honest and that's good. And others hate it. They're like, no, you have to tell me one side is always right and the other side is always wrong and evil, right? Wow. So in this case, no, the Wuhan lab, I was like, wait, an outbreak happened right next to one of the top virology labs in the world. That is enormously unlikely, right? That it was natural. But then all the scientists seem to be putting out a paper saying, no, it really came from the lab. So in the very beginning, I was like, I guess if...
That's also not true, though. No, the scientific community, which, again, power to you. You know, y'all did great work during that entire pandemic thing that went down. Yeah, they realized that it was actually organic in origin and that it was not a synthetic virus. That they were able to determine that, which is pretty cool. Pretty neat. And collectively working together around the world to share information, also pretty cool. Pretty neat in order to, again, slow the spread of something that could potentially devastate and overwhelm medical systems around the entire planet. I mean, that's incredible. Y'all are neat. But yeah, there's always going to be people in wackos who are going to continue to want us to be like, well, you know what's important to me? What's that? I want to know, was the Spanish flu Spanish? And if so, fuck the Spanish. This is the Spanish's fault. They're the ones doing this to us. Olay? No way. I say, this is fucked up. And it's like, so a lot of people are really, really concerned, I think, more than anything, in where the virus came from, and was it the fault, and who was at the fault, and was it the Chinese? Did the Chinese bioengineer this? and then release it into the world, even though they did suffer immensely like everyone else did. They had to do complete and total lockdowns. Did you see them spraying their own cities? Did you see them locking down entire apartment buildings? You think you had it bad? Can you imagine getting Windexed in your face every day? Because it was novel. We didn't totally know how to do it. We were like, we don't fully understand this disease yet. We're learning as we go along. But as we learn, rather than share information, we have all these other people who are like, nah, I did my research, bro. Figured this stuff out.
All the scientists say that it came from the lab. Then you found out later it wasn't all the scientists. It was a couple of scientists and the Lancet Journal or whichever, very
You're
serious
talking about the
journal.
wet market.
That was
That was
They're so
Nature, and that
delicious,
was
though.
Fauci.
Yeah, and they should not have run that, and they certainly should not have done the propaganda that it was all scientists agreed, because all scientists did not agree. And then we found out, yeah, of course it was from the, I mean, look, we don't know for 100% yet, but it is very, very, very likely that it was from the virology lab that the virus broke out. So, like, I hate it when they insult our intelligence, like Joe Biden's young and dynamic. Guys, we got eyes and ears. Like, he is not within a million miles of young and dynamic, and you sound ridiculous. But what was amazing, Jillian, and that goes to and remember, whenever I say something, it also applies to the other side. Okay?
I want all of it.
Wait.
This is why I need your voice.
Wait.
So
I happen to know that like Jank was pretty like, oh, that's insane. That's insane. Why does it even matter? And now he's doing this. Yeah, this kind of seems grifter pivoty. You know what I mean?
Oh, finding a less effective mask is okay. So the mask is simply a symbol and not a prevention method. Allow me to show you, friend, because I know you're coming in here in good faith and you want to learn and you want to see what exactly is the point. The idea was a myth that if you wore the mask, this would protect your face from all diseases coming into you, right? As in, like, if I wear it, I have security and will prevent me from getting sick. When really what we should have been teaching people is why they can slow the spread. This is a person talking without a mask, and you can now see the particles, what it looks like, and the moisture. You might not think that because you don't see them with your eyes.
You want to ruin your
visually.
life?
You need to
watch the video produced by the same company about when you flush a toilet and where all those particles go when the seat is up. It especially if you have a toothbrush in your bathroom, I don't think you will anymore.
To use maybe more advanced technology to be able to see what you're doing. But like right now when I'm talking, I'm literally spraying moisture of my own into the air. Right now, we all are. If you were talking out loud, if you were laughing, if you were talking, you were spreading it all over. If you have a disease and that disease can be spread through moisture, then you are going to be spraying that all over everything around you, especially if you're in a smaller contained area. All of us are basically spraying each other. It's kind of what we do. That's someone singing. Look how much more is sprayed. This is someone coughing. Ooh, coughing. Really fast way to spread disease, right? Again, if it is multiplying multiple times within your body and your respiratory system, and then all of a sudden you're like, and you don't cover your mouth, which is why we do this, by the way. That's the whole point of covering your mouth, to prevent this. If you just went, then spraying everywhere. Look at that. This is just a casual conversation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Depending on the wind, the humidity, do you have air conditioning in the building? Do you have air circulation in the building? Well, you in the office place just sitting down at a table with people. All of a sudden, you're having a conversation. You're spraying each other. Now, the neat thing is, if you wear a mask, even a cloth mask, well, it will not prevent all of that spray, all of it. Again, cloth masks are not like wearing a 100% like tube in which you are completely hermetically sealed or anything like that, but it will slow dramatically the amount of it, thereby reducing the amount of us spreading a virus to one another. That's the whole idea. That was the idea from the start. That's why it was demonstratable in regions of the world where they had very high rates of masking up and social distancing, that there was less rates of people spreading the disease to one another. Again, it's not controversial. It's not trying to get you to believe in things you don't want to believe in. It's not trying to change your worldview and make you believe something. This is just how life works. And we did some really analog lo-fi things to try and get people to like not spread this as much. If in this example here, consider this blue stuff, if it had in your moisture COVID, and that COVID landed, say, on your hands, right? Or you touched something that the COVID landed on. So someone talked, they sprayed a computer screen, you touched the computer screen, and then you went home. The idea of washing your hands first and foremost with soap specifically was because soap was capable of breaking down the outer rings of the COVID.
It's also just how many people are walking around with poopy hands. Like, seriously.
Virus, and then you would be able to
realize
destroy
that
it on
now,
your
right?
hands.
And on top of it, why did we get rid of the 6 feet? Like, can we just go back to that? Get out of my space.
Wash it effectively, and then you would be
I adopted
able to
that as a norm.
When you touch your mouth or put food in your mouth or touch anything else or touch your eyes, anything where it could then get into your system, you would not get infected. To slow it, to keep slowing the spread down. The less people that get infected, the less people that can develop symptoms, the less people that can get sick, the less people that get sick and can go to the hospital, the less burden it is on the healthcare system. And yeah, maybe you can blame Fauci and everyone else for not communicating that properly or not getting enough people to see it, because some people believe that a mask was ceremonial. Some people believe that a mask was to prevent you yourself from getting sick, which
that's what I watched. I watched Sonic 3 the other night too. Great movie.
If you have a safe and secured N95, it can prevent the amount of bacteria or other particles that you will inhale. That's true. But if you're just wearing a cloth mask, it was so you don't spread it when you talk, because we all spread it when we speak.
It's now because I'm
on the right. That's also true. So when Trump does everything that he
adopt the bubble boy lifestyle from Seinfeld,
right? So they hate cancel culture, and Trump starts saying if the news outlet is saying some things I don't like, or I'm
the right loves cancel culture. They get off on fucking cancel culture. Everything is cancel culture.
calling a lie, I should be able to sue them, get money in my pocket for. And I'm like, guys, this is a politician saying the press shouldn't be allowed to criticize them.
What if it's not
Trump
true,
wins
though,
enough,
Cenk?
Okay, so listen. Number one, I need to get this through to everybody's heads. I hate that the media lies. My whole career is structured around telling the truth to the
He's got so many cool original ideas, right? Like that he calls out both sides, and that he also doesn't like the media lies. These are neat.
Best of my ability and pointing out the lies of all the different sides. And by the way, we haven't even talked about the biggest liars, which is the corporatists that run mainstream media.
I can't wait to get
They have the biggest, most central lies that creates this entire theater that we're seeing, okay? So my job is to defeat those lies.
Right.
But if you say a politician gets to decide what is a lie and what is not a lie, and gets to say, I'm either shutting that place down because they lied about me, or I demand a financial penalty or a financial reward for me because they lied about me. What will the politicians do? The very first thing they'll do is they're all lying. That's it. You're not allowed to criticize me. Any criticism is a lie, and now you're shut down. And the minute they shut one outlet down, everybody's going to then panic and go, okay, the politicians are the best. Yay, politicians. And remember, it's not just for Republicans. Once you set the precedent, then Democrats get to come out and go, anyone who says Joe Biden is old is lying. And you say, oh, come on, they can't do that. No. What they'll say is, you don't know that he has dementia. You don't have a medical record saying he has dementia. Anyone who hints that he has dementia or is in cognitive decline, that's it. You're shut down, maybe arrested, and you owe Joe Biden.
I hate to say it, but he's right on this one.
Money for saying that he's in mental decline because you're lying.
Question. If it's defamatory.
I did hate how
so
they
I was actually
gaslit
just having
us with
a
that.
similar conversation with Bill Maher the other night at dinner, asking, like, what do you feel about him going after different media outlets? And he said with one, I believe it was George Stephanopoulos, correct me if I'm wrong, had called him a rapist. And he said that wasn't what he was accused of. They're very different things. And that's defamatory. I agree with that one. I was like, okay. And then Bill said, with CBS, he's like, everybody, it's editing. They all manipulate interviews. This terrifies me because I'm in the media. This is crazy. Is there a continuum, though? Because as public figures, I've experienced the craziest lies. They do it really well, though. There was an article where in the New York Post where it said that somebody I dated when I was 20 said I spit on people. Now, I could sue the person who supposedly I dated when I was 20 years old because they were reporting the story. But if they said I spit on someone, I could sue them because that's not true. That I want to reserve the right towards, because as a public figure, there are so many lies, and it actually is very effective. That said, when you're, where is that line, though? I see what you're saying. Is there any scenario where you're for holding these guys accountable?
Yeah. So, in fact, this was the left-wing position until the right-wing started adopting it because of Trump, which is that, no, free speech is not absolute. And so you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, and you also can't defame people. So if you take a random person and you say they're a pedophile when they're not a pedophile, and then the whole country thinks they're a pedophile, yeah, you're going to owe them a lot of money. That's defamation, and that is not legal, okay? So now, the legal standard is correct, in my opinion, that for a public figure like us and politicians, it's a higher standard. You have to prove actual malice. Not only did they lie about him, but they lied on purpose to hurt them. Okay, now why is it a higher standard? Because otherwise, again, the people in power, powerful media figures, powerful politicians, again, remember, always shoe on the other foot. What if it's a Democrat? What if it's a Republican, right?
Yeah.
Those powerful people would be able to say, well, I think that's a lie, you know, and I could prove it around the edges, or maybe it is a lie, and I get to own them. I get to take all of their money. That would give the politicians way too much power, okay? So, and they would abuse it instantly, and Trump is already abusing it.
Okay.
Okay, and then the Democrats would go, Trump abused it, I'm going to abuse it 10 times more, right?
Yep.
So, for example, on the CBS...
This is such a waste of fucking time. So she spread 3 lies about, and, you know, it directly involves medical misinformation, so I think that's a really bad thing. And her show's not going to get shut down. You know, she does have the freedom to be able to be wrong about things. That's different than intentionally, maliciously, you know, with intent, trying to destroy someone and hurt them through defamation. And so if you're going to be speaking about this in relation to, there are some politicians who do this, or some politicians who don't. There are some politicians who basically, I mean, why are we still, is this an American thing, constantly just being like, I'm the only one who cares about the free speech, and I care about the freest of speeches, and I go, like, look, I'm not even American, and I will say this. I agree with the First Amendment to the Constitution. I think it is very, very important in order to prevent tyranny. I think it's a good idea. I think they had a good idea back in the day when they announced it, and it does make a lot of sense. If you happen to have, or you come from a society that has had monarchies, that has had kings, in which you can be punished for commenting or criticizing a king, then yes, you should not allow Congress to pass any laws that are going to infringe on the freedom of the press. I agree with that idea, and I think it's good, and we all agree with it, cool and normal. Now, going forward, if the debate that's going on here is whether or not one politician is allowed to just completely lie and say whatever they want, well, we can see the ramifications of that. Donald Trump is the end result of that. Donald Trump is nothing but lies. If you talk about a ratio, he is more pants on fire than he is actual factual statements when he goes and goes in front of a microphone or says anything. That man is built upon lies. We can see society-wide what happens when the majority of our information is consumed through social media. The social media companies that we consume our information from, they want to promote incendiary content because it keeps people engaged and online longer. So that, as a result, is, yes, resulting in hyperpolarization, and as well as hyper misinformation is traveling much more rapidly, and people are believing more and more and more absolutely deranged things. This is having a net negative effect upon our society. We're going to have to reckon with, we either go off the cliff, we either just continue to barrel towards a significant portion of the population thinks the earth is like literally flat and that is growing, or we find out what's the healthy balance. How do we correct this? We should have a vested interest in the very concept of this is turning out and having bad outcomes. If we have a large percentage of the population who thinks that a vaccine is going to give you superpowers or mutate you or give you AIDS, when all of that is untrue, if you have a certain percentage of the population that is going to like watch their children die rather than vaccinate them for something like measles, when we almost nearly eradicated measles off the face of the earth, when we can very demonstrably be like, we have a vaccine for measles, it's safe and effective, it requires 2 injections, the risk reward on this is dramatic. The dangers to your children beyond having potential scars or having potential physical ailments from this is death, and they can include having immune system amnesia and compromise your immune system's ability to recognize a lot of other diseases, thereby potentially getting you even sicker or killing you. But the good news is none of that has to happen. We have overcome this as a society, and it's great. Back in the day, people used to have so many kids, and they had to. You had to have 10 kids because you knew 4 to 5 of them were going to die. People didn't live past the age of 35 on average. That used to be the way, but we came up with this incredible invention, vaccinations, and we have improved upon and advanced the science of vaccines so much so that we have done wondrous things that in the past would have been seen as magic but that is just human ingenuity and invention, and we should be so proud of ourselves for doing this. Let's not go down the road of lying about that in order to, get a couple social media clicks. If anything, that shouldn't be rewarded. If you want to take a really easy way or a really easy shot at this, yeah, I think that you should be putting pressure upon social media companies that make billions of dollars off our interactions, that you have a responsibility to not proliferate things that we demonstrably know to be false. And we demonstrably know vaccines. Like, well, if we start at vaccines, sure, I might believe you on the whole measles vaccine, fine, but what about the mRNA ones? And then if we do that, what's to stop the Democrats next year from saying that no Republican is allowed to run an election? These are maddeningly ridiculous extremities and hyperpolarization of this topic, when I think you can still just get on the very simple idea that I'm not even saying you have to fucking permanently ban Groiper vaccine cock small balls 87. You don't have to ban his account, but you don't have to amplify it either, because you do that, right? Like, you could responsibly, all of these social media companies, not give them megaphones every day, but you might make less people addicted to your sites, and you might make less money, and you might make less algorithmically engaged farming. People have to stare at this 24/7 and stay mad. Sure, that might be a cost, but that's why things like that should be legislated, because I don't think that they have a right to suddenly, by virtue of free speech, God, amplify bullshit that gets people killed and die on large scales. And that's where I think we'll disagree on this very tricky, but like, this is a tricky topic, and that's why people like Cenk and Jillian can exploit it, where you're like, I mean, come on, do we want to live in 1984? Have you read that book? Pretty scary stuff, all right? Authoritarianism, can't say anything, can't even think anything. They actually get into your brain. They want to control our speech, want to control the things that we're allowed to say out loud. Not my America. That shit is scary as fuck. I care about freedom. Great, platitudes, easy to say things, good sentences, but then you must agree that if we are to have nuance, the beautiful and most important word in the English language for pundits these days, that there's a balance here to be struck, and we are not striking that balance. In fact, we are dramatically in the opposite direction, and it's destroying society. Roysina, thank you so much for the $4.99. The immune amnesia caused by measles can lead to increased mortality in children for up to 3 years as the immune system recovers. Okay. Probably an important reason why everyone should get vaccinated.
But that is what the people on the left see. It's Handmaid's Tale. You're going to kill Jews. You're going to kill blacks. You're going to kill trans people. Yeah. And that is, it's the more. So for me, I am trying to litigate these issues because I really do think they're going to destroy the country.
Yeah, so let me come back to that in 1 second, because that's so important.
So if you're Cenk and you're the home of progressives, that's an opportunity to be like, well, the thing is, I don't know if you're aware of this, but this one's really easy. They don't have any institutional power.
He was sniffing the bags,
so
but
as
did
a
not
result
steal.
of that, they're not actually capable of destroying the country in the way that you're saying. If you find them annoying online or in general, if they annoy you, that's different than them being within the factions of the government or having control in, the capitalist system, as in owning the majority of the institutions, the corporations, the manufacturers who produce all our food, all of our energy, all of our medicine, all of that, being part of the tech industry, which is now kind of the backbone of the American economy, is within technology and all this kind of stuff, and control all of our social interactions with one another. Yeah, those are all capitalists. They control all that. That's not the left. In terms of government, I mean, the closest you'd probably find is a couple progressives within the Democratic Party, but they're a definite minority. The majority of the Democratic Party are pretty hardcore capitalist neoliberals, and then the Republican Party is at this point kind of just a death cult. But again, hyper-capitalists wanting to concentrate wealth into the hands of the very few. So those are the people with all of the power, all of it. If you find a couple lefties online annoying,
I used to really like Cenk. I hate to admit that. No, I think that's the problem. I think we all did. I think that part of the problem with Cenk is that we all feel betrayed by him. Like, he was a bastion of like progressive ideals, and then all of a sudden this pivot started happening. And I think that a big part of it too that a lot of people don't cover is the fact that guys like Dave Rubin and like Jimmy Dore coming from that, and then like them being so hypercritical of those guys, and then to do almost the exact same thing, that
don't get me wrong.
Kind of a turn off.
We're in the
Just
same
gonna
boat
say.
there. We can agree upon that. People sure can be annoying, even on the left. That's really different than the people who control and run the world right now. And so, I mean, the Republicans are in power. They control every branch of government. Their power in the judiciary. And most, I would say, capitalists and ultra wealthy and uber wealthy people have shown themselves to, again, be right to far right in their political beliefs. They do not want to have wealth redistribution. They don't want to have workers owning the means of production. They want to be hyper-capitalist and concentrate, again, all of the wealth into their own pockets and not provide for society, even though they are fully aware that it can result in the end of civilization. They don't care. They want to just live large and have the most amount of wealth now, and earth be damned kind of thing.
Important. That's what we started with, and I want to come back to it. But
what you're talking about is more important. But that's why I'm litigating this
they're
with you.
super important. They're both super important. So to finish the Biden-McConnell story, because it's going to relate to all this.
Please.
So Obama sends Biden to negotiate with McConnell, and they make over 90% of the tax cuts for the rich permanent. Okay, so that's the uniparty, and they do it under Obama, so no one even notices and no one even fights back.
Real quick, guys, check it out. It's his collar. How cool is that?
Back. Okay, my nickname for Obama back then, remember, we're the largest left-wing show online forever and ever, right? And I said my nickname for Obama was the establishment. Okay, and people are like, oh, you can't call him that, and that's not right. And a bunch of people are paying subscribers left all the way back then, right? Because we were being honest. And they're like, no, I just want you to tell me Obama's an angel. I'm like, but brother, he just got this giant tax cut for the rich passed that even Bush couldn't get passed. And they did it as if they're our friends. They're not our friends. So in 8 years, he got Obamacare passed, which is slightly better than what we had before. And then they made it seem like it was historic reform and he brought us all this change. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He was the establishment. So, and again, for Democrats, that's heresy. That's the benighted, angelic Obama. You can't criticize Obama. You're in a bubble. You're not getting it. They're rooking us. There's both sides are robbing us blind. Yeah. So now we come back to Trump. So I'm at this point where I have a tiny bit of hope in the right wing. And again, the left hates that. But let me explain it, okay?
But that's the most upsetting part. Why do they want to see a side? Why wouldn't we work together? Can I ask you a question speaking specifically?
I under the impression
that Clinton or who?
Yes, most definitely. Little asshole. I'm sorry. He was clawing the couch, and I'm talking like there's a couch that's already just so far gone, right? That I've just kind of anytime he's doing it, that I'm just like, okay, I have to stop him, and it has to be a training moment. But he was clawing another couch where I was like, no.
Was it Lindsey Graham that he worked with somebody on the Republicans to wait?
Yeah,
by the way, no one is actually buying the sales pitch that CENK keeps on doing. Essentially, he's achieved the dream. He's hated by everybody. But no, if you are a leftist, essentially you want to unite the working class. That doesn't matter what you fall upon in terms of ethnic lines, racial lines, gendered lines, sexual lines. That doesn't matter. You want to unite the working class against, again, the people who are exploiting our labor and concentrating their wealth and destroying the planet. That is something that, yes, would require people who happen to be on the right. The political spectrum really matters a lot less at that point. If you're talking about people, cultists and hyper-capitalist cultists like Donald Trump and his followers and MAGA, people who are barreling towards fascism, there's nothing to work with there. I'm sorry. You can't turn to a black person and be like, hey, by the way, you need to unite with the Republicans, even though they are saying that like you shouldn't be ever allowed to fly a plane because you're just inadequate, or tell a trans person, hey, by the way, you really need to unite with the Republicans, even though they're saying that you don't have a right to exist. That whole thing. But like you should try and find where you agree in the juicy center and have have a beer together. That's going to be great. Well, again, that comes from a place of privilege for people to be able to be like, yeah, you should really work with the other side. No, I can say fuck Nazis. I hope all the Nazis are destroyed. I don't think the humanity will rest until that is achieved. I think not enough of them were destroyed, and they should all be ultimately destroyed. I think that's a safe goal. In the meantime, are there working class conservatives who don't actually have legitimate hate in their heart, or who are being brainwashed by all of these fucking ghouls online? Absolutely, there are. Are there working class conservatives who actually care a lot less about every single day, going after trans kids?
Look at the welcome cat.
And care a lot more about where their paychecks are going? I would posit there's a lot more than you fucking think.
That was funny. He was just like,
are there going to be a lot of working class fucking conservatives who, at the end of the day, they don't really fucking have a lot of vested interest in this consistent fucking culture war, blah, 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 that the right are using to try and spread all of their bullshit and false consciousness? Yes. And absolutely, if one of them is like, hey, by the way, we should unionize, brother, I'm not going to be like, but wait, sorry, are you the right, the pure? Are you the pure? I only want to unite with the pure, as I have been told. Then no, I don't give two fucks. Let's fucking let's unionize the workplace. Let's work on getting better workers' rights. That across the board.
Why does she look like she knocked out a Doctor Who variant?
Board is going to help out everybody at the company. It doesn't matter what industry it is. It's going to.
Maybe she is a Doctor Who variant.
Be a lot better for everybody. And hey, if people have more free time, if people have more economic freedom, they're going to want to have more time to spend with their families, to relax, and to also learn and to educate themselves, and to put more money and funding into public schools. It's good to have public schools. It's good to have an educated, working class. It's one of the reasons why most revolutions usually have really, really stringent rules to try to improve literacy rates. You can see numerous revolutions that have taken place throughout history where they've tried to defy the American empire, and they've subsequently tried to be like, we need to improve the literacy rates of the poorest members of our community, because we understand that the more educated people are, the more people who can read, the more people who both read and understand a whole bunch of these concepts, the more they are going to want to not have masters, the more they are not going to want to have overlords, less bosses. They just won't want life to be structured in such a way where they're constantly getting fucked over. The more uneducated people are, the easier it is to convince them that their problems are immigrants, trans people, minorities, women. Just keep pushing that shit on them because, yeah, I don't really have the ability to discern between one weird rumor on the internet or what this fucking weird link that I'm being sent is, or was the virus actually part of a conspiracy to keep us all down?
To fix the deficit. Can't remember which guy on the right, but I remember falling asleep listening to a podcast about it because it had to do with, look, in the 90s Democrats wanted to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, and they worked across the aisle. So didn't we used to work together? Well, I guess uniparty, as you're mentioning, but why does the left inherently want to see this not work?
Yeah, because what they're really worried about, and what they've been convinced by MSNBC and online hosts, is that they're going to be put into gulags. So if you help them 1%, you're getting us on a road to gulags. That's what they've been trained to believe. And now they've internalized it and actually believe it.
But where are the gulags? We did 4 years.
Yeah.
No gulag. No new wars.
So let me get to that too.
Okay.
So one last thing on economic issues, and then I come back to the so-called gulags.
Sorry, I've been wanting to talk to you.
No,
for a long time.
absolutely. This is a great conversation. So
is it? I find it fairly frustrating. Just a consistent circle jerk of, the right do have problems, and I'll be the first to admit it. That's why people find me so controversial. I tell it like it is. Don't know if you've heard that before. But the real danger is the left. The left. I mean, have you heard of censorship, cancel culture? Yeah, they engage in it. That's scarier.
Now, when I say I have a tiny bit of hope in the right-wing voters, then people misinterpret that, oh, then you love Trump and you love Elon. And no, I never said
You're a sellout.
I never said that I like their
I want to get
politics.
to
I never said
the
that I like their
part
donors.
that was
I'm the most anti-donor guy in the whole country, right? I started Wolfpack to get the donor money out of politics, right? So go to wolf-pack.com.
Okay, all the way up
so
here.
I knew Trump was going to populism. If he said we are actually cutting defense, okay, now we're doing populism, right? So instead, it looks like there's going to be about $800 billion in cuts from Medicaid, which is not at all populism. You could.
He does it through transcript and not through the wave? No way.
Agree or disagree on cutting Medicaid, how
have
much
it?
to cut Medicaid,
Oh,
but
his
that is
video
not
doesn't.
popular. That's taken
Okay.
from the average guy, and
Maybe it
why in
doesn't.
service of tax cuts to the very top.
Okay.
So So right now you mentioned, wait, but they're cutting in other places.
Yeah,
Right.
like they're so we've all seen the podcast or the news show where you get the list of crazy shit that we gave it to an opera in Amsterdam about a trans mouse that married a pansexual camel. I mean, we've all seen that.
So
That's part of the
it's a
problem is how
misdirection.
disingenuous you are about that.
It's squirrels.
Okay.
It's a bag of squirrels. So
Really?
this,
There you go.
yes. So here's why. There's two things.
You know what's scary about this is I feel like she's someone who probably wouldn't have gone down this center-right rabbit hole. I'm a Trump supporter, but I still care about some lefty issues person. If she had just had a series of nonstop guests who explained things to her. But like, we can't be expected to have to hold the hands of famous people with really popular shows. It's just not realistic. Like, what are the odds? Same thing applies to Joe Rogan. Like, exact same thing. Where it's like, Joe Rogan probably wouldn't be as horrifyingly shitty as he is if he had just had a nonstop series of guests who were able to be like, oh, sorry, Joe, that's factually incorrect. Here's why. But again, like, that can't be the standard. We can't sit there. Like, that's why there has to be some kind of oversight.
Things that they're doing wrong there. So if you're, and let's take it from just a strictly right-wing populist point of view, not left-wing, okay, or not even middle, right?
Okay.
So you don't want any of it, right? So what would you do? The first thing you would do is, what are the bad things? What are the good things?
Okay.
Is it possible that any one department is nothing but bad things?
No.
Pansexual, mice,
No.
funny? Of course not, right? So when you look at USAID, if you went line by line, you'd see.
Well, I mean, if they are pansexual mice, at least we know that they can make good conversation.
Well, okay, George W. Bush, a Republican, and I gave him credit for this all the way back then because we're the longest running show in internet history. So I was around during the Bush years, and I was like, oh, he's giving $15 billion to battle AIDS in Africa. Not only is that a wonderful thing to do to save millions of lives in Africa, but it also stops the spread. So it saves tons of lives all across the world, including here.
Okay.
Trump is cutting that. I wouldn't do that because then that spreads AIDS more, and that is not a good thing. But it's okay. You can say, I hear you, Cenk, but we gave a lot. And you know what? I don't want to give any more. There's all these great programs, in my opinion, as someone on the left, and I would argue a lot of the middle, like we're helping to educate women in Afghanistan. We've got a campaign to fight malaria in another part of the world. And I get it. The right wing can say, I don't care. I'm done spending money there. Okay. Okay.
Well, there's the continuum, right, of the stuff that's actually doing good and the stuff that's correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you've seen the Mike Benz slew of interviews where he talks about how essentially it is a siphoning of money to facilitate regime change.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to get to.
Okay.
So, but they also have some things that are absurd. So whether it's, helping theater in Peru, whichever gender it is, I don't know, I don't care, right?
Yeah.
And so whatever it is, and you say, let's put that in the cut bucket, I'm going to agree with you, okay? Not because I'm against transgender people.
So I just have to learn about this. Give me a second. Fact check. Did President Trump mistake transgenic rodents for transgender mice? What we know. Did President Trump confuse research on transgenic mice with research on making mice transgender when addressing contests on some social media users have suggested? On May Day, March 5th, 2025, the White House issued a press release restating that Trump discussed the $8 million spent by the Biden administration for making mice transgender. Transgender and transgenic are two different terms with different meanings. Here's what we know so far. It's transgenic, you fucking idiot. The entry on X cited a fragment of Donald Trump's address before Congress. Just listen to some of the appalling ways that we've identified. When Lead Story reached out to the White House via email on the phone on March 5th, a spokesperson did not initially offer a clarification on whether the president meant transgenic or transgender, or whether the figure of the $8 million came from. Later on the same day, the White House issued a more detailed press release about it and restated that Trump referred to $8 million spent by the Biden administration for making mice transgender. While similarly sounding terms, the two terms, transgender and transgenic, are not the same. name. The website, the National Human Genome Research Institute, reads, transgenic
just
refers
as
to an
dumb as we thought they
organism
were.
or cell whose genome has been altered by the introduction of one or more foreign DNA sequences from another species of artificial means. Transgenic organisms are generated in the laboratory for research purposes. Persons who are trans have a gender identity that differs from the sex that they were assigned with at birth. These are two completely different things. It turns out that Trump has mixed up the two. And this is the origin of the entire trans mice thing that you are now hearing every right-winger repeat like it's gospel. Which, don't get me wrong, trans mice sounds super cute. And like I've seen, you know, this is art on the internet that people have been posting. And, you know, I'm not here to take away the memes, but it is important to realize that that's fucked up that he keeps doing that and that people regurgitate it, and that someone, you know, like Jillian here is now sitting across from JENK being like, I agree deeply about the US aid. I think that there's probably some good things that we spend the money on, but we waste a lot of it on weird shit. Trans mice, for example, or the you know the Brazilian drag shows, and then it's like, even if those were true, which they're not, but even if that was true, even if it was 100% true that you spent $46,000 on a Brazilian drag show and you spent $11 million on trans mice, that pales in comparison to the amount of money that you waste on your military. Money that's completely unaccounted for. If it's just I care about government waste, then you have to start there. Otherwise, it's I care about trans mice. I think that's the truth here, is that you care deeply about, and you're disgusted at the very concept that money was spent on trans mice. And then it's like, okay, so you fundamentally just hate the concept that there was a program to again give gender dysphoric operations to mice. And that's why you're really mad. It's not so much about the dollar amount or the waste, because if it was, again, you would care deeply about the fact that there are trillions of dollars wasted by the Pentagon. That probably should be a lot more concerning. Royce, thank you for the other dono. Transgenic mice, not trans mice. Yes, I was just going over that right now, actually. Good timing. But thank you once again for donating.
But because I don't know why I'm helping transgender theater in Peru. I mean, okay, like I made that one up.
You want the 80-year-old grandma to get her health care.
Right, I made that one up, but you get it, right?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Right, it's just like the same thing with the ad that Trump ran, where the undocumented immigrant transgender people that crossed over are in detention and they want free surgery for gender reassignment surgery. And I'm trying to tell my friends on the left, whether I say it or the American people say it, which they do, 98% of them basically say it, we're not saying we hate trans people. What we're saying is, I don't know why I'm paying for their surgery, okay, when they're not.
That was happening under Trump 1, his first term.
Yeah.
That was a policy.
I remember they proved that during the campaign.
It's complete manipulation to sit there and say that this was something exclusive to Joe Biden, that Joe Biden had enacted a policy in which it was going to be gender-affirming care for prisoners. What you have agreed to as Americans to do is to provide a certain amount of health care to prisoners. And so as a result of that, certain forms of health care can include gender-affirming care. Again, this was under Trump 1, and then it continued under Biden, and then it became a politicized issue that was directly being targeted as if this was something uniquely democratic. And then again, how much money do you think is being spent on this jank? Because for you to sit there and be like, I got to tell my friends on the left, look, I am not a transphobe. I just don't want my money going towards gender-affirming care for prisoners, okay? That has nothing to do with that. Then why are you buying into this rhetoric that clearly is being propagated by the right in order to get people?
Because it gets the clicks.
People really mad, once again, using trans people as the crux for the whole fucking thing.
Not even citizens, and they were detained for crossing the border illegally. Now I owe them money for their surgery, for whatever surgery, right?
Right.
And Americans are saying, I don't.
You don't owe them anything. What are you talking about?
I don't owe them that money. Sorry, right? And so that's fair.
Then you might as well just say out loud that you don't even believe in, I don't know, adequate care for detainees, that you want to violate the Geneva Convention, that you don't feel that there should be a certain set standard of healthcare provided at all. That should be where you're, like, if you want to honestly position yourself, then say it.
Fair. In my opinion, that's
But
super
then you
fair.
got Kamala saying that on friggin' camera. And again, this is where I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and so that's the far left. That's the far
and
left.
they but Cenk, they plant a friggin' flag, man.
Trump was not the far left. What the fuck are you talking about? These policies existed under him.
And they don't course correct. I've got my list of crazy shit they have planted a flag on. That's like the 80% issues. It's like sex changes for kids, sex changes for illegals and criminals.
Not true, not true. All lies. There are no gender-affirming surgeries for children that involve bottom surgery. That's a lie. That's made up. This is 100% Republican fear-mongering. See, Cenk, this is why you don't do this shit. You can't sit there and be like, I'm not a transphobe. But I got to admit, the left have lost their mind on this. I mean, no one supports sex change operations for kids. You're right, including advocates for fucking gender-affirming care. They do not say that children should be receiving bottom surgery. That's something the right has made up. Children, if we're defining kids as prepubescent, get gender-affirming care in the form of names, in the form of allowing them to present how they want.
Look at all my research.
Wear their hair long, dress differently. You call them by their preferred pronouns and names. Once they start undergoing puberty, then things change. But up until that point, if we're talking about children who are prepubescent, that's what gender-affirming care is. It's not surgery. It's not hormone blockers. It's not, HRT. It's none of that shit.
It says a lot about MAGA that they believe so much absurdity. Yep.
100% just recognizing them for who they are.
I mean, it's freaking bananas. Stop.
So
letting criminals out of jail.
So we'll
when has a criminal been released from prison because they were trans? When has that ever happened? I don't even need to look that one up. That is absurd.
That
the world's biggest carceral state, the most incarcerated population in human history, the United States of America, is allowing people to leave prison if they identify as trans.
Get to that too. And so again, I agree with you a lot on that stuff. And again, why I get attacked from the left, etc. So, but when you look at
because none of it's true, Cenk. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're gonna get attacked. You're gonna get attacked from anyone who actually wants to do a second of research. You can go online. You can look this shit up. I get attacked on the left for agreeing with you on all the batshit absurdery that you just said out loud.
USAID, you go, okay, I'm eliminating the theater in Peru. Okay. And I'm eliminating some programs that you're like, wait, that looks like a CIA slush fund.
Right.
Right. And there are things in there that are probably a CIA slush fund. But if you eliminate everything, but wait a minute, you didn't just eliminate the CIA slush fund and the theater in Peru. Not only did you also eliminate AIDS treatment, malaria treatment, et cetera, but you also eliminated, as it turns out, the programs that were going to the churches that were doing an amazing job of helping the poor and the needy across the world. And by the way, you could even say then, look, I've now looked at it. I see what I'm cutting. And I'm still okay with cutting it.
I'm going to help the
problem.
poor and the needy here. I could, we've got veterans in the street. I mean, we put our own oxygen mask on first. I understand that position. There might be some stuff it's a continuum. It's like.
It's so wild because I played a clip of her doing an interview where she watched the documentary, and after watching that documentary on how people are starving in other parts of the world, she's like, yeah, I can't believe that people are actually like, letting children starve. Like, you would do anything to prevent that. It's like, yep. So, by the way, the programs that the United States provides to prevent the starvation of children, oh, no, fuck them. No, fuck them kids, sincerely. We should be putting on our own oxygen masks before we help anyone else. I mean, there's homeless veterans, all right? So, yeah, I'm sorry. But, kids in South Africa who are dying, they're going to have to just die because, we gotta look after our own. I mean, wonderful that you are looking to again advocate for social safety programs and social safety nets within your own country. I hope that I'm going to see her advocating a lot for that, not voting for say someone who wants to gut those programs like Donald Trump. You're going to actually promote, say, someone like Bernie Sanders or politicians who are actually actively talking about expanding the social safety net in the United States. Because, I always hear that if it's about cutting programs to go to other countries, we got to do that because we got to look after our own. We got to look after number one, baby. And it's like, okay, so you're going to advocate then for, again, expanding the social safety net so everybody can have these kind of programs, for feeding programs, for school, for hospitals, Medicare for all that. Oh, no, that's communism. No, can't do that. And again, that's even leaving out the fact that a lot of the countries that US aid is provided to are also countries that have been ravaged by the American empire for a variety of reasons. Historically, you can say for the extraction of resources, for destabilizing democracies, for having more, dictators propped up, all that kind of shit. So to just now out of nowhere be like, you're on your own. Yeah, no, you're on your own. Yeah. No, we got to look after our veterans that we will not be looking after.
Right?
Yeah. So problem number one is when you cut blindly, you cut the money to the churches as well as to theater, etc. Right? So you're cutting blindly, and that doesn't.
It's kind of weird. Like, wasn't Jon Stewart more effective than like any politician in that like specific realm in helping veterans?
Makes sense. You want to cut the fraud, waste, and abuse, but you don't know what that is in the beginning. So if you cut, you're going to cut
just the man aside. I'm just saying that they are actually like, this is proof that there are people on the left that are effective at, trying to like
things that you shouldn't cut, but you're
advocate
also
for
going to
these
leave
specific
behind things you
rights
shouldn't
and
leave
these
behind
specific
because you never even bothered to check what was fraud, waste, and abuse.
It's like if you're removing a tumor from
These
someone's
specific
brain, you have
issues.
to be exceptionally precise and careful.
Exactly.
Got
Okay.
it.
And especially when it's the government and it affects real people's lives. Okay.
Understand.
But even when you say, all right, Cenk, I don't want to do nuance. I get it. I cut up a part of the brain I shouldn't have cut, but whatever, right? I hated the tumor so much I had to get it out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still, it's a drop in the bucket. When you take all of those cuts together, it's going to be like 2% of the $4.5 trillion.
Really?
And it's meant to distract you. It's meant to get you to think, oh, it's okay. We did cuts.
Whether he
And
knows
so
too,
in the
it's just like,
budget,
what?
always look at the
Okay.
budget. In the budget, there's a theoretical $2 trillion in cuts. First pause, wait a minute. There's $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, only $2 trillion in cuts. And according to reconciliation, the way that the Senate works, it has to be deficit neutral. Okay.
Right. So if you've got 4.5 on one side, but two over
on the-
here, you got a
$2.5 trillion.
trillion dollars.
That's going to get added to the debt at a minimum. So that's when Republicans, and they've done it for 50 years, and Democrats have played along for 50 years, go, oh, trickle down economics. So, yeah, supply side. And these magical thinking where if you cut taxes on the rich, we'll all magically get more tax revenue. No, you won't. You'll get less tax revenue. And how do I know that?
How is he selling his policies instead of just filleting her policies and like what she thinks is cool?
Done this a lot of times. And every time they cut taxes on the rich, we do not get more revenue. We get less
Salaries
revenue.
don't go up.
No, in fact, salaries for the average American, there's a big giant asterisk there. Salaries for the average American, adjusted for inflation, haven't gone up in 50 years, okay? That's why the country's so angry. But the establishment, the people in media and politics don't see that anger. Why? Because the giant asterisk is pay and salaries for the top, for executives, et cetera, have gone way up.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So everybody in Washington
that's
is like,
good.
what do you mean? We all got super rich. This
check
economy is
5D
amazing.
Market's doing great.
Because they're in a bubble and they don't know any normal people. They don't know anyone in the middle of the country.
Right.
And they don't know that now a house, if you're a young person,
It's impossible.
it's impossible to buy a house.
Impossible.
Okay. And there's so many factors that go into it. So when the right wing, go back to
Shut
credit
up.
for the right wing vote.
Both of you, shut up. It's impossible.
They noticed
For your
wait,
average American.
I think it might not just
You
be
didn't
Pelosi
preface
and Biden
that.
that are
You
corrupt.
guys
I think
trying to
McConnell
be
might also
everyman.
be corrupt. Wait a minute, I think that the establishment Republicans
It's
might
a
be
better
working with the
point, but a
establishment
sandwich
Democrats.
between insanity.
Wait
I
a minute,
know.
this is a uniparty.
I want to drain the swamp.
Exactly. Yes, and drain the swamp. Exactly. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong guy, right?
Okay.
So, but that instinct was correct. And if you're on the left, don't call them Nazis for having the right instinct. So now on the left, they say, yeah, but they don't realize that Trump.
And then we're back to insanity. That's not the reason why people on the left may call people Nazis. If you are targeting vulnerable groups, going after minorities, talking about rounding people up and shipping them off to torture camps and Gitmo, yeah, that is Nazi shit. It's going to be called out as Nazi shit. I'm so sick and tired of the whole fucking, yeah, but ultimately, I mean, when I get down to brass tacks here, we have to agree that they were populist first and foremost. That's why they voted for Trump.
Cherry picking.
The guy who was quoting Mein Kampf that you yourself called a fucking fascist like 25 different times on your show.
Everyone should have rallied around Bernie. But what did they do? The exact opposite, because they never wanted unity built around those elites getting paid. Outraised Donald Trump by a lot.
Yep.
You got a lot of corporate donations.
Conversations, but that's exactly. But you're proving my bias.
So hold on. So now
Take
on the Democrat
pieces here.
Okay,
I need more perspective, Jen.
So now on the Democratic side, you have the infrastructure.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't have looked.
So Trump, I thought Trump.
I just honestly can't put myself in the headspace of being someone who's just like so riveted to speak to Cenk, as Cenk is just like going all over the fucking map and doing everything in his power to be as enlightenedly centrist as possible. And like, we're always going to bring it back. All right, I'm going to say that I'm one of the only people here who's willing to, you know, call out the Democrats and call out the Republicans. I'm one of the first people who kind of thought of this concept. So it's novel, if you will.
Then was used on social issues, because they had already gotten everybody to
I was about to say,
comply.
what's he doing?
So
transfer.
then you were not allowed to disagree. You were
Man,
not
that's
allowed
a
to say
wild
Bernie
way to
Sanders over
actually
Hillary
find
Clinton
that.
or Biden. Now you're not
Yeah,
allowed
and I
to
usually
say,
do it by like
hey,
the most
maybe
popular segment.
undocumented immigrants who are trans shouldn't get free surgery.
Right.
You're not allowed to say that.
Right.
Okay. And then a curious thing happened where the establishment guys who I have deep problems with started joining forces with the far left. And so then in California.
What are you talking about? Okay, first off, the far left don't have any power within the Democratic Party.
what the fuck
Secondly,
are you-
there are a couple people who are, progressive or more left-leaning politicians, social democrats who are.
Who's he
within
talking
the
about, Sam?
Democratic Party, but they're still a minority. And of that group, the fact that you're unable to speak up about the treatment of prisoners within the what the fuck are you talking about? The Democratic Party, first off, is consistently trying to go to the right of the Republicans on these issues, being like, we're tougher on immigration, we're tougher on law and order, we're tougher on crime, we're definitely not trying to be the whole open borders, extreme radical communists that they paint us as, like all this kind of shit. And well, at the same time, like, yes, no question that there is better treatment of LGBTQ plus issues on the Democrat side than there is on the Republican side. That is very demonstrable, and it is a big difference between the two of them. But to suddenly state that there is a demand of orthodox groupthink amongst Democrats, where like the second that election happened, half the Democrats and the politicians were just like, hey, by the way, I'm dropping the trans thing. I don't care. Like, oh, well,
After it
none of
didn't
them were
poll
reprimanded for that. There wasn't suddenly like, you are unable to speak of that. The gender ideology that controls the party now.
California, they did something that was so strange. And so we started calling it out on the Young Turks.
Yep.
And again, people say, oh, no, you guys don't help the right wing, et cetera. We all wanted police reform. Why did we want it? Black guy after black guy getting shot,
Right.
killed,
Sure.
etc. And not just black people. One of the worst we ever showed was a white guy in a hotel room crawling on his hands and knees, and the cops shoot him anyway, totally unarmed. And I'm like, look, you've got to retrain the cops. Remember in the old days, you'd see in the 1970s and 80s, they'd say, freeze, put your hands in the air. They'd go through a process. Now they come in and they're like, boom, shoot him dead in 2 seconds. We've got to fix the training of the cops.
Okay.
So then in California, they did not do that.
And then they defunded the
Instead,
police.
no, they didn't even bother doing that. They did it in small parts. But instead, they changed some felonies
Mitesh,
into misdemeanors.
thank you.
And I'm like, wait,
Mitesh $100 off yours.
Really?
who asked for that? No one asked for that. That wasn't the problem at all. And they're like, no, let's take these thefts
My buddy's upstairs.
and a
I'll
whole
give
bunch of
him,
other things that used to be
something
serious
for that.
crimes,
Man,
and now let's
thank
make them
you.
misdemeanors. But the problem is when you make them misdemeanors, they plead out. So when they're a felony, they can plead them to a misdemeanor, and at least they'll get some.
Sorry, I'm already having a hard
prison
time right now.
So they
I
do
don't
no
know.
time.
I thought I had a random thought, and it's been happening a lot lately, where I'm just having these random little bits. So
Nothing
thank you.
right, which is why
So that's why the theft started exploding.
Yep.
Because before it used to be a felony, and I'm giving loose examples here, but there's super concrete examples on each one of these laws, right?
Yeah.
So then when those thefts then became misdemeanors, they'd plead out to literally nothing. They would walk. So the cops would arrest the guy who broke in at CVS, and then they'd take him in, and the prosecutors would go, we can't hold him because there's nothing to plead to, so we're going to let him go. And then the cops started getting frustrated, and they're like, what are we arresting them for if you're just going to let them go? And so now the left was like, no, you can't say that. Authoritarian structure.
Oh, I was just about to speak up about that, and I was going to be like, as the leader of the Max Left, and I need to Max Left myself a little bit here. That's a very right-wing and Republican and propagandistic talking point. Even referring to the old shows of the 70s. Do you remember when cops used to be the good guys, you know, in the 70s and the 80s? You know, they tried to solve crimes. They would find the semen, and then they would use the semen to be able to, you know, find the bad guy and all that kind of stuff. And now I think they shoot a little too quickly. But the problem is that really, ultimately, people are just getting away with misdemeanors, and they're just getting a slap on the wrists. There's not you know, adequate punishment being given to these criminals, and that's really the real problem comes in. I mean, if he actually wanted to, and he doesn't, because you know he's brought on people, he's brought on abolitionists before, he's brought on Olaimi as well as others to discuss these kind of topics. You've explained it in very simple terms to him that ultimately, if you want to look at the whole problem, it involves you and your correlation versus causation. You know, when it comes to, hey, why exactly was there really, really high rates of crime in this period of time? Say this is peaking around the 90s, and what was the cause of that? It's like, well, there's actually been a lot of explanations for the cause of that at this point. Everything from you know, high volumes of lead being in a variety of inner city and poor and impoverished communities, houses, in gas, in a lot of different aspects of their lives, and pipes. We have now you know, thoroughly begun to roll back the very idea of using vast amounts of lead in our homes, piping, you know, all that kind of stuff. But also, if we're talking about more recently, there has not been an overwhelming surge of violent crime in the form of shoplifting and battery that comes as a result of shoplifting, of huge amounts of out of control crime waves, Venezuelan gang, like all the stuff that they consistently push. It's like, if you want to look towards what exactly helps reduce these things, because I think that's where we both agree, right? You and a Republican both agree that you want less crime. There's your beer. There's your conversation. You want less crime. I want less crime. I want less people to commit crimes. I want less people to break into homes. I want less people to commit acts of violence against each other. And we have to look towards what reduces that. Is it more punitive measures? Is it harsher sentences? Is it more incarceration? Because if that was the case,
Brontosaurus bone for Stan, please.
The United States would have the lowest crime rates of any country in the world. They have the most amount of people. Nearly 1% of the entire population is behind bars.
He's getting
if that was the case,
right now.
if more incarceration and harsher penalties made less crime happen, then the United States would be a primary example of that.
Again.
It's not. Again, I know he likes to be like, well, the left always starts to talk about the socioeconomic issues of this, because that's what the data bears out. Social housing, reducing or giving people access to healthcare is going to result in more and more people either going bankrupt or losing their houses as a result of having to pay for that healthcare. So you should have public healthcare. You should have that as well. You should have the ability to afford food, the ability to afford rent. As soon as you have families and you start taking these things away, or as soon as you have people who are trying to make it within the system and they start losing all of these kind of things, then yeah, they're going to be more predisposed to doing things that they need to in order to survive. Now, is every person breaking into cars or every single person breaking into stores doing so to buy their next hot meal? No. A lot of them are doing it for drugs, because drug addiction is something that is disproportionately going to be happening in higher and higher rates the longer you spend living in more impoverished conditions. If you live in impoverished conditions, if you live on the street, then you're going to be more prone to not only being exposed to drug use, but more prone to trying and experimenting with doing drugs, because yeah, it sounds really, really hard and shitty to be living on the street where you're constantly in danger, you're constantly afraid, you don't know where your next meal is coming from. So yes, once you get addicted to opioids, once you get addicted to fentanyl, you are going to want to need to do that all the time. And if you don't have the money to afford to do that, you're going to break into stores to try and find the fentanyl. You're going to break into cars to try and get the money to buy the fentanyl. You're going to break into homes to try and steal things to buy the fentanyl. This is all how this shit goes down. And so if you're just sitting there being like, oh, these violent criminals are breaking things, can we look into why? Can we look into what causes this? Can we look into other societies and how have they reduced this? Because it saves you money. Social housing saves you money. Cooperative housing will save you money. Public health care will save you money. You can spend less on cops, but that's not the way the U.S. works. It's totally the opposite. It's like cops. We need to spend half of our city's budget on police, militarize the police, more police to keep everyone safe. And ultimately, it's to keep those who already have a lot of stuff safer. It's to keep people with a lot of money feeling safer. But ultimately, is it actually reducing the amount of poor people, the amount of homeless people, the amount of people who are addicted to the drugs, the amount of people who are stealing to buy the drugs, all of that shit? Yeah, I know. It's almost like it's all connected, and this shit only serves one thing. I know a lot of people are like, I can't watch CENK anymore. I'm with you.
I'm with you. I can't watch it. I love how we all hit that point too, where it's just like, yeah, you know what? I don't think I can watch CENK anymore. He grinds. Literally just, yeah. You get sick of him. I mean, I was that way like when I used to watch him, you know, like where it's just like, oh yeah, you know, the whole, of course, he was just, yeah, he had a certain level of intensity that would only be okay for like a certain amount of time. Man. That's a good segment. I kind of needed that longer one because thanks for bearing with me, guys, because I'm having a few moments here where I don't know why, but there's something in that video that it reminded me of something that my mom would have wanted to comment on, and it was like, oh, I have a feeling I would have gotten like a text message like right about here. Whew, okay, where's Kirk? He's cool. He's probably making music. Haven't seen Mike for a while. Yeah, I know that Mike, he takes breaks occasionally. Like where he just kind of hops offline, which is healthy. So, I think he'll be around. I can't picture him not coming around. Although, you know, hey, I wasn't on for 4 days, so who knows? He's away. You know, I do appreciate everybody that is here. So if you haven't already hit the like button over on YouTube, please do. It really helps me out in the algorithm, and I mean it. It really does, especially as a smaller creator. It's a big deal. Same with subscribing. If you're not already subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, same thing actually. Please do me the favor and subscribe on YouTube. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just doing my little pitch. I'm not really fully ready to end the stream. Actually, I wanted to cheers with you guys because, yeah, you guys have been, again, you guys are amazing. Like, I have the best fucking community. Like, I wanted to say on YouTube, but online, man, I really do. Like, God. When I like said that I wanted to set out to create the stoner circle, like the cool stoner circle online, you guys have actually like surpassed what I thought could actually happen with that. Like, this is such a cool community, man. I do not want to sound like a fashionista, but that's a cool hoodie. Thank you. This is an official tie-dye. Yeah, this was actually I actually got it at a antique store while I was honoring my mom, because my mom was a big antiquer. It was one of those things where just walking through the store, kind of just looking at stuff that reminded me of her. That's actually where I got that sign too. I think I pointed it out before, but the hippies use the back door, no exceptions. I love that sign. So yeah, man, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, yes, let's cheers. I want to cheers. Also, cheers. They just started selling these in Illinois, finally. Crushing them like Anakin Skywalker, if you catch my drift. You're in the way. It's okay. Alright. Oh, stand cam must go away for just one moment. Alright, let's load up and cheers, and then we're gonna have another segment here. This one's more fun. So I want to laugh, and Bill Burr, he was commenting on Elon Musk a little bit more. Man, he is the bane of Elon's existence right now. Because if Elon thought that hitting back against, like, hitting back at Burr was a good idea, he's learning. He's about to learn. No, he's learning. He's in the process of learning. Because, man, as far as I know, Bill actually has, like, a new special that he's working on, so you know that this is going to be part of that. Went to the dispensary today. First time there. Nice. Congrats on your first time. That's very cool. Customers all seem paranoid, wanted to get out fast. Then there was me. Yeah, you know, that's actually funny. Like, people get, like, aggressive in the parking lots. Like, every one of us has that anxiety thing where you pull in at the same time and you're just like, that one person will make me wait that much longer in line. I must get there first. So I'm getting better about not doing that, or just recognizing, like, what are you doing? All right. You gonna, dude, you are totally in the freaking way today. Surprised Dave Chappelle hasn't made more jokes. About what? Like about Trump? Oh, come on, really? All right, well, as I said, if you haven't already subscribed on YouTube, please do. I shop the merch. I spend like a half hour there every time. Yeah. Yeah, she does. That's where, like, a lot of my hoodies came from. This was not one of them, but Trump, current politics, etc. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at everything, too. Cool. Yeah. I mean, it's cool, man. Sometimes you find some really cool shit. Honestly. Like, I found a really, really cool hoodie that I want coming up here. It's made of, it's a hemp hoodie, but it's like a hoodie. Like, the fibers are, and it's made by Raw, the paper company, so, yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool, if I do say so myself, man. The Orange F says it should be illegal to boycott Tesla. What? What? Free market capitalism, baby. I thought this is what they wanted. No, the Orange... Yeah, okay, so this is... If Republicans truly start defending this type of behavior, at what point? At what point do we do... Like, we've already diluted fascist, apparently, so what do we call them? Like, honestly, at this point, fuck. Good soft fiber. Yeah, this one's actually nice soft fiber. Like, this is one of the softest hoodies I own. So, I love this. Still want to get Stan the dog walker hoodie. Oh yeah, we got to get him that, and we also gotta order him one of these. You know, our other dog has one. I don't know why we never got him one. Tesla can suck a D. Yeah, a big D. It's just... Have you guys been privy to that thing online where they're just like, oh, so weird that the libs are all of a sudden anti-Musk and electric cars. I guess you guys don't care about the planet after all. Waiting for Stan smoking a joint coffee mug. Ooh. Goes in the idea box. Give me 1 second. I can do that. All right. No, thank you for giving me merch ideas, because I don't know, since Majority Report has been going with Shopify, I found out that they, like, I don't know, they, I guess, stopped doing the business with Israel because of the pushback. So are they good again? I don't know. But I got offered a thing with them where I was like, oh, okay, like, it's pretty clutch. I got to be honest, and it's a good way to get my merch out there, so. Jokes on them, I always hated Elon and his ugly cars. Same. Yeah, I always thought they were pretentious as fuck, and they always looked cheap. Like, I always judged a car based on, like, their, like, the decaling and, like, you know what I'm talking about, like, the hood ornaments and shit. It literally looked like it was just a piece of sheet metal, like, that was, like, folded into a T and then just slapped on a basic body of a fucking Honda. It was just like, ew. It's like, Elon made this quintessential car, and it was like the design, it was just like, design car. You want me to design a car? No, I want you to design car. It's like, okay, here you go. Okay, now design me mid-size car. Doors that go up. I want uppies. I want uppy doors. You know, they said some weird shit like that. Allie, you gotta get a piece from the from women company. Bebo also has some really cute stuff. Yeah, you do love that Bebo sweater. Howard Trump flaggers supposed to blow smoke with Teslas. We need to feel sorry for them now. Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. Like, I don't get how now they're trying to manipulate. Like, that's the thing. It's essentially trying to manipulate his base into going and buying Teslas, because they realize that one thing, like, they fucked up on was, oh, yeah, we control the libs and everything, but they're the ones who bought the electric cars because of environment. Now we're just troll the libs, like, buy electric just to troll the libs. Whereas they're like, no, douche, I want my big truck. This is the whole reason that we were fighting. It's actually not a bad idea. All right, let's see. What's she doing? Okay. Bill Burr time. Like how I was like, can you subscribe to my channel? And somebody was just like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to unsubscribe from your channel. I was just like, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I watched that shit. I was like all excited too. I'm like, oh, the number moved. Oh, number moved down. Whatever. Honestly, if that was the stuff that hurt me the most right now, I might be worried. Just a wee bit. So, again, guys, thank you for all the support, and really, like, seriously, today has been... It's been a day. It has made me realize that somebody had said it. Oh, God, I wish I remember who. If it was you, please sound off, where you were talking about how my mom is here and proud of me. That meant a lot to me, and honestly, that actually, like, it's helping me here. So one of my favorite hoodies and stuff from the dispo at this point. I have a problem. I also found bougie stuff. Edie Parker. Oh yeah, you do love that Edie Park. They got that toothbrush, like they got a bowl that's shaped like a toothbrush. It's kind of cool, gotta say. All right, let's do the Bill Burr.
With great difficulty. With great difficulty.
Is that idiot Elon Musk?
Oh.
That guy? Like, he's going to, like, who evidently is a Nazi? Like, I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental two-time Sieg Heil.
While billionaire Nazi clown Elon Musk is on the verge of tears in a recent interview, Bill Burr is tearing him apart. So I'm going to get to both of those clips in this video. Bill Burr, once again, I think he's done this 3 or 4 times now, just tearing Elon Musk apart. I'll get to the latest example of that with an NPR interview. But before I get there, let me set the stage with Elon Musk's companies and how terrible they all are and what is setting him off on the verge of tears. So SpaceX's latest Starship test flight ends with another explosion. So this is the second in a couple of months, nearly 2 months after an explosion sent flaming debris raining down on Turks and Caicos. It happened again. This ended up delaying a ton of flights. Can you imagine having your flight delayed because of Elon Musk's space rocket that, by the way, you helped to fund because of how much money Elon Musk takes from people?
Oh, $18 billion in federal contracts.
Musk's companies, SpaceX and Tesla, were awarded at least $18 billion
that wasn't
in
wasteful
federal
at all, guys.
contracts.
Where's Doji?
According to spending data.
Come on, where's Dogecoin?
SpaceX winning more than $17 billion worth of contracts since 2015.
Funny doggy.
So
Come
while
on.
this Nazi clown's trying to cut essential services, essential
can't believe that's
programs like Medicaid, like Social Security, he is essentially legally stealing money from everyday people and blowing it up in the air and delaying your flights. What an amazing system. And this guy is the one in control of government waste. Anyone looking at this objectively would probably start with cutting the contracts that they are giving to Elon Musk's companies, as clearly that is a lot of wasted money there. But also, Tesla sales.
Yeah, you remember when Republicans first started cutting NASA?
Are falling off a cliff globally, including Germany, Australia, and China. German sales were down by a massive 76.3% last month, with Australia posting a similar 71.9% decline. And their shares are plunging.
Oi, take your fucking car and get out of here.
Have plunged.
We don't give a shit about who you and your. You could call it autism. We call it Nazi.
% suffering steepest drop in 5 years. Not looking very good since the start of the year here. We could even go back though. There was a big up during the end of the year and then back down to where it was.
Damn.
I can't imagine anybody at this point who isn't just full on mega going in and buying a Tesla. There are other EVs out there that are much better quality. Don't fall apart when you drive them off the lot like Teslas often do. That you could be going out to buy if you want to buy an EV. Why would you want to, at this point, I get if you already have one.
Autism.
It's unfortunate. I would be working to sell that. But why would you at this point go out to purchase a Tesla? But also, how about Starlink, another one of Elon Musk's companies? Well, they just had a $100 million contract canceled by the Ontario government due to the tariffs. And their competitor, named Eutelsat, their shares have skyrocketed 390% in a week, as it's speculated right now that they may be replacing Elon Musk's Starlink in Ukraine. So check out this interview now with Elon Musk on Fox Business, how he handles this question.
You're here.
Future humans are call this period in USA history the final phase of lead poisoning.
During a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Come to talk with you again.
Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
Seriously, somebody just. Dude, I could do it for like the fucking last minute.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient.
Oh God, you almost need the disturbed version at this point.
Waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress.
Good progress, he says. More on that good progress in a minute. Then I'll get to the Bill Burr clip. But look, to be fair here, I don't know what's going through his mind. I thought this was a great.
I mean, he does not look. That looks like the most introspective I've ever seen the guy, and they claim that he's the smartest human being on the earth.
Caption here from Jay in Kiev. writing, the old fascist is on the verge of tears as he contemplates his imploding empire.
Yeah, no shit. That's kind of where, yeah. God. Yeah, there's something very, very cathartic about this.
I mean, what's going on there? It also could just be he's very awkward and doesn't know what to say, just generally. But the reality of his situation is all of his companies right now are doing terribly, and they are all because of him. The
aliens watching us must be like, season 12 of Earth is effing crazy. Can't see what happens in the next episode. This show is lit.
Only reason. So I don't know. There must be a part of him that is able to be honest with himself.
God, you know what? Yeah, you're right. The Biden administration was kind of like the bad season, where it's like, you know, or like not even the bad season, but the like meh season.
At least with what he has done to his own companies, with how much of a clown he is. But maybe that's asking too much of somebody who's such a sociopath. I don't know. But in terms,
I've got 3 businesses. I am going to take a break from them to do funny doggy.
In terms of the economy's doing so well, things are great. From Market Watch here, Trump's first 50 days, stocks suffer worst start to a presidential term since 2009, which of course was during the 2008 financial.
Only 50 days, guys. I mean, come on, 50 days, 50 days.
Financial crisis.
Come on.
It's not been a good time.
Nurgin, how you doing?
Unemployment rises in February. U.S. average wages slow down in February. So the first full month of Trump, things are getting worse for everybody. And on top of that, Trump...
The writers are trying to make up for last season. I mean, there was a writer's strike, so that would make sense.
Trump is not ruling out that it won't get even worse. Trump won't rule out potential recession this year. And this is the guy who lies all the time. Even the guy who lies all the time is not able to bring himself to pretend that things are going to get better. Let's get to Bill Burr now. So this
the aliens voting for the president via telephone calls, like American Idol. They wanted a better
season. An interview with NPR's Fresh Air.
Like
the fix was in. I got a call from Meep and Morp. Meep and Morp told me that I had it in the bag. That they had a whole family, the Meep Morp family. They apparently alien families. They have like thousands and thousands of kids. So what they did is they used the thousands and thousands of kids, had them call in, and I won the election.
This is my thing with like politicians. The fact that the lack of privacy.
Then they sent their kid Elon down, and now I have to babysit him.
For the average American citizen, especially women, with the amount of women out there that have psycho ex-boyfriends, the fact that all of these stupid corporations are just allowed to do the things that they're able to do is beyond me. And where my comedy act is right now is I'm trying to get regular people to stop yelling at each other and realize that it's a select few group of nerds, okay, eating raw almonds and doing their stupid workouts and everything and just competing with each other to have the biggest infinity pool, and the rest of us are getting pushed down. And they've politicized the whole stupid thing, and we're falling for it.
And who's the they? Besides the people who eat almonds?
That idiot Elon Musk.
Oh.
That guy, like, he's going to, who evidently is a Nazi. Like, I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil. And he does it at a presidential inauguration. This is why I hate liberals. It's like liberals have no teeth whatsoever. They just go, oh, my God. Can you believe I'm getting out of the country? I'm just like, you're going to leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plugs and a laminated face who makes a bad car and has an obsolete social media platform? You're going to leave this? Why doesn't he leave? Why isn't he stopped? What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag?
You can take him on.
Like, what is the why do liberals just sit back and not they have no...
Elon must be one of those aliens in the Men in Black that are trying to hide in human bodies.
Nothing.
Oh, like one of the little guys.
What are you doing?
Give me sugar and water.
This.
Okay.
This. You got to speak up about it. You don't just go like, oh my God, what? Like, listen, first of all, it's like I'm a stand-up comedian. It's not my friggin' job. I'm talking about like Democratic politicians. Where is their pushback? They're allegedly liberal. You see this guy do this thing. You know what the end result of this thing is, which all these neo-Nazis, not only are they stupid because they're neo-Nazis, they don't even look at what Hitler did. He ruined their country. And this idiot is going to try to lead us down that road and then play it off and act like he didn't do what he just did?
All right, so apart from the brilliant, hilarious, and accurate takedown there of Elon Musk, this anger at the Democratic Party for not fighting back is something that I am seeing grow. Not just with the people that are traditionally, covering or
in Edgar suit
or into politics or following it.
It's like a suit, like an Edgar suit,
but with normie people. This is for the Democratic Party to correctly identify before the election how dangerous Donald Trump is, and then when he's in, sit
That's one of my favorite lines where it's like, "We got to get you out of here because, damn,"
back and do very little to try to actually fight what he is doing has been remarkable to watch.
that movie.
I mean, I
seen that
can't
well.
say it's surprising knowing how terrible, how weak the Democratic Party is when it comes to fighting the right. Yeah, when it comes to fighting progressives,
element
you see what
first,
they did to Bernie Sanders twice. Like there's no limits to all the stops they'll pull out for that.
Yeah, he's Vincent D'Onofrio. He's the guy who plays Kingpin in Daredevil. Pyle.
But when it comes to actually fighting corporate power, billionaire power, fascist power, there is very little
him in
fighting.
SVU.
And leaders like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are
The
nowhere
way
to be
he
seen.
would kind of bend like a bird.
In fact, are making excuses for not doing anything. I recently covered Hakeem Jeffries
What are you doing?
making the excuse, well, they
You
have the White
smell
House,
me?
they have Congress, what are we going to do? Like, literally trying to describe why he's doing nothing. It's been, I don't want to say surprising, because anyone that follows the Democratic Party knows how weak they are to the right wing. But it's been just wild to witness.
Let's all just calm down. A foreign-born rich person that is not elected, not paid, is looking out for our common folk.
A very specific example of that is
I'm
happening
calm
right
now.
now is what is going on
All right.
with
Convince me.
Mahmoud Khalil. So only 14 Democrats signed this letter, while everyone else, as New Republic writes here, cowers. So only 14 of them called for the release of Mahmoud Khalil, a pro-Palestine activist and green card holder, disappeared by the Trump administration for organizing at Columbia University. And their letter goes on to say, Khalil has not been charged or convicted of any crime. As the Trump administration proudly admits, he was targeted solely for his activism and organizing. We must be extremely clear. This is an attempt to criminalize political protest and is a direct assault on the freedom of speech of everyone in this country. Just a clear and open violation of free speech.
Those Law and Order episodes, essentially, cops got no case, so the dude just comes in and he pisses off the criminals until he confesses. He was essentially, like the criminal intent version of Perry Mason.
And not even just a violation, but a celebration. They are celebrating the fact that they are violating.
I love Perry Mason, like old Perry Mason like episodes. I was a weird kid that used to love that shit. To this day. But it's just every lawyer's wet dream where it's just like they're going to cross-examine, do like, oh, where were you? Well, oh, yeah, well, we got pictures here, here, and here. Oh, where were you? Where were you? You're lying. You're lying. Tell us you're lying. I'm lying. Ah, I rest my case.
Violating this man's free speech. So 14 Democrats thought it was worth their time to sign this, just 14 of them. And that's, again, one of countless examples so far of how little the Democratic Party is fighting back. And that's part of the reason why you're seeing, massive crowds show up for Bernie Sanders. He's done a few speeches over the past couple of weekends. We're talking 9,000, 8,000 people at each of these. In one case, the crowd was larger in that same venue for this speech than it was when he was running in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not an election year, yet he is drawing big crowds because people are looking for a place to put their...
Yep, and the corporate Dems are not listening. They don't give a shit.
There is a hidden force more dangerous than evil itself, one that Dietrich Bonhoeffer believed was responsible for immense destruction during World War II.
Perry Mason's crucial thought education.
Unlike
I agree.
Evil, this force cannot be reasoned
When I was young, I watched Matlock and Father Dowling.
with, exposed.
I used to watch, oh my God, what was it with my mom? Oh my God. He had he was the mortician, and he had a sidekick named Sam. Hey, Sam, you don't understand, Sam. Abigail, she was murdered, see? Here, you could see where her shoes left her body. Oh, God, what the fuck was that guy's name? Fuck, what was it? Not Matlock. Obviously not Matlock. It was... Shit. Not Columbo. Oh, I'm gonna remember this. Fuck. Quincy. Quincy. It was Quincy. No, Quincy. MD. Or no, Quincy ME. He would always show up, do his own little investigation. Yeah, Sam. I just remember always asking my mom, just like, why is he allowed to do that? And she's just like, it's a TV show. Murder, She Wrote. I watched the crap out of Murder, She Wrote. Love that show. Oh, man.
Or even fought directly.
Murphy Brown?
It spread silently, rendering
Murphy
people
Brown?
blind to truth and immune to logic.
John Quincy, ME.
That
yeah.
forces stupidity.
I'm not sure if that's actually a good impression.
But why did Bonhoeffer see stupidity as a greater threat than evil?
Ranger cartoon?
Why did he describe it not just as an intellectual failure, but as a moral and social crisis? In this video, I will break down Bonhoeffer's insights, helping you recognize the signs of stupidity in others, and perhaps even in yourself.
Really? Uh-oh. I think I'm about to learn I'm stupid.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer, born in February 1906, was a German Lutheran pastor.
One of my favorite things about people that are like steeped in philosophy is how they don't look at these guys as like imperfect humans, and they just like they deify them.
No Orthodox theologian.
Like guys that do the same, like the thing with Nietzsche is ew.
Anti-Nazi dissident.
He had some good ideas and he had some good teachings, but the guy was also a weirdo.
And resistance fighter.
Well, also like
for years
had
he
some
tried
really bad opinions about women
to change minds. He spoke out against growing hatred, blind obedience,
I hold silver away,
and the way people turned a blind eye to the cruelty happening around them. He believed that if he could just make them see, just make them understand, they would wake up.
Too bad stupidity is more plentiful than hydrogen.
But no matter how much evidence he presented, no matter how clear the truth was, people refused to listen. One evening,
also one of the problematic Native American
after years of resisting the regime, he returned home to find his father waiting for him with a heavy heart.
Oh my God, I just thought about one of the most problematic was oh my God, what was his name? Apache Chief. You know, Chuck.
2 men were in his room. They had come to take him away. Locked in a prison.
I love that Family Guy bit where they do that, where it's the Super Friends and he's like, you know, Chuck? And then it's just like, okay, I've done my thing. I go now.
Cell. Bonhoeffer had nothing but time to think. He had watched his country, once a land of poets and thinkers, descend into a mob of cowards and criminals.
Are you saying I won't become a white race Ubermensch?
Seen friends.
If you're part of this community, unfortunately, I have some news.
Neighbors, even intellectuals, surrender their morality.
Guys.
Not because they were all evil, but because they had stopped thinking.
I may have infected you with secondary stupidity, or secondhand stupidity.
And then he realized the real enemy wasn't malice. It was stupidity. There were reasons he considered this a greater threat than evil, which I will now discuss. Evil, according to Bonhoeffer, can be confronted. It can be exposed, fought, and even defeated. There is always a way to resist it because at its core, evil knows what it is. Even the worst of people deep down recognize that what they are doing is wrong. This is why evil carries within itself.
All right, so this is actually an interesting like retrospective on Elon and Trump, and then why they're eventually like Trump is going to defeat Elon just because, and it's going to be by accident.
The seed of its own destruction.
Okay.
It leaves behind a sense of unease, a lingering guilt that can be exploited and overturned. But stupidity? Stupidity is immune. Immune to logic, blind to reason, and deaf to truth. It does not engage, it simply refuses to see. You can argue with a malicious person, but you cannot argue with a stupid one because they do not recognize facts. They dismiss them. They do not debate. They mock. And most dangerously, they are utterly convinced of their own rightness. This is what makes stupidity more dangerous than malice. Malice can be countered, but stupidity is impervious. Martin Luther King Jr. said something very similar. Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. The most terrifying aspect of stupidity is that it often operates unconsciously. People who act foolishly do not even realize it. They believe they are right. They cling to their views with such certainty that no argument, no evidence, no rational explanation can shake them. Instead of questioning their beliefs, they double down, becoming even more rigid. As Mark Twain famously said, "Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience." We have all encountered different kinds of stupid people who use dismissive slogans whenever we try to engage with them. They say things like "whatever" or "I don't care," their way of avoiding the reality of their own stupidity. It is frustrating, much like dealing with a narcissist, because they will never change. But the danger of stupidity extends beyond the individual level. It spreads within society like a sickness. It infiltrates groups, movements, and systems that demand obedience. The power of one depends on the stupidity of the many. This is why mass stupidity so often accompanies rising authoritarianism. People do not lose their intelligence. They surrender it. They give up their independence in exchange for belonging. They stop thinking critically and start repeating whatever they are told. And once a person has surrendered their mind, there is no limit to what they can be made to do. They will commit evil and never see it as evil. They will spread lies and call it truth. They will destroy lives, convinced they are
Steven Crowder
are on the right side of history. This is why stupidity is not just frustrating, it is dangerous. It is a weapon in the hands of those who know how to use it. And perhaps the most chilling realization? You cannot fix it with reason. To combat it, we must first understand the true nature of stupidity.
You caught me on a bad day.
Stupidity does not question itself. It does not feel doubt or shame. It moves forward with absolute confidence, and in doing so, it becomes an unstoppable force in service of whatever it has chosen to follow. Bonhoeffer saw this firsthand. He lived in a nation once known for its poets and philosophers, Germany, the land of Goethe, Kant, and Beethoven. And yet he watched as it turned into a nation of cowards and criminals. He saw ordinary people, many of them intelligent and educated, surrender their ability to think and instead blindly follow the Nazi regime. This is why Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is not an intellectual defect but a moral one. A person can be brilliant in thought yet utterly foolish in action. Consider Martin Heidegger, one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century, who, despite his intellect, pledged loyalty to the Nazi Party and remained unrepentant until his death in 1976. He was smart, but he was also deeply stupid, as according to Bonhoeffer. By contrast, a person can be intellectually slow, yet profoundly wise, moral, and kind. Intelligence and wisdom are not the same. Stupidity, as Bonhoeffer saw it, is not a lack of intelligence. It is a failure of moral courage. And one is not born stupid. One becomes stupid. How that happens is what I will discuss next. Stupidity is a state of mind that arises when a person surrenders their responsibility to think. It is not an inborn trait, but a transformation, a condition that people allow themselves to fall into. This transformation is not merely personal, it is social. Stupidity thrives in groups, where independent thought is discouraged, where people simply follow orders, conform, and submit to prevailing narratives without question. Bonhoeffer observed how the Nazi regime turned ordinary
dumb is the lack of common sense, stupid is the lack of knowledge.
People into unthinking followers. They were not inherently evil, nor were they necessarily unintelligent. But they stopped questioning. They let go of their ability to discern truth from falsehood. They became tools of a greater agenda. Bonhoeffer described this phenomenon as almost a sociological law. A similar transformation was depicted by George Orwell in 1984, where Big Brother brainwashed people to the point of limiting their very thoughts. The regime did not just control their actions, it made them stupid so they could no longer think properly. Bonhoeffer made the same observation. When power rises, stupidity spreads. Under the influence
you have to nail that one so hard
of authority, whether political or ideological, many people willingly relinquish their inner independence. They accept the slogans, the propaganda, the oversimplified explanations, and they no longer see the world for what it is. And this is where stupidity becomes most dangerous. It is stubborn, yet passive. The stupid person does not think for themselves, yet they are fiercely convinced they are right. When confronted with facts or logic,
I'm literally just picturing a bunch of red hats right now.
They do not reconsider. They resist. You are not dealing with a person. You are dealing with the slogans and catchphrases that have taken possession of them. This is why Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is harder to combat than evil. A stupid person will repeat lies even after they have been disproven. They will cling to falsehoods because they are no longer thinking for themselves. And this is precisely why a stupid person cannot simply be instructed or argued out of their stupidity. They must be liberated. Until that happens, debate is pointless. But there is a way to avoid falling into this seemingly innocent trap.
How not to be stupid.
If stupidity is not an intellectual deficiency, but a form of mental enslavement, then how can one avoid it? How can a person ensure they do not fall into the trap of blind conformity? This is what I will discuss point by point. Bonhoeffer warns that people become stupid when they give up their ability to question, analyze, and think independently. The first step to avoiding stupidity is to refuse to stop thinking. Always ask questions. Challenge authority when necessary. Do not accept something as true just because it is widely believed. If an idea cannot withstand scrutiny, then it is not worth believing. Stupidity is a social phenomenon. It thrives in environments where people conform without thinking. Whenever you find yourself agreeing...
There are no blue hats. That's actually the one thing I'm going to say, Talon. Like, automatically, they don't do that whole thing where they just automatically start wearing matching shit. Sorry, man.
...with a group simply because it is easy.
One group, you can't both sides when one group is actually blatantly stupider than, well, more stupid than the other.
Stop and ask yourself, am I thinking for myself, or am I just going along with the crowd? History has shown that when large groups of people stop questioning, disaster follows.
Like, in my opinion, I think liberals can actually be reasoned with, and you can eventually convince them to come to your side. Whereas a red hat wearing MAGA head, that's going to be a lot harder, man.
Do not let the comfort of belonging override the necessity of truth. This same mentality was criticized by Friedrich Nietzsche, who called it herd mentality. According to both Bonhoeffer and Nietzsche, anyone who seeks to become a true intellectual, or Nietzsche's Übermensch, must reject blind conformity. Stupidity is often the result of external influences, propaganda, misinformation, and emotional manipulation. Leaders who rely on stupidity use tactics designed to bypass.
He's bringing us higher quality eggs.
Critical thinking. They appeal to emotions rather than reason. They promote simplistic explanations for complex problems. They discourage independent thought and label dissent as dangerous.
Yeah.
If an idea is presented in a way that discourages questioning, it is likely designed to manipulate, not to inform.
Which, again, dude, I'm sorry. One side wants to abolish the Department of Education. The other side wants to fund, more public schools. I'm sorry when I say, no, they're not the same.
Stupid people
And I'm
gravitate.
kind of tired of people being like, it's two sides. It's literally two sides of the same coin, bro.
Towards simple, black and white explanations. But reality is complex. The truth is often inconvenient.
But the certain politicians, maybe, and the fact that they're bought from the same lobbyists, okay, but the actual ideals of the liberal movement or like the people who vote that way, no, you're wrong.
Uncomfortable and difficult. If an answer sounds too easy, it probably is. If a leader tells you that all your problems have a single cause, they are lying. If a movement demands unquestioning loyalty, it is dangerous. Real wisdom comes from embracing nuance.
Sorry, you should never be, Ali.
And resisting the urge to oversimplify. Bonhoeffer believed that stupidity cannot be overcome through instruction alone. It requires liberation. People trapped in a system of manipulation and conformity must first be freed externally before they can free their minds. But true wisdom comes from internal liberation, breaking free from fear, blind loyalty, and unquestioning obedience. The only way to avoid stupidity is to commit to lifelong intellectual and moral independence. This was Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity, a warning to all of us. The world today is filled with misinformation, herd mentalities, and blind loyalty to political figures, ideologies, and narratives that discourage critical thought. If we do not actively fight for independent thinking, we will not just be battling stupidity, we will be ruled by it. The choice is ours. Stay alert, stay critical, stay free.
Throw you a sub. You know what? Here's the original of that one if you guys want to watch that again at some point. There we go. Yeah, what do we got? The saga of body is buried in the what now? What do we got? 15? Half hour? I'm getting rid of the EOE. Yeah, it doesn't work because they want to abolish, like, dude. I live where we have a teachers union and they want to abolish that. Like, plus it's also like you need certain programs to be federally mandated. Otherwise you're not going to have, accessibility for people. Trust me. When these things are left to their own devices, like the states you're saying, those states get left behind. At some point, that does drag the whole country down. I'm just saying.
Hey friends, I was actually off the road last weekend, so we're still dropping an unreleased set, but stay tuned afterwards because I'm going to be answering some of your questions from the internet. And if you have other questions that I don't get to, you can drop them in the comments. And if you have any questions at all, just keep being cool to each other. See you in a bit.
Fuck yeah, man.
I've also been obsessing.
This is why I feel like this dude is like my number one. Like, I want to promote him because he's got the vibe, man.
Over that lady on TikTok who was digging in her yard and found that rug. Like, in case you didn't see this, there's a woman that was on TikTok, right? And this will be important later. But she's white, all right? And basically, she was making TikToks for like
Your suggested videos are the same as mine.
her fans and her
nice. That means you got good taste there, bud.
friends and stuff. And in one of her TikToks, she, she comes onto the TikTok and she's like,
Here, let's
y'all,
see.
I think my house is haunted. Okay, and then she starts giving her reason, and she does a little tour of her office
Comedy
where all
czar.
these things are moved that aren't supposed to be moved. She's like,
Phil
I'm the only one that
DeFranco,
comes in here,
DC.
and this is here, and it's usually up here, and then this is moved
all a
over
lie.
here, and then when I opened my laptop, the laptop
amazed.
was like cracked from the inside, like it just, and you could see it. It was like corrupt, like it looked like ink had been spilled. It was so shattered on the inside, right? And she was like, I don't know. I think I have a ghost. And in my head, I'm watching this, and I'm just sort of pulling from life experience. I'm just kind of like, you ain't ever been robbed before? And so then, another TikTok she makes after that is she's digging in her yard. I think they're moving a fence or something. And then they hit something. And then they look at what they hit. And it's like this rug that's been buried underground, right? And it's a thick rug, too. And then she's like, making a TikTok being like, isn't this weird? And I was like, that's a body. That's clearly a body, okay?
That's a body.
And then this is the thing. When it comes to every person has different speeds that they operate at, right? You catch them on one day, they might react to you a certain way, another day a certain way. But some people do have like defaults, right? So one thing that's happened in the last like 4 years especially is that anytime a white woman's talking, we jump to Karen pretty quick, right? Like, there's Karens out there, but then sometimes someone will just have a menu and be like, does this one have gluten? And we're like, Karen! Like, that's... It's appropriate when it's appropriate, it's not appropriate when it's not appropriate, right? But for everything, there is its opposite, okay? And I think that for us, we do need to start talking about the complete opposite, because we all know this person. We all know the white woman who doesn't want to make a big deal out of anything. We've all met this person. She could literally be on fire. And she's like, y'all, I'm just warm. Like,
Ahem.
No.
Unimoogle.
You are in danger, Bethany. Let us help you.
Let us help you.
Yeah, I mean, like she could call you. She could call you in the middle of a robbery. She's at the bodega. It's getting robbed right now, and she calling you, being like, "Oh no, I don't want to bother her. Just if you get around to dialing those like 3 numbers, it would be really helpful." And this is who we have on our hands in this situation, because I'm not the only one, right? I see the thing and I'm like, "That's a body."
That's a body.
And then everyone else in the comments is like,
"That's a body.
Girl, that's a body."
That's a body.
And this is the thing about internet comments in general, right? At best, almost all the time, random comments on the internet are at least not helpful. They're at least not doing anything for you when you read them, or when you posted them, they're not actually good feedback. Yeah, I mean, like it happens a lot, especially because the internet's just out for everybody, Especially on a place like TikTok. People stumble onto your stuff and then they just comment on it, whatever they think. It might have nothing to do with what you're talking about, Like, as an example, years ago, I bought some nunchucks. And I was watching a tutorial on how to nunchuck.
I want some nunchucks.
And the dude's tutorial was good. He wasn't hitting himself at all. He knew exactly what he was doing, right? But then I went down to the comments to see if it was as helpful to other people as it was to me. And none of the comments...
I'm going to ask, what is a bodega? It's usually a mostly run down convenience store that has like a few items, but they might have another business on the side. You never know. But sometimes every once in a while, they will actually have like one of the best deli counters, specifically in New York. Like I will say, one of the best delis I went to was a bodega.
Had anything to do with nunchuck. The top comment was like, support the troops. And it's like, sure, but how'd you get that from this? So for all of her comments to be like, girl, that's a body, I think you should listen. Yeah. She made another TikTok where she was like, another really weird thing that happened was that my stepson was like going to bed and he went to plug in his phone. And when he woke up in the morning, instead of the phone being on 100%, it was on 3%. And you know how ghosts can suck up energy? I'm like, no, we're past this. We're past this. It's a body. It's a body. And once again, she was doing that white woman thing, trying to not make a big deal because, guys, I don't think it's a body. She says, I don't think that it's a body. I'm like, you think it's a ghost? It being a body helps your thing too.
She didn't think that far.
Every ghost used to have a body. Why are you acting like we're the dumb ones? And so then she makes another TikTok where she's like, okay, y'all, I called the police. And it's funny because she describes like calling the police and stuff. And when she called the police and told them the situation, I was digging in my yard and I was trying to move this fence. I hit the rug, whatever, and the rug's very thick. We can't just, because that's the other thing. She can't just pull it up. It's so heavy that it's like, it's down there. She would have to dig more to even expose more rug to even try to pull it up. And she tells the police that, and the police are like, that's not like a body. And so the police come out, right? And I am not a cop. I don't know how police work actually works. I don't know what procedure is or anything. All I know is what I saw in the video, because she was also making a TikTok out of the police coming and checking out the hole. And the police, when they got there, I don't know what exactly they were doing, but they were doing that thing where, you know, like when they have their hands in their vest? And so there was one cop that walked up and he was like, that might be a body.
That might be a body.
So police look it over, because cops came twice, right? Police look it over. Then, part is fuzzy. I don't know what actually happened linking these two things. I don't know if the police said this to her before they left, or if they called later and told her this, but basically they were like, look, it's a hole. I get that you're invested and that it's the rug, but we don't have the resources to just like do some big dig in your backyard for a case that's like not an open case or anything. There's not like some missing person or something. So we just, if you want to dig, if you want to dig and then call us if you find something, you can, but like, we're not gonna. And I mean, look, in this case, it was just the rug. It's not like a foot was hanging out or something, you know what I mean? And so then that was sort of that. And so she makes another TikTok where she talks to people and she's like, hey, listen, I know that y'all are all invested. I know that this is weird, but I don't have the money to
sad low-cow news. What's that?
Just dig up my whole backyard just to try to find out what this is. Because in the case that it's nothing, I dug up my whole backyard and then I have to pay to, because it was also like going in the direction of her fire pit too, which means she would have had to pull up all that stuff. So she was like, I don't know where this sort of leaves us, right? And she makes another TikTok not too long after that. Because what has happened through social is that we're all talking. We're all talking. We're all, like, listening's a strong word, but we're all talking. All right? But you gain the interest, and you can intrigue people from all over the world, right? And so as people are getting more and more invested in this thing, she makes another TikTok a little while later where basically someone was watching her last TikTok about how, yeah, she didn't have the money to just dig up her whole yard and everything. And so then they messaged her and they were like, hey, I own a construction company. I'll dig. I will not be left on a cliffhanger, all right? Digging is what I do. And so then, the next TikTok is her basically being like, hey, this person with this construction company said that they would come over and dig and help me figure it out and everything. So go ahead and tune back in, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna go live and we'll find out together. This is what's really jarring about that, right? Is that TV used to be TV. Mm-hmm. You used to get your entertainment from TV, and TV was a thing. You used to buy the TV and know that all the TV would happen on TV. Mm-hmm. But now, slowly, over time, we're TV. Whether we mean to be or not. There's plenty of people who have realized they were TV in real time and been like, I messed up. I did not want to be TV today. TV used to, we're spoiled. We're used to 24-hour news. We're used to 24-hour programming, even pay programming. When a channel runs out of TV ideas, they're like, well, we'll let this person try to sell you something for 3 hours. You know what I mean? TV used to just have a few channels, too. TV used to have like 5 channels. And they didn't even have a lot of ideas. The TV would be like, guys, we're done. TV, you would have your TV on, but TV would be off. Because they just didn't have any more programs. They were like, you know what it is. Yeah, we'll see you at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Go to bed. What are you doing up? Why are you still up right now? You have a problem. You need to see somebody, a doctor maybe. You probably have insomnia because you have left this TV on all night knowing that the Dick Cavett show only goes so late. And I didn't know about any of this. My grandpa was telling me, you know what I mean? But like...
Man, I must be one of the last generations to fall asleep with the TV like that, where it's like it would be, it would go to the static.
Yeah, you used to, that used to be how you knew you had a sleeping problem. And now, she's opened herself up to the fact that, like, this incident has made her TV. She even said, tune in at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time.
I was like, you have commercials too? Damn. And then soon after that, she makes another TikTok where she's like, okay, all right. So I got a call, construction company calls, but I got another call from homicide. And a part of me was like, duh, it's a body. But she's like, I got a call from homicide that basically they said that they don't know who the last 2 officers were communicating with because it wasn't them. They must have talked to somebody else who told them to tell me what they told me. Homicide heard about the case and they were like, we would very much like to check. That's like our whole job, to check if that's a body. And so we're gonna come tomorrow and they basically tell her, they're like, hey, if we find something, this will turn your house upside down. Are you prepared for that? And she was like, yeah, I want to get to the bottom of this thing. It's been like on my mind and, we're not just curious. It's like, this could potentially be terrifying, And so they're like, okay. And if we don't find anything, then you're free to let the construction company dig and just see, like, get to the bottom of what maybe is dinosaur bones, who knows, right? So next day comes, and she says in the TikTok, she's like, look, so still tune in at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, but I don't know what you're gonna be watching. So So sure enough, homicide comes. They bring the detective.
This bit is very long, but actually very strong. I respect that. Dude, the fact that he can do single bits and do a solid half hour with that one bit is so respectable. Like, dude, I admire this guy a lot.
Because they also bring...
I mean, this is ballsy. Like, do you know how many people's advice he, like, just went against and just did his own thing and...
the cadaver dogs, right?
Man.
And both cadaver dogs
Because I'm telling you, he definitely got advice. You gotta, you know, bring it together. You gotta do like a solid 5 each one. You gotta like kind of mix up your bits. Like, yeah, dude.
At the spot
Everybody
in
always
the
gives you
rug,
that.
right? And they even did in different ways because I don't really know. I don't know much about cadaver
You wake
dogs.
up to
All I
that
know is
annoying
that
bus sound?
the
What bus sound?
first dog, he seemed a bit junior. Do you know what I mean? That first dog was just a little too happy-go-lucky. You know what I mean? Like he really showed up and was like, oh, what a beautiful day. It is. It's wonderful just be in a yard and be able to run around, stretch your legs, and hang out.
My grandma used to come into my room and turn off the TV since I left it on, and it would be making that annoying noise. Yep.
With your friends and stuff. Oh! Y'all, this is just my opinion. I think that's a body. Second dog comes out, must have been more senior dog. They must bring 2 just to make triple sure, you know what I mean? Because second dog comes out much calmer, at least to me. Just, had more of a dignified gait to his walk. Walking around. Yep, that's a body. Ooh, y'all, come get me. That's a body. That's.
Come get me. Y'all, come get me. That's a body.
And it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough to be like a police dog because you don't know you have a job.
Later, Joe.
Think about a police dog, just a dog. They think they're chilling. They think their life is normal. They only have like wild reactions once in a while, you know? Like I wonder what it would be like to take a police dog to like just the dog park. Have him converse with other dogs and stuff. Running around. That house dog is like, hey, how you doing? Looking good, you know. I love a pup in uniform. Oh, this? Oh, yeah. I wear it all the time. That was, you know, you come to this park often. Oh, yeah, every day. Every day, me and my pal come here, and then, you know, he lets me run around, and then we walk home, and then he feeds me treats, and I take a nap, and the police dog's like, nap? What's that? Oh, you know when you just get tired and you fall asleep whenever you want. It's like, okay, must be nice. You know, and you said your owner gives you treats. What kind of treats? House dog's like, oh, all the treats. It's incredible. I get like the beef treats and the chicken treats. I go crazy for the tuna treats. I try to play it cool, but I can't. They're too good.
Who's got that?
You know, sometimes I play hard to get, but then I'm a sucker for the tuna treats. Do you get treats? And police dog's like, yeah, I get treats all the time. What kind of treats do you get? Police dog's like, mostly cocaine. You know, because I'm one of the dogs that they have sniff for the cocaine, and so I'm running all in the house checking for the cocaine. I usually get there first, and so sometimes I take a little off the top, you know what I mean? A couple extra sniffs. You know, this gotta be wild. This gotta be wild.
It's just a German Shepherd. Hey, has anybody seen Coda? Coda! What?
To think, as a police dog, you just going for a walk.
Let's go. I'm ready to go.
Like, smell this. Oh, okay. See what else smells like this out here. You're like, oh, all right. You just on nice stride, you know, running with your pal, and then out of nowhere, you're like, something over here smells like, oh my gosh.
No.
That's a body. So both the cadaver dogs signal, right? And when they signal...
Man, there's one picture of a truck bus where the dog looked completely cooked.
You know, she's like, oh my gosh, like, you know, she's really taking it back. And I think that's also the first time that this becomes like real.
Looked at a lab where they were giving monkeys cocaine. What?
Because I think, you know, I can't
like
I can't say what was going on in her head, but I can imagine that, like, at the time you're just kind of going through the motions and having your own little true crime thing. But then when there's really something there and it becomes real, like, oh, this is terrible. This is terrifying. And then the police even come over and they're like, hey, you might want to stop recording. And so she makes another TikTok hours later where she's like, hey, I'm sorry I left y'all on a cliffhanger. You know, police were like, hey, maybe you want to stop recording. So I stopped recording and everything. But yeah, there's just people all over my house and stuff. And it was just like, I think it was all hitting her at once. And it must have been overwhelming, you know? And she's even saying to the camera, she's like, and the police, you know, they appreciate the fact that I'm the one that called them and stuff like that. So it's not like they're looking at me or anything. I was like, nope. Call a lawyer. 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 Call a lawyer now. Put the phone down and call a lawyer. Don't talk to me. Call a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Stop talking to me. Call a lawyer. That's a lot to assume. That's a lot to assume. Hey, guys, I just found this body. Like, I have nothing to do with it. You know? And it's gotta be tough. Like, I really did try to put myself in her shoes. You know, it's gotta be horrific to find something like that, what it might be, all that stuff. I think about what any of us might do. You know what I mean? Maybe not make a TikTok about it, but like what any of us might do. Like, I think about what I would do. I'm a homeowner. I'm digging, I'm moving my fence, you know, and then hit this rug. A rug, by the way, that had a tree planted on top of it. I think about what I would do, right? As Josh, and even more importantly, maybe, as like a black dude in America. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'd be like, yeah. I didn't kill him. You know? So then they like properly excavate and they do a whole dig and it turns out it's not a body. Isn't it weird to be disappointed? Isn't it kind of weird to be disappointed that somebody is not dead? It's not a body at all. It was a rug that had a tree planted over it that was buried, which I'm not gonna lie is way weirder. That's so much more jarring now. There's so many more questions I have now. We understand, it's not right, but we understand how people get got. Like, we kind of, like, there's a part of you, maybe you're in the mob or something like that, but this thing is way weirder. That means that your house was previously owned by a freak. That just means that there was someone that owned your house that was burying rugs and planting trees on top. What else were they doing? Licking banisters? What goes through the mind of somebody who buried? What kind of witchcraft is that? I want answers. She gonna be retiling her roof years from now, and there's gonna be a piece of bologna under every tile.
I mean, when I moved in here, I had some weird shit.
What kind of cartoon house is this?
How do you balance weekly stand-up and the Daily Show?
All right.
You know,
I'm not gonna do the Ask Me Anything. All right, let's turn on some music. Then I'm gonna play Kirk's song. Because Kirk dropped us an exclusive, guys. So we gotta check that out for sure. For sure. Oh, man. Oh. Put it in the Discord. Oh, what'd you put it in the Discord here? Let me see. All right. Let's play Kirk's new song and see what he did for us. Oh, wait. Excuse me. This comes from Devil Man.
Kick the door wide, step inside, take a look. Walls breathing, neon gleaming, lost inside the book. Pages flip, shape shift, somebody kissing air. Brock's on the table screaming, everyone go bear. Basquiat scribbles on the ceiling with the glow pen. Wu-Tang bumping and the bass keeps the soul bent. Somebody's laughing like they met the gods twice. Big J counting cash like he's slanging paradise. Acid dripping on the tongue like rain. Topless bodies in the window pane. Marker staining all the walls with flames. Big J cashing out, make it rain. We color the night with ultraviolet sin. Somebody's talking to the couch again. Swear to God, that thing just moved. Yo, who the fuck let a dolphin in the pool? Lip biscuit screaming, bodies leaning, sweat drips. A dude in a fur coat dancing like he's possessed. Oh shit, the cop's the door. Nah, false alarm, just a dude dressed like Paul Blart. The acid dripping on the tongue like rain. Topless bodies in the window pane. Cut marker staining all the walls with Big J cashing out, make it rain. $10 a hit and the line's still deep. Everybody tripping,
By the way, that's Big J Ogerson. I'm not sure if that's who this is about, but I had to put it.
Brock's on the mic screaming, fuck y'all clothes. Candles burn low, shadows dancing in the hall. Some dude licking paint off the fucking wall. Another one's laughing, saying time ain't real. I just count my bills while they all chase thrills. Bro, my hands are so big. Who turned the fridge into a portal? I am the wall! The house is melting. The night is endless. Big J still counting. Cole still preaching. Brock still naked. And you ain't ever leaving.
Now I see why Kirk was like trying to be like, man, hit me up. Also, yeah, was that actually about Big J Ogerson? Because if that was about Big J Ogerson, then that's fucking. I gotta send that to him. That was good. That was really good, man. You sent me 2 more. Oh, that was the same one. Just throwing this together?
Small town streets where the lights stay dim.
Dude, you remind me of Rehab. The band. I'm not sure if you know that band.
And just the smoke and the powder and the broken plan. They want their fix, but they won't pay right. Late night deals gone till the sunlight. I'm here to make a buck doing what I can, but every move's a risk when you're a desperate man. And you feel it, you're trapped in it. Drink too much, smoke too deep. Can't trust these streets, can't trust the freaks. Chasing money, always on the run. Trying to stay clean, but I'm just having fun. Dealing in the dark, caught in the lie. Tell them what they want to hear, watch me fly. The law's on my back, the women just want the free. This small
That's some
town
talented
hustle's
ass
got a
viewers,
hold
man.
on me. Feds on my tail, gotta keep it low.
I'm digging this.
Bitch wanna see me, but she just wants the blow. She don't want love,
You're like a
just
better
a
Kid
taste
Rock.
of the high. Another hit till the needle runs dry. I'm sipping whiskey, trying to stay sane.
Banging.
Getting drunk just to kill the pain. Every deal's the same, but the stakes get high. Playing this game till I'm too fucked to try. I'm stuck in this cycle, can't break free. Drink too much, smoke too deep. Can't trust these streets, can't trust the freaks. Chasing money, always on the run. Trying to
So
stay
wait,
clean, but
here.
I'm just having fun. Dealing in
They can park it, but not angry.
Tell them what they want to hear, watch me fly. The law's on my back, the women just want the free.
I've been playing with some of my old writings of mine in AI Music Maker app. Check this out. So you're like running this through like an AI generator?
They can't pay what's real.
You gotta let me know how you're doing that. Because honestly, this is actually
damn lost, but I never ask why. It's a game.
Oh no, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, there's this guy that I watch where he's a drummer. And he'll feed it like one prompt. And then he'll like see what it what it writes for him. My favorite one was my glue balloons, where it's about sitting on your nuts. Wait, can I find that?
Drink too much, smoke too deep. Can't trust these streets, can't trust the freaks. Chasing money, always on the run. Trying to stay clean, but I'm just having fun. Dealing in the dark, caught in the lie. Tell them what they want to hear, watch me fly. The law's on my back, the women just want the free. This small town hustle's got a hold on me.
Glue balloons.
Caught up in it, can't break out. Gonna stop. Never gonna stop.
It's got a really nice mix of styles, and it fits really well. Like, good layering. As far as like going from one to another. Like one style to another. Here. Alright, man, this is too. Okay, I gotta keep working. Alright,
So one tarnation got a call from from the station said there was a fellow suffering from a certain separation. And I tell you this, boy, I better tighten my britches. There's a man with his engines all caught in the hinges. I'm gonna need back to this pickle, this breaking in the door, and these blue balloons looking to flame. Call the doctor and bring me a beer. I've got my work cut out for me here.
Oh my God, that man is undone in the door. Yeah, they're calling it a summons, push and run. They're hauling me off to the state penitentiary, framed by the frame of that door, consequentially. Oh, God. And now this cell's where I'll spend my time, just reminiscing on that gritty crushing crime. They left that man with an empty space, and now I'm stuck here to spend the rest of my days.
Oh my God, yeah, fuck it, I'm throwing this in. God damn it. He took AI and he used it the best way possible, where he's like, okay, I'm gonna like play the drum track for this. I have no idea what they're gonna say. Oh, fuck. Did I hear the song Miss Alice posted on her Discord? No, I didn't. Which one did she post? It's not here. Is it? Oh, it's in music. Tom Cardy.
Okay, I rolled a 1. That's fucking good. That's it. That's my wife's favorite freaking song. That's such a fuckery. The reason I know is the bard. Loot that money! Okay, I dig. That was good. That was very good. Oh, excuse me. All right, and then we got Mr. Kirk here. Left us with some new music. Got a video.
I'm calling out it. What if I was gone? What would you do without me around? And when I'm alone, I never seem to figure out what's such a side of me. How could you even say you're proud? Why can't we be what we were before all this shit went down?
Oh. sorry, I'm overusing that, but damn, dude, this is nice.
Remember it. There's not a single day I live without a glimpse. The sacred past is where I live, it's my abyss. No way to slaughter all the fodder, just my wrist. The pain of wine turned into water, just my wrist. The pain of wine turned into water like a bitch. I'm losing my head. No one to pick up the sand. The outlet glass many in a world caused by hatred and death. Last night I'm in full of the money and you looked out. But all pretense, this is why I lie. All facts, this mass most eternity. I'm trying to say and create West me something. Johnny, away, roll up and stroll, roll, break. Get rid of cake, salt, carrot, salt, yeah, you taste.
Let's pull this out of the candle. What is up?
I'm losing my head. No one to take you and me. The last price of fucking you put on display. Now your pockets will down. What's the song that will make? Are you ready to fail? Sing all that you see.
Well, damn, Kirk, tell us how you really feel. Yeah, man. Holy shit. Bro. I'm kind of like almost overwhelmed at how fucking like, damn, dude. Jesus. Man, that was really good. But yeah, that candle that I lit for my mom had a D20 in it, which I'm pretty sure that one just became my new favorite D20 that I have. Ramskirk. Ramskirk. Or not. Yeah, you saw that? Got the 20. Yeah, no, that thing's cool. Got that at Ren Fair. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, what are we at? 7:30. Alrighty, guys. Let's see. I need to just save this fucking thing. There we go. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to raid somebody. Let's see who. She's playing. Skid is doing politics. Okay, I think we're gonna go to Skid. Original Matrix OST used to be my favorite CD. Oh yeah, man. No, it is good. Tired? Not really, actually. Yeah, you know what? No. Because I'm looking at my clock. If I go another like 20, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I can hang for another half hour. Give me 1 second though. I just got to run upstairs. Be right back. Stare at puppy. Stare at puppy. He is good to stare at. Ah, it smells really good down here. Come on. Let's go. Oh my God. Whew. I love to check out the ST track. ST. Here, give me 1 second. ST. Did I miss one? Oh, here it is. My bad, man. Wait, didn't I hit that?
Small town street.
Yeah, no, we did that. We listened to it. That's how we started that. I'm not sure we're here. Yeah, really, dude, I really liked it. Dare I say, loved it. Give me 1 second here, though. Get the baby. Here, I'll move. Sorry, it's not as important to see me. You gotta see the baby. Okay. Oh, you weren't? I had to walk my dog. All right, we'll go one more time. This is a little bit louder though, so I gotta turn it down.
Where the lights stay dim, got a pocket full of work, my legs stay thin. Ain't no college, ain't no job to land, just the smoke and the powder and the broken plan. They want their fix, but they won't pay right. Late night deals gone till the sunlight. I'm here to make a buck doing what I can, but every move's a risk when you're a desperate man. And you feel it, you're trapped in it. Drink too much, smoke too deep, can't trust these streets, can't trust the freaks. Chasing money, always on the run. Trying to stay clean, but I'm just having fun. Dealing in the dark, caught in the lie. Tell them what they want to hear, watch me fly. The law's on my back, the women just want the free. This small town hustle's got a hold on me. Feds on my tail, gotta keep it low. Bitch wanna see me, but she just wants the blow. She don't want love, just a taste of the high. Another hit till the needle runs dry. I'm sipping whiskey, trying to stay sane. Getting drunk just to kill the pain. Every deal's the same, but the stakes get high. Playing this game till I'm too fucked to try. I'm stuck in this cycle, can't break free. Drink too much, smoke too deep. Can't trust these streets, can't trust the freaks.
Sounds so much better than half the shit that I've heard in Nashville.
Got a hold on me. Bitches wanna talk, but they don't know the deal. They want the product, but they can't pay what's real. I'm running through the motions, hands to the sky. I'm too damn lost, but I never ask why. It's a game I play with no way to win. Chasing the paper, but I'm stuck in the sin. Hustle till the end, till I can't see straight. But I'm too far in to change my fate.
Yo, what's up, dude? How am I doing today? I'm good. I mean, yeah, as good as they can be. Not sure if you saw, but my mom passed away on Friday, so it's kind of a wonder that I'm here. No, I'm today kind of made me realize how much like I needed this, like, because it's been, man, rough few days, so this was very therapeutic right from the beginning, guys. This has been a good stream. This is what I listen to all fuck. Duke. like how you just gave us your fuck genre. That's kind of funny. This is what I bangs to. Bow, bow, bow. All right, so we're going to do... Since we're in the mood for repeats, I want to do the original. Here. Because I realized that was an extended version of this.
Asking AI to make a hit country song, Glue Balloons.
Yeah. Oh, play this game.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm sorry. That was... Oh, this is one.
Asking AI to create a hit country song about beer for breakfast.
I woke up in the morning to crack myself a beer. Then went down to the kitchen to grab myself a beer. Made myself some breakfast, another beer, of course. That's when my baby said to me, I want to get a divorce. So now I definitely need to go grab another beer or two for free, so I can start thinking clear. Oh, it's a perfect day for beer. Yeah, that's just what I need. Just one.
I'm sorry. I apologize for anybody that I have ever insulted by saying that AI music generators don't have merit. Fuck that. This is hilarious.
1, 2, or 3. Oh, I don't know what day it is, so I don't need to know a thing except where I put my beer. Now come on, y'all.
Oh my God, guys.
Beer, beer, beer. It's got me thinking clear. It's got me feeling great. Come on, y'all, let's cheer. Beer, 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 beer. It's got me feeling right. Ain't nothing like a beer in the morning, noon, and night.
Oh my God, dude. Beer, beer. I like the fact that he does his own drum tracks too. Like that makes this so much more palatable. Oh, fuck, that was great.
Me Like Rock caveman rock song.
Me like rock, me make roll, me take rock, put on pole, get rock sharp, sharp as heck, throw rock at big T-Rex, rock miss.
Big throw rock at big T-Rex.
Rock miss.
All right, guys, I needed this. The perfect way to end stream tonight.
When that concave is safe. Find new rock, find new pole, get rock sharp at the goal.
So wait, so is the AI generating like the notes that he needs to hit?
Sun go down, sun go up, new day
Just like rock. You take up just like rock. I'm Big J. Ooh. Well, you got a competitor there. Hey, man, rock. Yeah, guys, you gotta subscribe to this dude. This guy fucking rules. Put on Paul. Holy shit.
Like rock, we make roll. Me take rock.
I can't. Oh, fuck.
What Red Hot Chili Peppers sound like to people who don't like Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Come to a lever with the peppermint blade, the chalupas in the fair to red. Put the doorknob, California, buttermilk pancakes in my eyes. Stepped on a toe, broken out of hope. Now it's time to reiterate California. I got a thumbtack on my nutsack, price 3.1415. Hey, oh, I don't know what I said, no. The more I sneeze, the less I blow. Got frisky with the buffalo. Hey, oh,
Got frisky with the buffalo. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. All right. Wow. Yeah, dude, AI is wild. AI got frisky with the buffalo. Yeah, I'll probably have to erase that one. It's all right. It's all right. No worries. No worries there. Oh, wait, because... No, it's not the actual song. That I should be okay. That's technically covered under parody. Yeah, worst case. Worst case, I erased the back end of the stream. It's not, like, the worst thing. Fuck me, man. Oh, God, that made me... I needed that, guys. Thank you for going through that with me, because, man, that was funny. Okay, yeah, the fact that you can just feed AI prompts like that is... I mean, that's wild. It's about me having an club anxiety. I think we played that one. Yeah, because you said it twice. Yeah, no, yeah, we played those. Play that. There we go. Thank you.
The baseline slithers under my skin.
All right.
I feel the heat, but I won't give in. 100 faces lost in the light, but I only see her moving tonight. She's the static in the air I breathe. She's the ghost in my circuitry. A neon fever under my bones, but I'm frozen, I'm stoned, I'm alone. I could reach out, I could break through, but fear is a phantom, pulls me back to the blue.
Ooh.
I wanna dance, I wanna move, but my body's locked, I'm stuck in the loop. I wanna know her, taste the thrill, but fear's got my hands and it's holding me still.
Just kind of vibing at this point. Really like this one.
Pulls me in. The night begins. I'm alive again. She takes my hand, pulls me in. I wanna dance, I wanna move. She takes my hand, pulls me in. The night begins. I'm alive again. She takes my hand, pulls me in. I wanna dance, I wanna move. But my body's locked, I'm stuck in the loop. I wanna know her, taste the thrill. But fear's got my hands and it's holding me still. I wanna dance, I wanna move. But my body's locked,
I like the hook. Ooh, bold. You went with a 90s fade out. I like it. Ooh. I've been missing the old 90s fade outs where you just kind of, you go into it. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was playing behind it. I don't think you did it mess with it? No, it didn't. Oh, hey man. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sending it. No, I'll be playing that again, like coming up here. It's pretty much music segments at the end of the show here. Actually, here, give me 1 second. I gotta find one more here that somebody sent me. We got Smoke a Tide Pod. He sent me some music not too long ago. I just sworn he sent that to me. Did he put it in general chat? Ah, you made a cover. That's what it was. I remember now. Damn it. Yeah, I can't play that. I'm working on a song about major depression. I have a version up, but I'm not happy with it. Then don't send it if you're not happy with it. I want you to at least be happy with like the version that you are putting out, because like, Nope, here we go.
I think I speak for everyone here when I say it is very exciting to be...
Alright, let's take a look at this. This guy's pretty funny. And he seems pretty friendly with his fair use, so I like that.
In a room with you, Mr. Tom.
That's our butt, please. Come on, that way. All right, yeah, that's true.
Oh shit! What is this? Oh, the internet anarchist did a how to destroy your reputation.
I'm genuinely baffled at how this.
Ooh. Okay, we're gonna cover that one tomorrow. That one goes on the tomorrow list. Sweet. Tweez. Yeah. Hiding the tweez. That was very funny. Oh, man. All right, you guys, you had some good ones. No, thank you for that, guys. This is why I don't honestly care if I get like a copyright hit on any of that. I'm going to just pretty much cut the back end of the show there if I need to. But that was fun. I mean, it didn't cut my stream, so that's good. Now the chat revenue's good. Okay, good. Yeah, we're good. That was dead on about Tolkien, like about Lord of the Rings, though. I'm telling you, it's one of the harder reads. It really is. People got mad at me about that. I'm just like, guys, you do realize that, like, the front end is essentially just like, it's like 4 chapters of a fucking feast. It's so much. It's so much. Oh, God. I did not just see that. Okay. All right, guys. Well, about to hit that 8-hour mark. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank each and every one of you for being here. Unfortunately, I have the good problem where there have been so many of you that have been generous today and just overall awesome with really just being helpful and listening. So I gotta say, guys, like, thank you. Like, seriously, guys. For a first stream back after something as blatantly traumatic as that. Yeah. You guys made it fun. AI is fun, but the amount of prompts one has to put in to tweak a sound, oh my God. Really? So is it almost just like, as a musician, is it almost worth, like, what Kirk was saying, kind of, like, it has its places to fix things, but he'd just rather do it and then, like, run it through the AI or whatever. I don't know. Man, I haven't put this much thought into, like, AI music, because now it is actually getting to the point where I'm like, damn. Not bad. Fuck. That's got to scare every artist out there, though. Because I'll be like, as an artist, it is a little scary. As a streamer, it's not as scary, but yeah. But yeah, guys, good night, kiddo. We've had a fine day. Yes, we have. Kirk and you should chat. If you haven't already, I hope you guys are connecting in the Discord there. He has his own Discord. I know that he would definitely... He'll send you the link to. I know him. He'll get you there. Because I don't feel like going through all that shit right now. Alrighty. So what I'm going to do here is find my outro and then head on outro. I'm not proud of that. Spotify is full of AI punk songs. Yeah. You gotta be careful with anything on Spotify. Like, it's crazy. Like, seriously, they put so much shit, and like they're just, yeah. They're pretty strict, so not a big fan. All right, what's she doing? She's playing. Oh. This kid is not doing politics. He's watching One Piece. Now, see, now that's the thing. I'm not sure how I feel about that. At least she put it up and... Oh, Maxwell SCC. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Prompt. There it goes. Let's say, where is the prompt? Acid House is a song about me and my room mates and how we threw an acid party. Oh, nice. Hey, Maxwell, how you doing? Unfortunately, you're catching me at the back end of stream. I have done 8 hours today. So, but I appreciate you being here. This has been a fun, emotional, but cathartic stream. I don't watch the One Piece part of the streams because I haven't started it. Same. It's kind of my thing. So, let's see. I mean, maybe playing One Piece or Overwatch. Overwatch is kind of cool-ish. I mean, play Rivals. Rivals better. Like, Rivals is so much better. I'll stick around for a few after the raid, but I'm off work in about 15 minutes. Oh, nice. Are you going to stream when you get off, or what are you doing? Because, yeah, if you're streaming, then I will send, or make sure that people, if you guys are still awake, then yeah. I wrote that originally back in the 1999. 1999, the good old Matrix year. In the year my brother was born. Sound like 1999. I couldn't put my finger on it. It kind of did. Yeah, it did have that 1999 figure. No. It did. It did. Yeah. Definitely, like Filter, like the band Filter. Yeah, a little bit like that. I like it. I mean, dude, I really like it, so make no mistake. No mistake at all. Oh, God. All right, fuck it. I'll just raid her channel since we got that going on. And then I will outro. Fuck it. There we go. All right, everybody on Twitch, you are going to Honeybee. She's a friend of the channel. She is playing games, trying to probably escape politics. Don't blame her. Yeah, no, she's cool. Hope you guys enjoy. Right now.
And wants to join. Viewer. Well, oh! Pep Talks! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh, how you doing? When am I streaming again? Probably tomorrow. Are you joining, Raptor?
I'm gonna play more often. And I'm gonna
Alright. Have fun, guys.
Sweet. Also, nice to meet you, Carnivals.
Nice to meet you too.
Over microphone. I'm so awkward.
Now you know how I sound.
Hi, yeah.
All right, y'all.
Squishmallow Dragon, how's it going?
You have fun.
How do I do that? Hold on, social.
All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna play the outro, and then I will see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So here's the deal. I don't want to stream while Majority Report's on, so I think I'm gonna start at 2. And I have a hard out at 6. So I got a friend coming by that I have not seen in a little bit that, yeah, with everything going on. So, but I hope you guys can join me. We will have fun. You know, we generally do have fun as far as the earlier streams go. So, all right, guys, I appreciate y'all. I will see you all tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on